Chapter 924. North of the Demon Territory, on the road leading to the northern battlefield, Zhi Ming's group blocked the way. The Four Sins sect was obstructed, and the flames of war burned fiercely. Flames spread in all four directions, and the 9 underworlds swallowed the heavens once again, shocking everyone present. A palm that could not react in time landed on Yunxiao Zong's chest. The power of the 9 underworlds entered his body and severely injured him. Ugh! Blood flowed from the corner of Yunxiao Zong's mouth and dyed his clothes red. It was an unexpected ending. The Chongling female supreme's palm shocked the world and severely injured the leader of the Four Sins sect. Yunxiao. On the other side of the battlefield, Feng Xinzong returned to his senses and used his qi to move the wind. He shook off Bai Yu the Venerable in front of him, and his figure flashed quickly to the battlefield in front of him. Primordial essence entered and suppressed his injuries. Feng Xinzong supported Yunxiao Zong, whose qi was leaking out continuously, and could not hide the shock and anger on his face. "Retreat quickly," Yunxiao Zong said weakly and fainted right away. "Blazing flame, sea sky, retreat." Feng Xinzong's expression turned serious as he shouted. In the other 2 battlefields, Blazing Flame sect and Sea Sky sect heard the reminder and made a prompt decision to retreat rapidly. "You want to leave? How can it be so easy?" Ning Chen had the upper hand in the battle and would not allow a future threat to escape easily. He flipped his left hand and the immortal trapping blade appeared. He stabbed his sword into the ground, and red light shot into the sky. Sword aura blocked the way. Feng Xinzong, Blazing Flame sect, and Sea Sky sect's expressions darkened. They flipped their palms and spat out primordial essence. Wild winds and raging waves swept and dispersed the sword light blocking their way. However, the momentary block was enough. Behind them, a white-clothed figure flashed past and blocked the front. Tai Shi condensed a sky full of frost and sealed the sky with a sword. The wind and clouds rose and the sky and earth shook. The unexpected advantage could not be wasted. Zhi Ming no longer hid his moves and activated his peerless foundation. He blocked the 3 of them alone. Behind them, Shun Ji and Bai Yu the Venerable understood tacitly. Their figures flashed and blocked the 3 of them. Outside the battlefield, Wu Qingying shouted softly and plucked the 6 Yi zither. Immediately, a red fiendish aura spread, and evil ghosts filled the air, sealing 100 miles. At the side, Wu looked at the 3 Sins sect in the battle, and did not say anything. She controlled her qi in her palm, and a dim light rose from her body. "Be careful." The Feng Xinzong glanced at him from the corner of his eye and reminded him with a serious expression. The Scorching Flame sect and the Sea Sky sect heard the warning and immediately dodged. The 9 nether qi passed by them and the void collapsed. It was 4 against 3, and the tide of the battle had turned in an instant. Shun Ji and Bai Yu's figures flashed past, their palm energies boundless as they worked together with the other 2 to encircle and kill the 3 Sins sect. The focal point of the battle was the 9 underworlds devouring the heavens, shocking the world. Niu Chang's body was surrounded by a dim light, and wherever her palm passed, time and space did not exist, swallowing everything. As soon as the number 1 demonic technique of the past and present appeared in the world, it displayed heaven-shaking and earth-shaking divine might. With Yunxiao sect's heavy injuries at the front, the 3 Sins sect was exceptionally cautious and did not want to clash head-on. Raging waves engulfed the area, and wild mist howled as they protected their surroundings. Sword art, heavenly sword! The 3 sects were defending with their lives, and the situation was difficult to break. Seeing this, Ning Chen pointed his finger at the sword. In an instant, the wind and snow in the sky drifted and gathered, forming a 100-meter-long heavenly sword. Seeing this, the fierce flame sect bellowed. Flames rose from his body, and a heat wave shot into the sky, blocking the heavenly sword. Ice and fire intertwined, and a mist rose. The 2 powerful figures clashed, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Spring and autumn sword, all things enlightened. Seeing that the battle was in a stalemate, Shin-ji did not hold back anymore. His finger formed a sword, and in a shocking scene, a sword appeared in the sky and broke through the sky. The two swords moved side by side with unparalleled power. The flames in the sky collapsed, and the sword light penetrated the body. There was a muffled groan and blood splattered. The fierce flame sect retreated a few steps, and a smear of red seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was severely injured. Long Wind controlling Qi. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the Wind Trust sect immediately activated his cultivation. Wild winds roared, destroying everything as he tried to open up a path of survival. Rain torrential. Not far away, the Sea Sky sect also activated his vital essence and gathered it into his body, breaking through the sky and stepping on the sea. The two worked together to open up a path of survival, but in front of them, the Chongling female supreme blocked their path. She used Long Wind controlling Qi, and a dim light shone brightly. The 9 underworlds devouring the heavens blocked the joint attack of the two powerful figures. Behind him, Bai Yi's figure flashed past, and the palm essence poured in to help the female supreme. With a loud boom, the wind stopped and the rain stopped. There was no time to breathe. Baiyue's figure and Shin-ji flashed past, and the palm essence landed on the chests of the two sects. With a muffled groan, the two sects flew 100 feet away, and the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. Sword technique burial. Before the two of them could stabilize themselves, Bai flashed past, and her killing intent did not leave any gap. The Taisher sword shone with a green light, and every move was ruthless and merciless. Being injured first, the Wind Trust sect and the Sea Sky sect reacted hastily, and the sword was dyed red again. Outside the battle, Shin-ji and Baiwei arrived at the same time. They worked together to kill the two sections. The dangerous situation was completely unexpected. The two sects retreated again, and danger surrounded them. Not far away, the female supreme faced the severely injured Fierce Flame sect. Outside the battle, the 6 sins helped, and the red waves of the zither continuously eroded the cultivator's consciousness. Yunshao sect, the strongest of the 4 sins sect, was severely injured due to carelessness, and the other 3 sects were suppressed and were on the verge of death. In the battle, the Knowing Destiny sect's swordsmanship was fully displayed, and they were determined to kill the 4 sects here. Suddenly, a painful groan sounded again. The Fierce Flame sect's chest was hit by a slender hand, and the power of the 9 underworlds penetrated his body, bringing out a brilliant waterfall of blood. The Sea Sky sect was already injured, and his soul was disturbed by the zither music. Looking at the blood flowing out of his chest, he suddenly laughed maniacally. "You guys leave quickly." After making up his mind, the Fierce Flame sect no longer hesitated. He glanced at the 2 people not far away, and with a palm, he shattered his energy sea. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed drastically, and thunder rumbled from the 9 heavens. The half-step 4th realm elite cultivator released his terrifying true Qi rapidly, and the shocking power shook the heavens and earth for thousands of miles. Oh no! In the battle not far away, Ning Chen's expression changed. He stepped forward, wanting to stop the Fierce Flame sect's move. Resonance of heaven and earth, life and death defying fate. Before the battle could change, ice and snow gathered in Ning Chen's hands and condensed into a blade. In the next moment, the 2 weapons flew out and attacked the Fierce Flame sect. The 2 weapons broke through the flames, and blood splattered. However, the Fierce Flame sect did not dodge or retreat. His primordial Qi was activated again, and his life force was completely burned. His cultivation technique reached the peak again. Just as everyone's attention shifted to the other side of the battle, the Sea Sky sect and the Wind Trust sect did not dare to hesitate any longer. They flipped their palms and pushed their opponents away, carrying the heavily injured Yunshao sect and wanting to leave the battle far away. "You guys can't leave." Ning Chen's figure flashed past. He activated the energy in his palm, and snow waves surged, trapping the two sections. Wind Trust Sect, bring Yunshao Sect away. The road ahead was blocked, and there was no time to hesitate. The Sea Sky Sect made a prompt decision and stayed behind to cover the retreat. He rose and blocked the snow wave. With a loud boom, the clouds broke through the sky. As the two moves collided, the snow waves froze and spread continuously. Sea Sky, Fierce Flame, The Wind Trust Sect felt a pain in his heart when he saw the two sects who were determined to die. He carried the heavily injured and unconscious Yunshao sect and left quickly. In the battle, Ning Chen's eyes turned cold as he looked at the two people who were fighting for their lives. He said in a low voice, "Since they have escaped, leave your lives behind first." With that, Taisher flew back. Ning Chen held his sword and activated all his skills. Murderous intent lingered in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed figure flashed past. The tip of the sword passed through the gap and took their lives mercilessly. At the same time, in the north of the various heavens, the red-clothed king of hell led an army of 10,000 soldiers. As he waved his sword, blood flowed like a waterfall and dyed the 9 heavens red. It was a naked massacre. The 3 kings of hell and the 3 powerful figures who nourished the heavens worked together to kill 10,000 demons. From dawn to sunset, and then to the middle of the moon, the massacre did not stop. Fresh blood had already dyed the entire sky red, shocking everyone. Unknowingly, the 3 powerful figures from the heaven-mending sect had gradually stopped. Looking at the bloodthirsty scene, the waves in their hearts could not be concealed. Among the 10,000 soldiers, the 2 kings of hell also gradually slowed down. They had killed too many and their hands were weak. However, at the front line of the 10,000 soldiers, the red-clothed and blood-haired king of hell held a blood-colored divine sword in his hand. The sharpness of his sword did not stop. His body was bathed in blood, and he was like an evil spirit that walked out of hell. It was terrifying. Qi Wenju, Jiang Yun, and Qi Hua looked at each other. A hint of fear flashed through their eyes. This king of hell was truly too ruthless and merciless. After killing so many, even they felt that it was a bit unbearable. However, the king of hell was indifferent. It was as if he wanted to kill all 50,000 demons. A cold wind blew past, and the bloody sand was swept up. On the eastern horizon, a ray of white appeared. After 1 day and 1 night, the massacre finally gradually stopped. With the last sword, dozens of severed limbs flew up. Blood fell like rain, contrasting with the edge of the astral soul, making it even redder. After 1 day and 1 night, the 50,000 soldiers were completely slaughtered. Not a single one was left alive. The king of hell withdrew his sword, and the bloody aura around his body dissipated. He turned around and walked towards the 3 people. He calmly said, "Thank you for your help. King of hell is too polite. Since this matter is over, we will take our leave first." Qi Wenju looked at the red-clothed king of hell and said. Then, she cupped her fist and said goodbye. "We will meet again someday." The red-clothed king of hell nodded and replied. The 3 of them nodded and did not stand on ceremony. Their figures flashed and left the battlefield. After the 3 of them left, 2 figures swept across the void. They looked at the people in front of them and said, "Ji Ming, something is wrong." The phoenix body nodded and said, "The reinforcements have not arrived. It is indeed strange. Could it be that the Demon Palace's saint has not received the news here?" Under the evil mask, Luo Xingqian was puzzled. "Impossible." The phoenix body shook his head and said, "With the wisdom of the Demon Palace's saint, how could he make such a mistake? The reinforcements must have arrived. I just don't know why they have not arrived yet. Perhaps Female Supreme and Shin Ji have blocked them, and the Demon Palace's reinforcements are unable to come." Mu Qianshang said. "The plan we made earlier was a strategy. Female Supreme and Shin Ji only needed to delay them for a while and figure out the 7 Sins sect's strength. Logically speaking, the members of the 7 Sins sect shouldn't still be here by now," the phoenix body said solemnly. No matter what, the current situation is already the best result. If there is anything, we will know once we go back and ask. Mu Qianshang said softly. The phoenix body nodded and replied, let's go back. With that, the phoenix body moved, and a red light flashed past, flying towards the horizon. Mu Qianshang and Luo Xingchen followed, and turned into flowing light, disappearing into the dawn. In the north of the demon domain, Taisher cut through the void. Blood spurted out, and 2 heads flew. The sea and sky were burning, and the Sin sect was dead. The sword tip returned to its scabbard, and the sharpness retracted. Ning Chen looked at the people behind him and said calmly, 3 seniors, Miss Qingying, thank you. Chapter 925. At the intersection of the 3 regions, the divine restrictions sealed the space. On the vast continent, the 10 halls stood majestically. In front of King Yama Hall, figures flashed. They waved their hands to disperse the evil face masks on their faces, and walked into the hall. Masks appeared one after another on the conference table, and the 10 kings of hell returned to their respective seats. Female Chong Jing sat on the first seat. No one had any objections to this seat that did not belong to the 10 Yama kings. The 2 returned to their seats. The battle situation in the north of the Mo lands was clear. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him. He did not speak and bowed respectfully. Female Chong laughed softly and said, knowing destiny Marquis, there is no need to say thank you. There is no need to call me elder. It is inauspicious. Hearing this, everyone smiled knowingly. Even King Qi, who did not come from the divine lands, understood the reason now. A knowing destiny Marquis elder was not so easy to respond to. If one's life was not tough enough, it was better to stay away. Ning Chen smiled helplessly. He knew that he had a bad reputation, so he did not try to be pretentious. He sat down, looked at the crowd and said, everyone, this unexpected victory is all thanks to the female supreme. Being able to get rid of 2 people from the 7 Sins sect will benefit us greatly in the future. The Yama kings looked at the Chongling female supreme and nodded in thanks. They knew how important this victory was. Ever since the Mo Palace appeared, they had fought with the 4 protectors of the Mo Palace many times. Each time, they could not gain an advantage. The 4 protectors of the Mo Palace were already a headache, much less the 7 Sins sect who were stronger than the 4 protectors. Female Supreme, there is something I do not know if I can ask? Below, Mu Qianshang glanced at the knowing destiny Marquis, and then looked at the female Supreme in front of him. Speak freely, female Chong said softly. Mu Qianshang's expression grew serious. He said, what I want to ask is, why does female supreme cultivate the 9 hell-heaven-devouring demon scripture? Everyone should know the origins of the inner realm. Nu Chong didn't hide anything and calmly said, the inner realm is a world created by the Nether King using the many life planets in outer heaven as the foundation. Therefore, there are many things that outer heaven has and the inner realm has, such as Buddhism, Taoism, and Devil. She looked at knowing destiny and continued, the divine land used to belong to Haotian Taoism. I don't need to say more. You should know that. The headmaster of the academy created the Confucian sect after the fall of Haotian Taoism. It was an exception. The homeland of the West Buddha was the land of inheritance of the Buddha and the devil. Ning Chen had heard this before and a strange look flashed through his eyes. He said, female supreme means that Chongling's predecessor was the demonic sect? Nu Chong nodded and said with a smile, now you know why the ancient lands of Chongling are called the forbidden lands of the Western Buddhas. While Chongling has chosen to hide from the world for thousands of years, and few people know of this history, the past Buddhas of Tianfo Mountain, Bodhi Valley, and West Jade Mountain are still wary of Chongling coming out and causing trouble in the world. Hearing this, Ning Chen sighed softly and said, 30 years in Chongling, I didn't see that Chongling inherited the demonic sect. I am so stupid. Nu Chong laughed softly and said, you have been in Chongling for 30 years, cultivating the life scroll day and night. How could you see this? Alright, do you have anything else to ask? Yes. Mu Qianshang's expression turned serious and he said, I want to know if there is a way to resolve the 9 hell heaven-devouring demon scripture. At the words, everyone was shocked and looked at the former. It was too impolite to ask such a question in front of Nu Chang. Everyone's method was a secret among secrets. How could one ask for a flaw in front of her? Good friend, you, Ning Chen saw what the former was thinking and was about to speak when he was interrupted. Knowing destiny, do not interrupt. Mu Qianshang looked with burning eyes at the master of Chongling and said, Nu Chang, I know it is impolite to ask this, but Nu Chang, please tell me the way to resolve it. Nu Chang looked playfully between the two. A long time later, she smiled and said, Knowing destiny, this noble one is really curious. Your friends, other than being tricked by you, they were pulled in by your flowery words. Why would they help you so much? Ning Chen was silent and did not answer. Nu Chang smiled faintly and stopped joking. She looked at her good friend Knowing Destiny and said calmly, I know you want to know how to save Hua Zhongjie. However, this noble one can tell you very seriously that there is no way to resolve the 9 hell heaven-devouring demon scripture that Hua Zhongjie cultivates. When she said this, Ning Chen's body unconsciously trembled and tiredness flashed through his eyes. Forget it. Why not? There is no perfect method in the world. The 9 hell heaven-devouring demon scripture should not be an exception. Mu Qianshang looked at Nu Chang and said gravely, Nu Chang also cultivates this method. Why can you maintain your rationality and not be affected, or does Nu Chang have something? Qianshang, enough. At the head of the table, Ning Chen interrupted the former and sighed. There's no need to ask any more. Let him ask. If he does not ask, he will not rest. Nu Chang did not care and said with a smile. Mu Qianshang's gaze grew colder. He said, Forgive this one for being rude. Nu Chang, please enlighten me. Where did Hua Zhongjie's method come from? Why can Nu Chang maintain her rationality and Hua Zhongjie cannot? Are you suspecting that Hua Zhongjie's method comes from Chongling? Nu Chang's smile faded. She said, You do not have to worry about this. My Chongling is not a place that others can enter as they wish. Hua Zhongjie has never come to Chongling. Her method was not taught by me. As to where she obtained this method, you have to ask her. As to why this noble one can maintain her rationality and Hua Zhongjie cannot. At this point, Nu Chang's lips curved slightly. She said, I think that with your Knowing Destiny Marquis intelligence, he has already guessed the reason. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the Knowing Destiny state. What was the reason? They couldn't figure it out. Knowing Destiny. Mu Qianshang looked at his good friend and said gravely, What is going on? Forget it, let this noble one speak. Not willing to push too much, Nu Chang said, I can control this palace because, other than the 9 hell heaven-devouring demon scripture, I also cultivate the soul-searching art. The greatest drawback of the 9 hell heaven-devouring demon scripture is that when it devours other people's essences, it will also devour their memory fragments, causing their memories to become chaotic and go crazy. At this point, Nu Chang looked at everyone and continued, In the beginning, I did not know how to resolve this drawback. Later, in order to obtain the cultivation method of the life scroll, I tried to cultivate the soul-searching art. But at that time, Knowing Destiny's 3 souls were not complete and the soul-searching art could not gain anything. So, when I was saving Knowing Destiny, I had to read the soul-searching art again and again to find a way. In the end, I accidentally found that some of the soul-searching art's functions could resolve this drawback of the 9 hell heaven-devouring demon scripture. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious, and they understood a little in their hearts. Looking at the inquisitive eyes of the people in front, Nu Chang nodded and said, You guessed right. The soul-searching art can search other people's souls to obtain their memories, but it can also dissipate these memories. I used this method to overcome the biggest drawback of cultivating the 9 hell-heaven devouring demon scripture. But, hearing that, the woman's face darkened and she said, I just said that there is no way to crack the 9 serenities sky-devouring demon scripture that Hua Zhongjie has cultivated. That's because her memory has been messed up. Even her original memory may not exist. Now Hua Zhongjie is just a cold killing weapon in the hands of the Devil Palace. Chapter 926. In the demon region, in the sacred palace, many figures stood quietly. In the middle, a person bowed his head and knelt down to accept his punishment. No one in the entire sacred palace dared to say a word. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. In front of the crowd, Jie Tiance looked coldly at the people kneeling in front of him and said, I sent out 4 of you at once, and you still lost so miserably. You've really impressed me. Saint Censor, please forgive me. Feng Xinzong lowered his head and said in a low voice. Jie Tiance turned around and walked up the steps of the palace. He said calmly, I'll give you a chance to explain. Reporting to the holy minister, among the 4 people who came with the 9th disciple of Mahist sect, other than Shenji and Baiwei, there were 2 other women. One of them suddenly used the 9 serenities heaven-devouring demon scripture during the battle. We did not expect it, and by the time we reacted, Yun Xiao was already heavily injured, Feng Xinzong reported truthfully. On the steps, Jie Tiance paused and turned around. Looking at the people below, he frowned slightly. You're saying that among the people brought by Mo Gate's 9th son, there's someone who also cultivates the 9 hell-heaven-devouring demon scripture? That is indeed the case. I dare not deceive you, Lord Saint, Feng Xinzong said respectfully. Jie Tiance thought for a moment and said, Get up and reply. Thank you, Saint Priest. Feng Xinzong bowed respectfully and stood up. Explain the situation in detail, Jie Tiance said calmly. Yes. Feng Xinzong nodded and recounted the events of the previous battle in detail. In the large hall, a strange expression flashed across the eyes of the 3 protectors of the 7 Sins sect and the Devil Palace as they listened to the former's explanation. Other than the butterfly in the flower, there was someone else in the world who had cultivated the 9 serenities heaven-devouring demon scripture. Moreover, his martial arts attainment was not below theirs. What do you think? Jie Tiance said as he looked at the 3 old men in ancient and peculiar clothes on the right side of the hall. No wonder Feng Xian, Yun Xiao and the others. The 9 underworlds heaven-devouring demon scripture is the #1 devil technique in the world. Even if we were to encounter it without any preparation, we would still suffer quite a bit, let alone the 4 of them. One of the 3 old men spoke. Jie Tiansu nodded and said, Since the Moon Illumination sect has interceded for both of you, I won't pursue this matter any further. You may go and heal your injuries first. Thank you, Saint Priest. Feng Xinzong bowed respectfully once more, then turned around and left the hall. Saint Priest. The Moon Weaver maiden took a step forward and said respectfully, This time, the underworld, heaven-mending pavilion, and Mahist sect's 9th son came prepared, causing our Devil Palace to suffer great losses. We definitely cannot let this matter rest. Otherwise, the world's respect for the Devil Palace will be greatly reduced, and our losses will not be limited to the 50,000 Devil Army and the 2 sinful sects. The Moon Weaver Maiden's words are correct. Holy Priest, we ask for your orders. We will lead the army to continue the northern expedition and enter the Red Luan. We will wipe out Heaven-Mending Pavilion and wipe out our previous humiliation. Bai Wangran walked up and asked for orders. That's inappropriate. In the 3 Sins sect, the Moon Illumination sect's sect master said, The Northern Army has just suffered heavy losses. If we want to invade the north now, we'll have to mobilize troops from other places. This way, it'll take a lot of time and effort. We don't have to choose the Heaven-Mending Pavilion if we want to establish our might. The Divine Strategy Peak and the Moon Reverence Clan are participating as well. It's the same if we choose them. There's only one divine strategy on the divine strategy peak. Apart from the Moon Reverence clan, there's nothing to be afraid of. It'll be as easy as lifting a finger to annihilate them. Although it'll take some time and effort to mobilize troops from other places, it's nothing compared to the benefits we'll gain from annihilating the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. The Moon Illumination sect master frowned slightly and said, "The Heaven-Mending Pavilion is one of the 11 great inheritances. Even if it's not as good as the Buddhist sect, it's not too far off. Our Devil Palace has just gone through a great battle. It's not good for us to pick another ancient inheritance." Looks like the Moon Illumination sect master has been in closed-door cultivation for too long. He doesn't know what's going on outside. A hint of mockery flashed across Bai Wangran's face as he said, "The Heaven-Mending Pavilion was heavily injured by Mo Sect's 9th disciple and the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master not long ago. Their strength has been greatly reduced. It'll be as easy as blowing off dust for the Devil Palace to take them down. If we don't mobilize troops now, when are we going to wait? Are we going to wait until the Heaven-Mending Pavilion recovers?" The Moon Illumination sect master's face gradually darkened when he heard Bai Wangran's words. This Wind Faith sect's disciple was getting more and more presumptuous. He used to be respectful to them, but now he dared to speak rudely to them. "There's no need to argue." Jie Tian spoke and stopped the two of them from arguing. He looked at the silhouette in the water cloud battle suit, who had not spoken since the beginning, and said, "Jun Wentian, since your injuries have healed, you'll command the Northern Army again. Once the army is assembled, we'll immediately send troops to the Red Phoenix Star Zone." The moment his words left his mouth, everyone present fell silent. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Bai Wangran's mouth. It seemed like the Saint Arbiter was very dissatisfied with the Seven Sins sect after this great defeat. His attitude was also very different from before. In the hall, Jun Wentian took half a step forward and accepted the order calmly. "Yes." Just when the Devil Palace decided to send troops to the Red Phoenix Star Zone, maple leaves fluttered on the Divine Strategy Peak that was a region away. It was autumn, and the red maple leaves covered the sky. On the peak, two people sat facing each other and silently played chess. It was a game of life and death, and danger was everywhere. The black chess pieces and the white chess pieces had different styles. One attacked like a storm while the other defended like a watertight wall. In just a short 2 hours, the game had reached its climax. When the final piece was placed, the game was decided. The black chess piece in Shin Ji's hand fell. He looked at the young man in plain clothes and said calmly, "You've lost." Ning Chen looked at the chess game. After a long time, he put down the chess piece in his hand and sighed softly. "Senior Shin Ji's chess skills are inferior." Shin Ji stood up and looked at the red maple leaves on the peak. He said indifferently, "It's not that your chess skills are inferior to mine, but if you don't attack, you can't win. What are you here for? Speak frankly." Ning Chen stood up and looked at the man in front of him. He said seriously, "Senior Shinji, I want to enter the Reverence Moon Ancient Land. I hope Senior can help me." Shinji turned around and frowned. "You want to borrow troops from the Reverence Moon clan?" Ning Chen nodded and said, "The Devil Palace's next move will be clear soon. Although we have the help of the Netherworld Palace and the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, there is still a big gap between our strength and the Devil Palace. The Reverence Moon clan has fought with the Devil Palace many times. They have a better understanding of their opponent than us. If they can help us, it will be beneficial for us in this war. I advise you to give up. The Reverence Moon clan has been guarding the Reverence Moon Ancient Land for generations. They won't leave no matter what." Shinji said calmly. Ning Chen heard this and frowned. "Why? Do we have to wait for the Devil Palace's troops to arrive and wait for death? I don't know why the Reverence Moon clan won't leave the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, but this is a fact that no one can change." Shinji said indifferently. "Junior still wants to give it a try. I hope Senior Shinji can help me." Ning Chen bowed respectfully and said. Shinji's eyes narrowed as he looked at the person in front of him. A moment later, he flipped his right hand and a purple jade pendant in the shape of a dragon flew into Ning Chen's hand. Give it to the Reverence Moon Clan. She will understand that this is all I can do for you. As for whether you can succeed or not, it will depend on your luck. Shinji said calmly. Many thanks, Senior Shinji. Ning Chen bowed respectfully again. Half an hour later, Ji Ming left on the Shinji Peak. Under the red maple leaves, Shinji's gaze was fixed on the space in front of him. Perhaps he was wrong in the past. In the northwest of the All Heavens, and the southeast of Luojia, there was an ancient secret land where the two regions met. Today, Ji Ming had made an appearance, visiting the Reverence Moon Clan's holy ground for the first time. Inside the holy ground, tens of thousands of Reverence Moon Clan's members knelt before the altar, praying day after day for the moon god's protection. On the altar, Reverence Moon Venerable, who was enshrouded in pure moonlight, knelt before the moon god's stone statue, praying with his eyes closed. Right at this time, outside the Reverence Moon holy ground, a figure in plain clothes descended from the sky. A powerful pressure swept out, startling everyone. Who is it? Inside the holy ground, several Reverence Moon Clan's experts appeared out of thin air, blocking the path. Mo Gate's Ninth Peak's master, Ning Chen, requests an audience with Reverence Moon Venerable. Ning Chen spoke, neither servile nor overbearing. Mo Gate's ninth disciple? The Reverence Moon Clan's experts' faces stiffened hearing Ning Chen's words. One of them, a white-robed young man, spoke. Wait a moment. The white-robed young man turned around and flew towards the altar in the distance. Ning Chen stood outside the holy ground, waiting patiently without any thoughts. 15 minutes later, the white-robed young man returned. He saluted respectfully and said politely, Honored guest, please follow me. Ning Chen nodded and followed behind the white-robed young man. On the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's altar, the white-robed young man brought Ning Chen over. He saluted the high priest on the altar, then retreated. On the altar, Reverence Moon stood up and looked at the people below. He asked calmly, What is Mr. Ning here for? Ning Chen saluted respectfully. His gaze fell on the woman on the altar, and a light flickered in his eyes. This Reverence Moon Clan's high priest and the Reverence Moon Venerable he had met before were not the same person. How could there be such a strange thing in this world? Senior Reverence Moon, Junior is here to discuss something with you. Unable to figure it out for the time being, Ning Chen suppressed the waves in his heart. With a flip of his right hand, a dragon-shaped jade pendant appeared and flew towards the altar. On the altar, Reverence Moon caught the jade pendant, and his face stiffened. Shinji had given this jade pendant to him. Speak, what is it? Reverence Moon retracted his gaze and asked calmly. The Devil Palace is about to send out their troops, and their next target is likely to be the Hongluan Star Field. If Hongluan is lost, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground will be exposed to the Devil Palace's forces. Therefore, Junior is here to ask the Reverence Moon Clan to send out their troops to resist the Devil Palace. Ning Chen calmly explained the pros and cons below the altar. The faces of the Reverence Moon Clan's experts turned ugly when they heard Reverence Moon Clan's words. Before you came, Shinji should have told you that my Reverence Moon Clan's people will never leave the holy ground. Reverence Moon Clan's high priest said indifferently after hearing Ning Chen's words. Based on the grudge between the Reverence Moon Clan and the Moon Devil Clan, the Devil Palace won't sit idly by. Once the Hongluan Star Field falls, the Moon Devil Clan will definitely borrow the Devil Palace's strength to make a comeback. At that time, no matter what the Reverence Moon Clan wants to protect, or if there's some hidden trouble, it will be too late. Ning Chen said seriously. Young man, we appreciate your kindness, but below the altar, a white-haired old woman holding a walking stick walked up to Ning Chen and said in a hoarse voice, The Moon God has decreed that our Reverence Moon Clan's people must never leave the holy ground. This is a divine decree, and we cannot go against it. Chapter 9:27. In front of the Reverence Moon Holy Grounds altar, Zhi Ming had summoned his troops, but no one dared to disobey the divine decree. Moon God's decree? Ning Chen's expression froze hearing this. God's decree? Could it be that the Reverence Moon clan's God really exists? The existence of God was already unimaginable, and the Nether King had already overturned his understanding. He had no choice but to accept the fact. Now, hearing the name of God stirred up waves in his heart. On the altar, Bai Yu waved his hand, and a divine decree fell from the sky amidst brilliant lights. Ancient words appeared on the illusory golden scroll. The God's decree determined the clan's responsibilities. Ning Chen looked at the golden scroll floating in the air, and a light flickered in his eyes. It was really a divine decree. He had fought with the Nether King before, and he knew that the aura of a god was different from the cultivators in the mortal world. That kind of pressure that transcended heaven and earth was something that cultivators in the mortal world could never hope to achieve. Mr. Ning, do you understand why we can't leave? On the altar, Bai Yu waved his hand and kept the divine decree. He said calmly, "Go back. I've already made an exception by letting you see the divine decree. There's no need to mention the matter of resisting the Devil Palace." Hesitation flashed across Ning Chen's face, and he was unwilling to give up. "Senior, although the Moon God's decree doesn't allow you to leave this place, this is a matter of life and death for the clan. Can't you do something according to the situation?" Ning Chen argued again. "Young man, your fate is decided by the heavens. I believe that the Moon God will protect our clan from this devil calamity. Go back." Below the altar, the white-haired old lady answered in a hoarse voice. "Senior Bai Yu." Ning Chen bowed again and said sincerely, "Although God disposes, man proposes. Senior, please reconsider." On the altar, Bai Yu turned around and looked at the holy statue of the Moon God behind him. He said calmly, "Our clan originates from the Moon God's glory. Naturally, we have to offer everything to the Moon God, including our lives." Ning Chen's body shook, and he looked at the woman on the altar. He didn't understand. Did the Reverence Moon clan really believe that their god would protect them? But could the god see the suffering of the world? Oh God! Ning Chen stepped forward and bowed to the statue of the Moon God on the altar with a pleading look. He said sincerely, "If you have a spirit, please show your spirit and protect your people." Bowing deeply, knowing destiny felt powerless like never before. Even if he had Qianji in his heart, how could he save people if they didn't save themselves? At this moment a sudden change occurred. On the altar, the statue of the Moon Goddess suddenly trembled. Holy moonlight rose up, illuminating the world. On the altar, Bai Yu and the other clansmen were shocked, and they immediately knelt down. But at this moment moonlight sprinkled down from the sky. An incomparably holy and beautiful figure appeared. She was so perfect that no one dared to look at her directly. After tens of thousands of years, the Moon Goddess once again performed a miracle. She opened her eyes and looked at the thousands of people below. Wisps of mist surrounded her. "Welcome, Moon God." Bai Yu bowed and said respectfully. In the sky, the Moon God nodded and looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of the altar. She said softly, "Young man, what made you so sad? Even I, who is in another world, can feel it clearly." Through the heart, under the body that had endured for hundreds of years, a pair of eyes that were dripping blood and tears could be seen. Such sorrow moved the god. She had saved the world and was the closest person to God in the world. As a god, he couldn't accept her bow and ask her questions. "God, why do you want to confine your own people? Now that the demonic calamity has arrived, if they cannot save themselves, the only outcome is death. Could it be that you really want to see all of your people buried here?" Ning Chen once again bowed deeply and asked. In the sky, the Moon God looked at the thousands of people kneeling on the ground. After a long time, she said softly, "Do you want to leave? We will follow the Moon God's glory forever." On the altar, Yu and the thousands of clansmen bowed their heads and said respectfully, "Beneath the Yu clan's land, there is something I left behind. I asked you to guard it for generations to come. My purpose was to resist the demon invasion in the future. Since the demon invasion is happening again, take it out," the moon god said softly. "Yes." Yu bowed respectfully and said, "Young man." The moon god looked at the figure in front of the altar and said, "You are so powerful. Why do you still miss this world? If you are willing to let go, you will become the closest person to God in this world. You will be free from the shackles of this world. Knowing destiny is immortal. In this world, there are people I miss and wait for. No matter how long it takes, no matter when, I will wait." Ningchen smiled and said softly, "Fool." The moon god sighed softly and said, "In the future, you will change your mind. The path you should take will not change because of your will. Goodbye." As soon as she finished speaking, the moonlight scattered in the void. The moon god's shadow gradually faded. After a few breaths, it disappeared completely. Ningchen looked at the shadow disappearing in the sky and sighed. After a while, he collected his thoughts and looked at Yu the Venerable on the altar and said, "Senior." On the altar, Yu stood up and walked down step by step. He bowed respectfully to the young man in front of him. Ningchen saw this and quickly moved away. He did not dare to accept the bow. "Senior Yu, you are trying to shorten my life. There is no such thing as a senior bowing to a junior in this world," Ningchen said helplessly. "To save my clansmen, Mr. Ning should accept this bow," Yu said seriously. Ningchen heard this and his face became serious. He said, "Since Senior Yu knows that your clansmen will be in great danger, why are you still stubbornly holding on to the oracle? Faith and clansmen, I can't have both." Yu sighed and said. Ningchen was silent. He understood, but he could not understand. "Mr. Ning, please wait a moment," Yu said softly before he strode forward. 100 steps away from the altar, Yu stopped and shouted. In an instant, his true essence soared to the sky. A powerful energy that pierced through heaven and earth shook the entire Reverence Moon ancient ground. In the next moment, a shocking scene took place. The ground below the Reverence Moon holy ground shook violently as a giant crack spread out, reaching 100 li away. The divine artifact was about to be born. Between heaven and earth, the sun and moon were reversed. Moonlight shone through the dark night, illuminating the world as if it was daytime. Below the Reverence Moon holy ground, the ground rumbled and emitted a brilliant light. Boundless God-force spread out. The divine artifact that had been sealed for countless years was about to appear. An indescribable pressure spread out. At the same time, far away in the boundless space, in the depths of the Devil Domain, inside a forbidden land filled with rolling devil chi, a pair of cold eyes opened. They were looking in the direction of the Reverence Moon holy ground. This aura did not belong to the mortal world. Inside the holy hall, Jie Tiance, who was deducing the heavenly secrets, suddenly shattered. The divine artifact's appearance, the heavenly secrets. Chapter 928. In the Reverence Moon ancient land, the earth cracked open as a divine artifact emerged. A saint bow enshrouded in chaos emerged, and a coiling dragon divine arrow hovered above the body of the bow. It exuded an extraordinarily powerful saint energy that shook the hearts of those who saw it. The moon god bow, the coiling dragon arrow, the moon god artifact, after countless years, had reappeared in the world. The appearance of an incomparable divine artifact caused the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens to change drastically. Streaks of lightning descended from the sky. The divine bow sensed something. Primal chaos swirled about, devouring the lightning. It wasn't injured in the slightest. In front of him, Yu raised his hand, and the divine bow slowly flew toward him. The moment he touched the bow, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged violently, gathering into a huge and terrifying whirlpool. With the godly bow in hand, A blue mark in the shape of a water droplet appeared between Baiyue's eyebrows. A pure and holy aura surged, as if the moon god had descended, stunning the world. 100 steps away, Ning Chen looked at Baiyue, whose appearance and temperament had changed. His heart was in turmoil. What a powerful divine artifact! This power had even surpassed the power of the eye in the middle of Jun Wentian's forehead. It had always been the case that the person was strong and the weapon was strong. However, the divine artifact before his eyes had already surpassed this category. Just the power of the divine artifact itself was already not something a third-realm cultivator could withstand. Very far away on Shinji Peak, the purple-clothed Shinji quietly watched the changing winds and clouds in the distance. He sighed softly in his heart. He could only hope that the bow of the moon god would never be drawn. In front of the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's sacrificial altar, the Reverence Moon Tribe's clansmen knelt in unison as they looked at the high priest who had changed his appearance. Greetings, moon god. When the divine bow recognized its master, it symbolized the reappearance of the moon-worshipping clan's god. Thousands of moon-worshipping clan's clansmen knelt before the moon god. Get up, Baiyu said calmly. Thank you, moon goddess. The moon-worshipping clan's members stood up in silence. Baiyu stepped forward, holy moonlight swirling around his body. The divine water droplet mark between his eyebrows exuded a powerful aura that surpassed the power of the mortal world. No one dared to profane it. From today onwards, I will lead my people to help young Master Ning fight against the Devil Palace until the Devil Calamity is quelled. Baiyu looked at the person in front of him and spoke. Many thanks. Ning Chen bowed sincerely and said, I can sense that the Master of the Devil Palace will come out soon. Be careful, Baiyu reminded. Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned and asked, Senior, do you know what level the Demon Lord is at? Baiyu looked towards the southeast and said softly, I can't feel it clearly, but his cultivation has already surpassed everyone in the world. Perhaps he has already entered the fourth realm. Ning Chen had heard of this before, and his eyes darkened. The fourth level. If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. A peak fourth realm cultivator was far more powerful than the Qilin Patriarch, who had exhausted his blood and qi. Once he appeared, the battle strength between them and the Devil Palace would be completely tilted. Senior, Ning Chen said as he looked at Reverend Baiyu, whose aura had changed drastically. Baiyu shook his head and said, I'm not his opponent. There's only one coiling dragon divine arrow. I don't have the confidence to take his life in a head-on fight. Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent. After a while, he nodded and said, Now, we can only damage the Devil Palace as soon as possible before the Master of the Devil Palace comes out and gain an advantage. Baiyu waved his hand and a moon-shaped jade token appeared. He handed it to the person in front of him and said, This is the Moon God token. With this token, Lord Ning can enter and leave our clan freely without being stopped. Ning Chen took the Moon God token and bowed again. Thank you, Senior. The 10 Kings of Hell are not weak. If you can get their help, the chances of fighting against the Devil Palace will be higher, Baiyu reminded him. Ning Chen nodded and said, I have already made an agreement with the underworld. In the fight against the Devil Palace, I will spare no effort to help. That's good, Baiyu replied softly. He looked into the distance and said, Since Shinji gave his jade token to you, it means that he has decided to help you. Also, be careful of the Dawn Moon Tower Master. Other than the Devil Palace's Demon Lord, if there's anyone I fear the most, it will definitely be the Dawn Moon Tower Master. Ning Chen nodded and remembered Baiyue's words. The Dawn Moon Tower Master indeed had too many secrets. It was difficult to see through her. Just as the Baiyu clan was shocked, in the All-Heaven Star Field, tens of thousands of Devil Army were being transferred to the Northern Territory. The war was about to begin and the atmosphere was abnormally heavy. In the Red Luan Star Field, the great sects were furious. Seeing that the Devil Palace's goal was clear, the allied forces of the great sects began to gather and prepared to fight. Thousands of war chariots flew across the sky. 100,000 allied forces were stationed in the Borneo continent and faced off against the Devil army. At the head of the army, Jun Wentian, who was wearing the water cloud battle armor, stood in the air. His abnormally powerful aura distorted the void. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for people to breathe. The head of the four great protectors, a peerless expert who was infinitely close to the fourth level, personally came to the northern battlefield to attack the Red Luan. At the border of the three regions, in the underworld, the red-cloved Yama raised his hand and covered his Yama mask. He looked at the people in front of him and said, "Everyone, the war has begun." In the palace, the experts stood up and took out the Yama masks on the table and put them on. In the next moment, in the sky above the 10 palaces, the divine restriction opened, and the Yama kings of the underworld flew out and rushed toward the northern battlefield. In the northern part of the Borneo continent, more and more devil army gathered. The four great protectors of the Devil Palace had arrived, and the war was about to begin. On the Borneo continent, the Red Luan Alliance looked at the terrifying Devil army in front of them with shocked expressions. "Pavilion Master, should we make the first move?" On the floating war chariot, the Butian Pavilion Master and the other great sect masters stood. One of them spoke and suggested. The Butian Pavilion Master shook his head and said, "Although the Devil Palace's forces are not fully gathered, with the four great protectors of the Devil Palace, it will be difficult for us to win. Also, our allies have not arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer." Hearing this, the sect masters fell silent and did not say anything else. "Brother." In the southern part of the Borneo continent, in front of the Devil army, the Moon Weaver stepped forward and said respectfully, "The army behind will arrive soon. We can make the move." Jun Wentian nodded as a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Third sister, you'll be the first one." "Yes." Hearing this, the Moon Weaver replied respectfully. With a wave of her hand, a divine weapon appeared. In the sky, the Moon Devil divine weapon appeared. Instantly, everything was turned upside down. A figure flashed past, and the divine sword was unsheathed. In that instant, the world was stunned. In the sky above the Borneo continent, the expressions of the Butian Pavilion Master and the other sect masters sank. The Devil Palace was not waiting for the army to gather and was about to make a move? The Butian Pavilion Master came back to his senses and looked at the Butian Martial Chief on the war chariot. "Chi Wenju, you will be the first one. Be careful." "Yes." Chi Wenju accepted the order. Her figure flashed as she rushed forward. In front of the two armies, the Devil Palace's third great protector and the Butian Martial Chief stood facing each other. Their expressions were different, but their killing intent was surging. Butian Martial Chief, Chi Wenju. "I didn't expect that the first person sent to die would be you." The Moon Weaver looked at the person in front of her and said indifferently, "Which, be careful with your words, because every word you say now could be your last." Chi Wenju said in a low voice, "With such confidence, I am relieved." The Moon Weaver's lips curled into a cold smile. She took a step forward and started the battle. Chi Wenju focused and circulated his true essence. His body surged like waves and blocked the Moon Demon Divine Sword. The two experts clashed. With a boom, the Divine Sword cut through the waves and stabbed towards the former's chest. Chi Wenju's expression changed slightly. He leaned to the side and avoided the sword. However, the sword followed him like a shadow and was difficult to dodge. Unable to dodge, Chi Wenju flipped his palm to meet the sword head-on. In the clash, his body became light and involuntarily flew into the sky. Below, the Moon Weaver's lips curled even more coldly. The divine weapon in her hand gathered the spiritual chi of the heavens. With a swing of the sword light broke through the sky. In the sky, Chi Wenju's pupils constricted. He circulated his true essence and hastily blocked the attack. Arg! With a muffled groan, blood splashed. The sword Qi entered his body. Qi Wenju's left shoulder was injured and blood flowed out. The two moves clashed, and the winner was decided. On the two sides of the battlefield, the generals of the Devil Palace, Hong Luan, and the other experts looked at the battle with different expressions. In the battle, Qi Wenju was unwilling to lose. With a shout, his true essence surged and his body fell rapidly. Boundless true essence surged and moved the clouds of the 9 heavens. Carrying the power of 10,000 falling heavens, it pressed down from the sky. Extreme Tao, heavenly rainbow of punishment. The Moon Weaver raised her head and looked at the figure falling from the sky. With a light shout, the moon reversal sword in her hand rotated. Heavenly rainbow of punishment of the heavens. The extreme Tao of Sword of Light appeared in response. Its power shook the heavens and the earth. The sword's edge streaked across, and the entire sky above the battlefield was split in two. On both sides, the many experts watching the battle only saw the sky split open. When they came back to their senses, they saw a rain of blood and bones falling from the sky. Wenju. On the island of Borneo, the expression of the heaven-mending pavilion's protector of the right changed as he cried out in grief. However, the figure falling from the sky could not be heard. The sword scar that cut across his body destroyed his vitality and took away everything that belonged to the heaven-mending pavilion's Wu Kuei. With a thump, the broken body smashed into the ground, causing sand and dust to fill the sky. This shocked the hearts of the Hong Luan experts. The heaven-mending pavilion's Wu Kuei couldn't even last 3 moves. Were the 4 protectors of the Demon Palace already so powerful? On the battlefield, the Moon Weaver looked at the allied forces of the Hong Luan Star region and smiled coldly. Then, she waved her hand and walked back. Well done. In front of the tens of thousands of demon soldiers, Jun Wentian looked at the woman walking back and said lightly, "Thank you for the compliment, brother." The Moon Weaver bowed respectfully and said softly. Jun Wentian nodded and looked at the man in white on the left. He said, "The second battle, Bai Wangran, you will be in charge." "Yes." Bai Wangran nodded and accepted the order. His figure flashed and flew forward. In the sky above the island of Borneo, on the floating chariots, the leaders of the major sects looked at the person who was going to fight with a heavy expression. According to the ranking, the second protector of the Demon Palace was even stronger than the Moon Weaver. Among them, there were many True Realm experts, and there was no lack of peak True Realm experts. However, no one was confident that they could win against the second protector of the Demon Palace. Everyone looked at the heaven-mending pavilion's master in front of them. A light flashed in their eyes. Perhaps only the heaven-mending pavilion's master was qualified to fight. Feeling everyone's gaze, the heaven-mending pavilion's master's expression darkened, and hesitation flashed in his heart. "Pavilion Master, let me do it." As soon as the heaven-mending pavilion's left protector, Qi Xian, walked out and said. When the battle started again, in the distance, many figures descended from the sky and looked at the battle from afar. Their faces were ferocious and terrifying. Chapter 929. On the Borneo continent, where the heavens and Red Luan intersected, the flames of war were everywhere. The Demon Palace and Red Luan both sent out their troop. In the first battle, the Demon Palace won. Butian Wu died in battle, and his soul returned to the 9 heavens. In the second battle, the second guardian of the Demon Palace, Bai Wangran, appeared on the battlefield. His arrogance intimidated the experts of Red Luan. The battle started again. In the distance, the Yama kings of the underworld descended from the sky. Their abnormally powerful auras shocked everyone. When everyone appeared, the experts on both sides immediately sensed something and looked into the distance. They are finally here. In front of the demon army, Jun Wentian looked over and saw the figures with evil faces in the distance. His eyes were filled with interest. In front of the Red Luan army, Butian Pavilion Master's expression turned serious. They were finally here. Let us take over the second battle. In front of the Yama Kings, the red-clothed Yama said calmly. Even though they were 100 miles away, everyone could hear the voice of the Yama kings clearly. The underworld intervened. A Yama king with an evil face mask walked out. His figure swept into the battlefield in an instant. His long skirt fluttered in the wind, and his otherworldly aura made people gasp in admiration. King Chu Jiang and God Luo Shui appeared casually in the Battle of the Demon Slayers. On the battlefield, Bai Wangran's expression turned serious. He looked at the figure in front of him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. This person was extraordinary. The body of a deity, interesting. In front of the Demon Palace's army, Jun Wentian looked at the Yama kings in the battle and smiled. Without these opponents, this battle would be boring. King Chu Jiang of the underworld, please fight. The voice was soft and calm. The Luo god stood in the void. His aura was like an abyss, making people unable to see the bottom. Second guardian of the Demon Palace, please. Bai Wangran replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated. He flipped his palm and started the battle. The white-clothed figure swept past in an instant. His body moved with the wind, and the wild mist turned into a storm that swept across the entire battlefield. Eternal instant. The Luo god raised his hand and set the sky with a single word. His control power surpassed the laws of the mortal world. In an instant, everything in the world froze as if it had died. Violent and extremely calm, this was the clearest confrontation. With a bang, the storm collided with the still space. Expanse after expanse of the world shattered like ice, and the scene of ice melting and snow melting extended for 500 kilometers. It was difficult to determine the outcome of this exchange. In the collapsing spacetime, the white-robed figure flashed past. He clenched his palm into a fist and punched out. Luoshan stepped forwards. Her figure flashed, instantly avoiding the former's full-powered attack. Her eyes narrowed and the surrounding void condensed once more. Bai Wangran snorted coldly. He took a step forward, forcefully breaking through the restricted space. His body moved forward in an instant, his palms intersecting, his aura majestic. Luoshan's figure constantly flashed as she avoided the attack. She raised her hand and pointed at the sky. Reincarnation appeared again. Silent samsara. Space and time swirled around Bai Wangran. Space and time were in disorder around him, and they were about to devour him. Bai Wangran's eyes darkened. He lowered his vital energy and took in qi. He rode the qi and moved like the wind. He shattered the reincarnation with one palm and escaped. Reincarnation is everywhere in this world. You can't avoid it. Under the Yama mask, Luoshan spoke softly. Instantly, a black vortex appeared above the battlefield, sealing off the entire area. You're not human. Looking at the shocking scene around him, Bai Wangran said in a low voice. A human's control of the rules could never reach such a level. Is it important whether I am or not? Luoshan raised her hand. In the surrounding area, the black vortex kept spreading and devouring the former. You're not human, but you're helping the human race. I hate you even more. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Wangran shouted. 9 wind pearls coiled out. Violent primordial wind swept out and turned into a green storm, colliding with the surrounding vortex. With a rumble, the world disintegrated. The space-time around them collapsed and turned into nothingness. The nothingness spread. 9 wind pearls flew out and landed in all directions. They turned into hurricanes and prevented the world from recovering. Now, without the rules of the world, how can you defeat me? Bai Wangran said coldly. His figure flashed past. His inner breath condensed on his palm. He fought in close combat and killed the deity. Luoshan frowned. She looked at the area that was frozen by the wind pearls. Her figure flashed past quickly, avoiding the attacks again and again. Not good. In the distance, under the Yama mask, Mu Qianshang said. Luoshan has the body of a deity. Her strongest strength is the control of the rules. The current situation is too unfavorable for her. Don't worry. In front of everyone, the red-clothed Yama said calmly, 100 years ago, I fought with Luotian. The body of a deity is not as simple as that. As soon as he said that, in the battle, Luotian, who had been retreating again and again, suddenly had a purple light in her eyes. She shook the battle with a palm. Her primordial chi surged and her primordial chi rushed into the sky. Not good. In front of the Demon Palace army, Jun Wentian looked at the battle with a solemn expression. Bai Wangran might lose. Brother, did something happen? Hearing Jun Wentian's words, Moon Weaver looked over and asked in confusion. Keep watching. Jun Wentian said. In the future, you must pay attention to this Yama. Her strength is enough to rank in the top 3 in the underworld. Before the two of them could finish their conversation, in the battle ahead, Luotian's divine essence surged. An indescribable strength surged out from her, causing everyone to feel fear. Divine punishment, borrowing sword from the heavens. With a soft shout, heaven and earth shook. Outside the battle, the wind and clouds rolled. Under everyone's gaze, thousands of sword lights gathered and turned into a stream of swords, rushing into the battle. In the battle, Bai Wangran's expression changed when he saw this. He used primordial chi, and a gale rose again to protect his body. Swish! Swish! Tens of thousands of sword flashes flashed across the void. In an instant, they condensed into a golden celestial sword, which crashed into the wind beads blocking it. After a moment of stalemate, the 3 wind beads shattered, and the golden celestial sword continued to fly past and into the battle. The crucial moment had arrived. Everyone's expression turned serious. With a shout, the divine punishment sword fell from the sky and slashed at the demon. Around Bai Wangran, a gale swept, and it became faster and faster, blocking the heavenly sword's advance. The rumbling shook the 9 heavens. The 2 extreme forces kept colliding, and the aftershocks shook and spread everywhere. Both gods and demons were at their limits. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and the primordial chi in their bodies was rapidly consumed. Suddenly, the golden sword light broke through the restraints of the gale and pierced through the body, bringing out a dazzling spray of blood. It was a shocking, and unbelievable scene. The heavenly sword pierced through the body. Bai Wangran's eyes trembled. He could not believe it and he could not accept it. Whoosh! His clothes were torn away, and blood spurted into the sky. Bai Wangran let out a long, painful groan. Golden flames burned, and the divine fire burned his body, forcibly taking back everything given by heaven and earth. His memories were stripped away, and his cultivation base dissipated. Little by little, everything he had obtained from this heaven and earth flew out of Bai Wangran's body. Accompanied by endless pain, they disappeared. Defeated. Even if he was brave and good at fighting, even if he had a plan, at this moment, in the burning golden flames, everything was no longer important. Looking back one last time, he looked into the distance. So, this was what life was like. So, his life was so sad. The white-robed figure fell from the sky and crashed into the ground. Dust and sand flew up, and the golden flames were extinguished. In the end, everything returned to dust, and dust returned to dust. Chapter 930. On the Borneo continent, the battle between gods and demons came to an end. The god of Luo River appeared for the first time, shocking everyone present. He borrowed the sword from the heavens and killed the demons with one strike. His godly might terrified the demons and demons. The demons fell to the ground, covered in dust and sand. After fighting for a lifetime, all they could return to was a pile of yellow soil. On both sides of the battlefield, everyone was shocked. No one had expected the second guardian of the demon palace to lose, and in such a miserable way. Luo Shen turned around and walked out of the battlefield. His eyes were still calm, and there was no change in them. "Thank you for your hard work." In front of the Yama kings, the red-clothed Yama king said calmly. "It's what I should do," Luo Shen replied softly. He walked to the back of the red-clothed Yama King and said, "The rest is up to you." The red-clothed Yama King nodded and said, "You rest first. Next, our allies should also make their move." As he spoke, the situation of the three forces changed again. In the distance, auspicious clouds surged and light shone in the sky. Many powerful figures descended from the sky. The three people in the lead had powerful auras, and they were eye-catching. Ji Ming, Shen Ji, and Bai Wei appeared. Behind them, many experts of the Bai Wei clan followed. Their true yuan surged and formed a cloud. The four forces appeared at the same time, and the situation became more complicated. The ninth disciple of the Mo Gate. On both sides of the battlefield, when the generals of the Demon Palace and the Bu Tian Pavilion Master saw the newcomers, their expressions sank. However, due to the tense situation, they did not say anything. After 2 battles, the Demon Palace won 1 and lost 1. In front of the army, a cold light flashed in Jun Wentian's eyes. He stepped out and went to the 3rd battle. The appearance of the first guardian of the Demon Palace caused the three forces to pay attention to him. "It's our turn now," Ning Chen said in front of the experts of the Bai Wei clan. "I'll do it," Shenji replied calmly and stepped forward. "Senior, be careful. Jun Wentian has a third eye, and his strength has surpassed the 3rd realm," Ning Chen reminded. "I understand," Shenji replied and walked forward step by step. Looking at the back of Shenji, Ning Chen's expression became serious, and he was worried. He had personally experienced Jun Wentian's strength. Even if he did not use his third eye, he was definitely the strongest of the 4 guardians. "Don't worry. Although Jun Wentian is very strong, Shenji is not as weak as you think." Beside him, Bai Yu said indifferently. His gaze was fixed in front of him, and he did not waver. On the battlefield, Jun Wentian's eyes lit up when he saw the purple-robed man walking over. "It's him? I didn't expect you to be the one to fight this time," Jun Wentian said calmly. "We can't always let the juniors stand at the front. It's time for us old folks to do something," Shenji said faintly. "Jun Wentian admires your choice. However, are you prepared to lose your life?" Jun Wentian replied calmly. With a wave of his left hand, the devil chi surged, and the 3 sharp blades reappeared. Boundless devil chi surged, sweeping out in all directions. On the other side, Shenji's expression did not change much when he saw this. He clenched his fists, and a black and white sword appeared in the vast dragon chi. The monarch weapon, the black and white phonograph, appeared for the first time. When the divine weapon appeared for the first time, its might was shocking. 2 dragon chi, 1 black and 1 white, flew up and coiled around the former monarch weapon. In the next moment, the monarch weapon moved, and the 3 sharp blades and the black and white phonograph clashed. Amid a shocking collision, raging waves swept out, reaching thousands of miles away. On the battlefield, the 2 dragon chi howled with unparalleled might. They moved together with their swords, suppressing the Devil Palace's first protector. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, several moves were exchanged. Shenji, who was at his peak for the first time, was surging with fighting spirit. His supreme fighting spirit was dazzling. All the experts on the battlefield were shocked. The divine weapon peak master actually had such a terrifying ability? I take back what I said just now. You are an opponent worthy of my full strength, Jun Wentian said with a serious expression as he waved his spear and pushed Shenji away. The 2 swords in Shenji's hands scattered the aftershock. He then said indifferently, "Then, bring out your full strength. Don't disappoint me." "As you wish." As soon as his words fell, Jun Wentian took half a step forward and bellowed. In an instant, his devil chi soared into the sky like rolling devil waves, piercing through the 9 heavens. The broken cloud crown fell from the sky. Jun Wentian's long hair fluttered in the wind, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. The aura of the Devil Palace's war god was on full display. On the opposite side, Shenji's face turned solemn. With a light bellow, he released his true essence. The black and white phonograph's dragon chi soared to the peak, and dragon roars resounded in the 9 heavens. Outside the battlefield, in front of the Reverence Moon Clan's experts, Ning Chen's face turned solemn. Both of them had pushed their cultivation to the peak, and this battle wouldn't last long. Young Master Ning, watch carefully. Shen Ji's strength is about to be displayed. Bai Yu said softly as he watched the battle from the side. On the battlefield, the devil chi and dragon chi swept across the battlefield, and a tyrannical pressure continued to spread out. The forces several thousand miles away could clearly feel the pressure. A split second later, the two extreme forces collided. The devil chi and dragon chi roared in all directions, and the battlefield was split into two. One sword of spring and autumn, 10,000 creations illumination. The black and white phonograph's dragon chi soared into the sky, and within the 10,000 creations, 2 sword rays pierced through the air, followed by 2 dragon shadows, and slashed at the Devil Palace's war gods. Good timing! Seeing this, Jun Wentian's eyes lit up, and his battle intent soared. With a light bellow, he took a step forward and spun his spear to meet Shen Ji's attack. Humans had their Xiantian realm, and weapons had their Hotian realm, and when the divine weapons clashed, heaven and earth resonated. Amidst the earth-shattering collision, 2 crisp sounds rang in everyone's ears. Cracks appeared on the 3 divine weapons, and they were showing signs of crumbling at the same time. The 2 swords returned to Shen Ji's hands. Looking at the cracks on the swords, a trace of pity flashed across his eyes. His true essence protected the swords, and purple chi soared to the sky. On the opposite side, Jun Wentian's face sank, and the devil chi in his 3-pointed double-edged blades surged. I respect your determination. 9 revolutions mysterious art, swift lightning. Since the battle had reached this stage, Jun Wentian used his moves to respect his enemy. Jun Wentian flipped his palm and absorbed the devil chi. In an instant, thunder rumbled from the 9 heavens. On the 3-pointed double-edged blades, the supreme devil chi could frighten even gods and ghosts. Separated by life and death for many years, the soul has never entered the dream. Lin Qian Daoist, Hongdu guest, can use sincerity to enter the soul. Touched by the emperor's thoughts, he instructed the necromancer to search diligently. Riding the chi in the air, he ran like lightning, ascending to the heavens and entering the earth to seek. Up to the heavens and down to the underworld, he could not find you anywhere. Suddenly, a poem sounded, and an incomprehensible brilliance flashed across the eyes of the former emperor. Dragon chi soared into the sky, and the black and white recording art appeared. 2 dazzling sword lights surged into the sky, and the divine might was shocking. Not good. Hearing the poem, Bai Yu, who was outside the battle, was shocked, and his eyes changed drastically. Then, the thunder descent sword met the attack. Amidst a terrifying collision, the sky above the battlefield collapsed, and the scene of doomsday shocked the world. The 3 divine weapons shattered, and the black and white recording art, the divine spear cried. Arg! Amidst a heavy groan, blood flowed out from the corner of Jun Wentian's mouth, and he retreated a few steps. He was shocked to see an illusory figure standing in the sky amidst the roaring black and white dragon chi. He had shed his physical body, and his cultivation level was rising endlessly, breaking through the limits of the world and reaching the 4th level. In ancient times there was a virtuous sage, who could die without regrets after hearing the Tao in the morning. Today there was a divine armament, who used his body to seek the Tao, and was the only one in the world. In an instant everyone's expression changed, and they were filled with emotions. So, you already had the will to die. Outside the battle, sadness flashed across Bai Yu's eyes. Using his body to seek the Tao, was it worth it? Suddenly, I heard that there was a celestial mountain on the sea, and the mountain was illusory. Exquisite pavilions, 5 clouds, and many fairies. Among them, there was one who was too real, with snow-white skin and uneven appearances. Jinke West Wing knocked on the jade spear, and taught Xiao Yu to report success. I heard that the Han clan's son of heaven sent, and in the Jiuhua tent, the soul was frightened. The poem echoed in the sky, and everyone present heard it. In the sky above the battlefield, an illusory figure flashed past, and with extreme speed, arrived before the demon in an instant. Jun Wentian's expression changed, and he opened his demon eye again without hesitation. Amidst the earth-shaking phenomenon, a dim light shone from the demon's glabella, and a beam of light that surpassed the limits of the world shot out. It was violent and destructive. The dim light pierced through the demon's body, and purple gas filled the sky. However, the divine armament did not seem to notice it. He pointed his right hand at the demon's glabella, and an incomparably strong soul power entered, sealing the demon eye instantly. Arg! Jun Wentian felt a sharp pain, and the demon eye on his glabella cracked. Blood flowed out, and his aura dissipated continuously. Back off! With a furious roar, Jun Wentian countered forcefully. With a flip of his palm, Jun Wentian summoned heavenly thunder, which shook the battle. The world rumbled, and the aftermath shook continuously. Blood flowed out from the demon eye on Jun Wentian's glabella, and he was heavily injured. You! Anger rushed to his heart, and Jun Wentian staggered, vomiting another mouthful of blood. He barely managed to stabilize himself. Looking back at the world below, there is no Chang and only dust and fog. I can only express my affection with an old object, and send the golden alloy hairpin. The hairpin is made of gold, and the hairpin is made of gold. But my teaching heart is as strong as gold, and we will meet again in heaven and on earth. The final poem echoed between heaven and earth. The divine armament, who had exhausted all his soul power, looked at the sky, and a smile appeared on his face. Heavens, he won. Did she see it? Good friend, have a safe journey. Far away in the endless starry sky, in the dawn moon Chang-un, the dawn moon tower's master, who was wearing a silver-gray cloak, stood quietly in front of the window, looking into the distance and murmuring softly. On the Borneo continent, the divine armament seemed to have sensed something. He looked into the distance, nodded lightly, and said, "Good friend, I will wait for you at the peak of the immortal path. From today onwards, I will leave the matters of the mortal world to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine armament's figure gradually disappeared, and his soul returned to heaven and earth, disappearing from the mortal world. Senior Divine Armament. In front of the Baihui clan's experts, Ning Chen looked at the divine armament's figure in the battle, and felt extremely guilty. This is his choice, and it has nothing to do with you. At the side, Baihui forcefully suppressed the sadness in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Don't lose your calm. This battle is not over yet, and we still need to do what he hasn't done." Ning Chen nodded and clenched his fists, suppressing the emotions in his heart. On the battlefield, Jun Wentian shouted softly, and activated his devil yuan to suppress the chaotic true qi in his body. Kill. On the Borneo continent, the Butian Pavilion Master and the leaders of the various sects saw this and immediately gave the order. Under the order, the 100,000 Red Luan army moved together, and like a flood, they pressed against the thousands of Devil army. Chapter 931. On the island of Borneo, a great battle broke out. The Red Luan army surged out like a tidal wave, pressing down on the Devil army. War drums beat, flames of war lit up the sky. War chariots drove past one after another like mountains, blocking out the sun. In front of the Devil army, Moonweaver's figure flashed and arrived at the battlefield. She carried the severely injured Jun Wentian and swung the inverted moon in her hand, opening a path to survival. The sword light opened the path to the underworld. Hundreds of Devil army soldiers were swallowed by the sword light. Broken limbs flew all over the sky. Attack! In front of the Yama kings, the red-clothed Yama king ordered coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yama kings obeyed the order and rushed forward. At the same time, the experts of the moon-worshipping clan stood in front of them. Baiwe waved his hand and ordered the troops to attack. The three sides moved at the same time, attacking the Devil Palace's army. Bai Wangran died in the battle and Jun Wentian was severely injured. The Devil Palace was in danger. Butterfly in the flower. On the battlefield, Moon Weaver called out in a low voice. As soon as she finished speaking, the demonic butterfly in front of the devil army moved. Her sleeves intertwined and extended for thousands of feet. When the demonic butterfly attacked, Flower Burial, Chi Feng, and the other Red Luan experts didn't even have time to react. They only saw the black blade light before they lost consciousness. At this moment, the female supreme appeared in the void. She stepped into the battlefield and raised her hand to grab the demonic butterfly that was slaughtering. The blade and the palm collided, causing a loud explosion. Dim light rose around the two as the 9 underworlds devoured the sky. As the palms intertwined, the blade was sharp. The area around the two instantly became a forbidden land. The dim light said that there was no vitality. The terrifying devouring power forcefully swallowed everything. In order to capture the demonic butterfly, the female supreme released her cultivation. Dim light swept out like an azura descending to the world. Her slender hands moved, shaking the world. The demonic butterfly waved her blade, and the only blade skill in the world appeared again. As the two experts clashed, a figure in plain clothes flashed past. Taisher appeared and suppressed the demonic butterfly together with the female supreme. Knowing destiny appeared in the battle, and the butterfly in the flower felt the pressure increase. The Flower Burial's tears in her hand shone, and a blade appeared in her blade. She waved her sleeves and blocked the joint attack of the two experts. At this moment, far away in the demon domain, Jia Tiance was looking at the sky in front of him in the sacred palace. He formed a seal with his right hand, and runes circled around him, revealing his mastery of incantations. Following the actions of the saint from the demonic domain, cracks appeared in the void above the island of Borneo. 4 gigantic demonic shadows appeared in the sky. They were hundreds of feet tall, and their faces were ferocious. The expressions of the Yama Kings of the underworld darkened upon seeing this, and they all flew off in different directions. In the next instant, a Yama King appeared in front of each and every one of the devilish projections, blocking their path. On the island of Borneo, the red-clothed King Yenluo was moving rapidly towards the two figures amidst the army. Dozens of kilometers away, the Moon Weaver sensed something. Her expression hardened as she swung the inverted moon in her hand towards the newcomer. With a loud clang, the two weapons clashed. The might of the divine artifact was revealed, and the red-robed Yama's legs sank into the ground. Swish! The sound of an arrow piercing through the air rang out. Before he could react, a green arrow pierced through the air, chasing after his soul and taking his life. The Moon Weaver's pupils constricted, and she subconsciously moved to the side. The arrow brushed past her shoulder, and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing her clothes red. Despicable! The Moon Weaver's face darkened. However, before she could finish speaking, another arrow pierced through the air, full of murderous intent. With Qin Guang's help, the King Yenluo's body moved, and the two Yama Kings joined forces. In the face of the two Yama Kings, even someone as strong as the Moon Weaver was in a difficult position. The situation changed rapidly, and the 3 guardians of the demonic palace were in deep trouble, each in danger. Moon Weaver, Jun Wentian, how pathetic! At this moment, an old voice rang out in the sky. Then, demonic light illuminated the world, and the 3 sects appeared at the same time, shocking all the experts present. Not good! In the battle, the red-clothed King Yenluo raised his head and looked at the 3 people shining in the sky with a serious expression. The appearance of the top 3 sects of the 7 Sins sect, the Trifling sect, immediately changed the situation of the battle. Endless demonic power swept down, and thousands of Red Luan soldiers exploded, unable to withstand the terrifying power of the 3 sections. Demon body, do it! The situation changed again. The red-clothed King Yenluo spoke in the battle. Understood. As he spoke, the void stirred, and a black-clothed figure covered in black flames appeared. His face was covered with a ghostly face, and it was terrifying. The underworld's experts are really endless. In the sky, Xing Huizong looked at the black-clothed figure that appeared in front of him and spoke. I'll leave this person to you. Ma Yingyu and I will go help the others. Moon illumination, Zong said calmly, and then his figure flashed and plunged toward the battlefield below. When the demon body saw this, his figure flashed, and the Avicii Hell Palace appeared on his left hand. It enlarged rapidly and blocked the two of them. Experts of the underworld, your opponent is not us. Yu Yao and Ma Yingyu's figures flashed and avoided the ghost palace before plunging downward. Sickly King's 3 sons soared. The demon body shouted and clenched his right hand. Black flames soared into the sky, and a peerless divine weapon appeared. 3 suns coiled around it and attacked the 3 sects separately. Oh! Yu Yao and Ma Yingyu turned around and looked at the incoming black suns with surprise. What a strange divine weapon! It actually had such a shocking power. The 2 sects raised their hands, and the sun and moon appeared at the same time. A terrifying power spread out and instantly swallowed the black suns to resolve the crisis. In the sky, Xing Huizong also revealed his devil aura. Starlight dazzled and blocked the black suns. You want to stop the 3 sects by yourself? Your confidence makes me have a whole new level of respect for you. Xing Huizong said indifferently and took a step forward. Starlight dazzled, and his devil aura carried the power of the stars in the 9 heavens as it slammed toward the person in front of him. The demon body waved his sword and black flames swept out. The celestial slayer's sharpness and the sickly king's fierceness reappeared. The 2 experts fought, and after a few moves they were both shocked. It turned out that the underworld and devil palace had such expert. In the battlefield below, Yu Yao and Ma Yingyu arrived, and the situation of the battle changed immediately. In front of the heaven-mending pavilion master and the left and right guardians, one of the moon illumination sect's people appeared and blocked the 3 of them from assisting. On the other side of the battlefield, the leader of the 3 supremes, Ma Yingyu, walked over with a calm expression. However, the terrifying pressure on his body surpassed everyone present, and it was shocking. You can't touch these 2 people. After a few steps, Ma Yingyu arrived in front of Moonweaver. He flipped his palm and shook off the battle. He looked at the red-clad Yama in front of him and said calmly, You've just arrived and you want them. Aren't you being too rude? The red-clad Yama looked at the person in front of him and said in a deep voice, Swoosh! The sound of an arrow piercing through the sky resounded. Behind Ma Yingyu, a green arrow shot out and attacked the enemy. A gentleman can't shoot behind his back. Do the underworld's rulers like to hide their heads and show their tails? Ma Yingyu turned around and raised his hand to catch the arrow. Then, he clenched his fist and shattered the arrow in his hand. In the distant sky, Luo Xingchen's eyes narrowed as he sent a voice transmission. Be careful, Zhiming. This person isn't simple. Understood. Under the King of Hell's evil face, the phoenix body nodded and replied solemnly. In the distant battlefield, Ning Chen felt the change in the situation where the phoenix body was. He shifted his gaze and looked at the pure and beautiful figure standing in the sky in front of him. He said, Senior Baiyu, please make your move. Chapter 932. Shen Ji proved his Tao and severely injured Jun Wentian. At the critical moment, the top 3 sects of the 7 Sins sect, the 3 Talents sect, appeared. The sun, moon, and star shone brightly and turned the situation around. On the 3 battlefields, 3 peerless powerhouses, Yuan Xiu, Yu Yao, and Xing Hui, joined the battle. Their powerful combat strength shocked everyone. In front of the heaven-mending pavilion master and the left and right guardians, one person from the moon illumination sect blocked the pass. Above the crowd, the star brilliance sect blocked the underworld. At the most critical moment, the strongest person from the 7 Sins sect appeared. The leader of the 3 talents, Yuan Shiyu, stepped forward. His powerful pressure caused those who got close to him to explode. The sun, moon, and star, the leader of the 3 talents sect who fought for the son of the Devil Palace, had a shocking cultivation base. Half of his body had entered the 4th level, and he was only a step away from dominating the world. When Yuan Shiyu appeared, the red-clothed King Hades immediately felt the pressure increase. His expression turned solemn. In the distance, the main body sensed it and immediately asked for help. In the void, Bai Yu, who was covered in pure moonlight, nodded and walked forward. So close yet so far. Wherever the moonlight shone, the divine might would follow. Bai Yu the Venerable, who had inherited the moon god's power, had surpassed the limit. Step by step, he stepped between heaven and earth and stepped on everyone's hearts. Shuiyu the Venerable turned around and looked at the newcomer. A strange light flashed in his eyes. It seemed like the power that surpassed heaven and earth in the Reverence Moon ancient land was obtained by this person. Powerful devil cultivator, let's fight somewhere else. Bai Yu looked at the leader of the 7 Sins sect and said calmly. Sure. Shuiyu the Venerable nodded and stepped forward, flying toward the horizon. Bai Yu leaped and followed him. In the sky above the Borneo continent, the stars shone brightly. In the endless starry sky, the 2 arrived. Without saying anything, the flames of battle began. Their figures crossed each other and their palms collided. Dazzling brilliance collided. The divine moon and devil sun clashed violently. This was a battle that had surpassed the pinnacle and was approaching the 4th level. The battle had only just begun. Above the starry sky, the great stars began to shake violently. As the 2 exchanged blows, the meteors crumbled one after another, crushed into dust by the power of the divine moon and the demonic sun. On the island of Borneo, the powerhouses felt the earth-shattering battle in the sky, and their eyes were filled with shock. In the void, the demonic body's expression turned gloomy. He flipped his left hand and pointed his finger at the sword. Instantly, the sickly king's heavenly sword appeared again. Black suns appeared one after another, revolving around his body, howling and rumbling, shaking the heaven and earth. Sick King's 100 Suns soared. The 100 suns appeared and covered the sky. Endless fire elemental energy spread out and distorted the sky above Borneo. Stars passing through. Seeing the black sun's shocking power, Sect Master Xing Huizong also activated his true essence. The brilliance of the stars shone brightly, blocking the 100 suns' move. In the next moment, the 100 suns shook the stars. Amidst the violent collision, the 100 suns shattered, and a black meteor shower fell from the sky. Huge black fireballs fell one after another like rain, smashing onto the island of Borneo. It was a scene of doomsday. Below them, the 2 armies fighting suffered heavy casualties. Tens of thousands of Alliance and Demon Palace experts were swallowed by the rain of fire and disappeared completely. Your Excellency is truly ruthless. You don't even care about the life and death of your own allies. Sect Master Xing Huizong glanced at the miserable scene below and said, Those who achieve great things must have sacrifices. This world is one where the strong preys on the weak. If you can't resist, you will be at the mercy of others, the demonic body said coldly. Your Excellency is truly more like a demon than us demons. Sect Master Xing Huizong said calmly. You praise me too much. The demonic body replied and held the sickly king's heavenly sword horizontally. His body didn't move, but his sword intent was activated. Seeing this, Sect Master Xing Huizong's expression turned serious. He didn't dare to underestimate the demonic body in front of him anymore. He concentrated his energy and drew the power of the stars in the sky. The 2 of them circulated their energy once more. In a battle of life and death, neither of them dared to be careless. In the distant battle, the red-clothed King Yama and King Qingguang of the underworld worked together to protect the Demon Slayer Palace. One in the light and one in the dark, suppressing the power of the divine equipment. The injuries on Moonweaver's body became more and more serious. She dodged the arrows, but she couldn't dodge the colder sword. The divine equipment was heaven-defying, but it couldn't go against the underworld's orders. A sword pierced through her body, forcing her to retreat several steps. Moonweaver used her body to protect the heavily injured June Wentian, unwilling to retreat even half a step. Blood dripped onto her dress. Moonweaver swung her sword to push away the person in front of her. Then, she felt a cold intent behind her and immediately dodged. Whoosh! The azure arrow tore through the demonic body's clothes and sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. 9 Heaven's star-plucking hand, reverse formlessness. The red-clothed figure flashed past, and the star-plucking ultimate technique appeared once more. She was heavily injured again, and her body flew back 300 meters. Moonweaver stopped 100 meters away and vomited a mouthful of blood onto the ground. The star-plucking ultimate technique, disperse origin and reverse meridians. Moonweaver, who had taken on all the power of the palm, felt her true essence overflow. She couldn't believe it, but she had to believe it. The 4 great protectors of the Demon Slayer Palace had all fallen into a dead end in this battle. I can't lose here. Her brother's safety depended on her. Moonweaver barely stabilized herself and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. With a shout, she released all the demonic essence in her body. The surging dark silver demonic essence illuminated the cold moon in the sky. Instantly, the moon demon appeared, its demonic power multiplying. An instant later, the moon demon possessed her. Blood gushed out of Moonweaver's body as she used her body as a medium to borrow the power of the gods. In unbearable pain, Moonweaver's body began to crack, spreading to every part of her body. Blood splashed everywhere, dazzling to the eye. In front of her, the red-clothed Yama's expression sank. Without further delay, his figure flashed past, the tip of his sword pressing down. Moonweaver opened her eyes amidst the surging blood mist. They were scarlet and abnormally terrifying. If you want my life and my brother's, then pay with your life. The divine artifact slashed down, and the blood-soaked divine sword's power increased several times. Boundless blood-colored demonic waves flashed as it slashed down. The red-clothed Yama's eyes narrowed as he stopped and instantly retreated 300 meters away. His speed was hard to hide, so fast that it was unbelievable. Moonweaver's pupils constricted, her mind shaken. The Phoenix's extreme speed was unique in the world. Moonweaver immediately understood, but before she could finish speaking, she saw the red-clothed figure turn back in an instant. His sword was as fast as Ling Can's as it slit her throat. Leak the secret when you reach hell. The sword drank in the red, dazzling to the eye. Before she could react, the battle ended. With another muffled groan, Moonweaver raised her hand to cover the sword mark on her throat. She could not hide the shock in her eyes as she staggered back step by step. She wanted to say something, but with her throat cut she could not say a word. "Brother!" Unable to say the words, Moonweaver looked at the unconscious June Wentian behind her. A final gentleness flashed in her eyes as she used the last of her strength to pour it into the divine artifact. Then, with a palm strike, the power of the divine artifact sent June Wentian out of the battle. The red-clothed Yama's eyes turned cold. His figure flashed, and his sword mercilessly pursued. Whoosh! In an instant, a beautiful figure covered in blood flashed past, blocking the Yama's path with her body. The sword pierced through her body. Blood spurted out, covering the red-clothed figure and her eyes. "Brother!" With a final murmur, Moonweaver looked at the stream of light in the distance. A gratified smile appeared on her face as her body collapsed weakly. Chapter 933. In the polo battlefield, the war drums were beating, and the killing intent shook the heavens. The death of the Devil Palace's third guardian, Moonweaver, shocked everyone. In the 3 battlefields, the Sun, Moon, and Star sect felt Moonweaver's aura gradually disappearing. They looked over and were shocked. All of you deserve to die 1,000 times. Moon Illumination Sect snapped back to reality. Killing intent filled his face as his terrifying cultivation base erupted. In the battlefield, the heaven-mending Pavilion Master and the left and right Guardians immediately felt the killing intent lock onto them. Their hearts turned cold. A figure flashed past, and the devil moon pierced through the sky. The three heaven-mending powerhouses condensed their origin energy to block the attack. With a loud bang, they flew out together. Blood splattered from the sky. The three heaven-mending powerhouses looked at the person in front of them with shock on their faces. All of you will be buried with her. Moon Illumination Sect was furious. He walked forward step by step and stood in the Devil Moon. His territory energy was activated, and the area within 100 miles turned into a cold hell. Oh no! The heaven-mending Pavilion Master and the left and right Guardians' faces changed. Their hearts sank as they looked at the sealed space around them. The three of them were in danger. In the distance, the red-clad Yama swept his gaze across them. After a while, he retracted his gaze and took a step forward, heading toward the battlefield further away. In the Devil region, the moment Moon Weaver died in the battle, a dark silver lamp that had been burning for 1,000 years in the sacred palace was extinguished. Jie Tian's expression changed instantly. He waved his hand and opened the sky screen again. The black and white chess pieces flew out and fixed the mystery of the heavens. Jie Tian's forcefully destroyed his body, and his peerless ability reappeared. He forcefully looked through time and space at the battlefield in the distance. Saint Arbiter, what happened? At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the main hall. Reporting to the Devil Master, Moon Weaver and Bai Wangran died in the battle. Jie Tian bowed and said, Moon Weaver died in the battle as well? There was a hint of surprise in the majestic voice as he said, her strength is second only to Jun Wentian. There's actually someone in this world who can take her life? Reporting to the Devil Master, it should be someone from the underworld. Now that we've lost Jun Wentian, Moon Weaver, and Bai Wangran, the Devil Palace is in a disadvantageous position, Jie Tian said calmly. I sense the auras of the three sections. The majestic voice. Jie Tian nodded and said, in order to prevent any unexpected changes, I have already sent the three sects over. However, I did not expect that the opponent's hidden strength would be so powerful. Now, it is very difficult for the three sects to reverse the situation. Saint Arbiter, our Devil Palace has suffered heavy losses in this round. Within the Great Hall, the dignified voice rang out once more. It is my plan that has failed. I have disappointed the Demon Lord. Jie Tian bowed again and said, our opponent's strength truly exceeded our expectations. The responsibility isn't entirely on you. In the main hall, the Demon Lord's voice continued to reverberate. He said calmly, this time let me do it. Jie Tian, before I come out of seclusion, don't let such an accident happen again. Yes. Jie Tian bowed and answered. At the same time, the flames of war on the island of Borneo intensified. The situation on the Demon Slayer battlefield was different. In the starry sky, Reverend Moon Reverend faced the leader of the Seven Sins sect alone. The divine moon illuminated the world and the demonic sun burned the sky. The battle intent of the two strongest people was at the peak. Both of them knew that their victory or defeat would determine the direction of the war. Therefore, neither of them dared to be careless. The power of the celestial demons collided continuously with each other. Its power was destructive. Around the two of them, meteorites were crushed into dust in the battle and completely disappeared from the starry sky. Strong, so strong that it was difficult to describe. It had transcended the boundary and was comparable to the combat power of the fourth realm. Every move of theirs could cause the sky to sink and the earth to fall. Divine technique, half-moon sky. The opponent was extraordinary. Reverend Moon Reverend no longer held back. He flipped his left palm and unleashed a rising moon palm. In an instant, above the starry sky, a huge divine moon appeared. Its terrifying power illuminated the starry sky. Up to the 9 heavens, down to the heavens. When the divine technique appeared, Reverend Moon Reverend did not dare to be careless. He channeled his ultimate essence, and the demonic sun appeared. It rushed from the yellow spring to the 9 heavens, and the strongest demonic power spread out. The celestial demon techniques that transcended the boundary and temporarily reached the 4th realm collided. After a moment of silence, the entire sky above Borneo shook violently. The light was so bright that it was difficult for everyone to open their eyes. The red-clothed King Hades, Moon Illumination Sect, and Star Brilliance Sect looked up at the sky with serious expressions. No one expected this battle to be so intense. After a moment of shock, the red-clothed King Hades suppressed his emotions. His figure flashed past as he continued to rush towards the battle ahead. In the distance, in the crisscrossing water-sleeve sky net, demonic butterfly fought against the combined forces of knowing destiny and the Chongling female supreme. Her saber was in her sleeves. Her skill in the saber was unprecedented. Her attacks were fierce and forceful, and her defense was airtight. Even the 2 strong people could not gain the upper hand as they were worried. At this moment, a red light flashed past and quickly arrived at the battlefield. Her astral soul fell and slashed open the layers of Skynet. The Phoenix body appeared in the battle. The 3 strong people joined forces, and the situation changed instantly. The 2 swords blocked the 2 sabers. After a moment of stalemate, the Chongling female supreme raised her hand and grabbed the former's shoulder blade, wanting to lock her body. The situation of trapping the demon was about to be completed. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. Demonic clouds rolled, and a force that surpassed all living beings swept down. It was unprecedentedly powerful and shook the entire battlefield. This battle ends here. All of you, retreat. As the voice sounded, an illusory figure appeared in the 9 heavens. He said calmly. Then, he waved his right hand and thousands of demonic waves swept out. In the next moment, muffled groans sounded on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of figures exploded, and blood sprayed like rain. In the 3-sided battle, the 3 bodies of knowing destiny, the Chongling female supreme, and Baiyue's expressions darkened at the same time. They gathered their essence to block the demonic power. With a bang, they took a few steps back. The demonic power shook the world. With just one move, tens of thousands of soldiers were forced to retreat. No one was a match for it. Greetings, Devil Master. In the void, Hu Jinyu, Yu Yao, and Xing Hun bowed respectfully. Greetings, Devil Master. Below, tens of thousands of soldiers in the Devil Army knelt down and saluted at the same time. Retreat. In the demonic clouds, the Devil Master said lightly. Yes. After receiving the order, the demons stood up and retreated from the battlefield. On the battlefield below, Ning Chen looked at the demonic butterflies retreating from the battlefield with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Don't be rash. Beside him, the Chongling female supreme glanced at the terrifying existence in the sky and reminded in a low voice. Ning Chen's body trembled. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and did not make a move. In the 9 heavens, the Devil Master waved his hand. Below, 2 broken bodies flew up and disappeared into the cloud. Brave warriors shouldn't be buried here, the Devil Master said calmly. In an instant, the demonic clouds in the sky retracted and his figure disappeared. Below, Ning Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. Knowing destiny, find another chance in the future. Beside him, the Chongling female supreme sighed softly. Just now they were so close to bringing back the butterflies in the flowers. What a pity. Retreat. Not far away, the red-clothed Yama King said in a low voice. In the sky, the Yama Kings received the order and left in a flash. The Devil Palace and the underworld retreated. On the other side, Baiyue's figure descended from the sky and also gave the order to retreat. The experts of the Baiwe clan received the order and left together. Pavilion Master. On the battlefield, the left and right protectors of the Butian Pavilion looked at the Pavilion Master in front of them and asked with concern, "Pavilion Master, are your injuries okay?" "I'm fine." The Butian Pavilion Master raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept across the army that had suffered heavy losses. His expression was abnormally gloomy. With the help of the underworld and the Baiwe clan, their losses were still so shocking. The Devil Palace's strength was too terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that the Devil Master seemed to be coming out of seclusion. At the intersection of the Red Luan, All Heavens, and Crepe Myrtle, many figures flew over. The Yama King in the lead waved his hand and opened the divine restriction. Behind him, the Yama Kings followed and disappeared into the divine restriction. "Everyone, go back and recover your true yuan. I will inform you if there is anything." In front of the Yama Kings, the red-clothed Yama King raised his hand and took off his evil face mask. Everyone nodded and took off their masks one by one, walking towards their respective palaces. In front of the Yama King Palace, Ning Chen walked over. Inside the palace, Yin was anxiously waiting. When she saw Ning Chen walk over, she immediately ran over. "Ning Chen, mistress left." Yin grabbed Ning Chen's arm and said anxiously. Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression shook. He suppressed his emotions and said, "Did she say anything before she left?" "No, she just said that she would be leaving for a period of time. She didn't say anything else." Yin said anxiously, "Ning Chen, why did mistress suddenly leave? Did something happen?" Ning Chen shook his head lightly and comforted her. "Don't worry. A man's strength is not weaker than anyone now. Nothing will happen." Did she leave because of Senior Shinji? He was far away in the underworld. How did A Man know about this? Very far away on the Shinji Peak, a stream of light flashed. A beautiful figure wearing a white dress walked out silently in front of the peak. She waved her hand and summoned the purple cloud sword, inserting it into the peak. Returning to its old place, the purple cloud sword seemed to have sensed something. The sword trembled and cried out continuously. Hearing the clear, sorrowful cry from the sword, A Man's eyes flashed with sadness. She landed on her knees and knelt in front of the peak. "Godfather, your daughter is back." Cold wind blew past. The red maple leaves drifted in the sky. It was so beautiful that it dyed the entire Shinji Peak red like fire. Far away, on the island of Borneo, which had been burned by the flames of war, there was not a single place that was intact after the calamity. The cold moon hung high in the sky. The cold moon sprinkled coldness on the ground, making the silent night even colder. Just at this moment, a beautiful figure in a white dress walked over from the island of Borneo. Her hair fluttered in the wind. There was not a single flaw on her flawless face. Her temperament was extraordinary, like a fairy that no one dared to profane. Somehow, Mu Qingxue, who had walked out of the inner world, found this place step by step. He walked through the flames of war and walked through the frost. Demon soldiers and Red Luan experts who had died in battle were everywhere. Their bodies had been burned to ashes in the flames of war. The spirituality of the broken divine weapons continued to seep out. Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, they would become scrap metal. After a great battle, countless experts had fallen. Chaotic energy filled the world. The aura was so oppressive that no one was willing to stay for long. After walking for a long time, Mu Qingxue suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes and released his divine scent. He sensed a faintly discernible familiar aura in the world. After searching for a while, Mu Qingxue opened his eyes and looked into the distance. A light flashed across his eyes. He had indeed been here before. The auras of those friends were also here. Did he find them all? After 100 years, they had become even stronger. A few breaths later, a beautiful figure in white flashed across the island of Borneo. She turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the night sky. Chapter 934. In the demon domain, the saint of the demon palace, dressed in a blue brocade robe, stood in front of the temple. After pondering for a long time, he walked towards the back of the temple. In the depths of the demon domain, in a forbidden land surrounded by demon chi, Jia Tiance walked over and stopped in front of a huge grotto. Demon Lord. Jia Tiance bowed and said respectfully. In the grotto, strange lights flickered, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. An abnormally powerful pressure loomed, like an ancient giant beast that could devour people at any time. Saint, what's the matter? In the demon cave, a majestic voice came out calmly. Moon Weaver and Bai Wangran died in battle, Jun Wentian was seriously injured, and now the armies have no generals to use. Please give us generals, Jia Tiance said. The Seven Sins sect is not weak, why don't you use them? In the demon cave, the demon lord's voice came out again. Although the Seven Sins sect is strong, they are not good at leading troops. I need a general who can fight well, not a brave man, Jia Tiance replied. In the demon cave there was a short moment of silence, and then a majestic voice came out calmly. Release the Earth Chief. Thank you, Demon Lord. Jia Tiance bowed respectfully and said, Have you found the whereabouts of the 10 Kings of Hell? In the demon cave, the Demon Lord's voice came out. Judging from the location and direction of the Kings of Hell, Hell should be between the All Heavens and the Red Phoenix Galaxy. As for the specific location, we still need time to infer, Jia Tiance replied. Get this done as soon as possible. In addition, it's time to get rid of some clowns. The Demon Palace's plan to dominate the world cannot be hindered by these people. The Demon Lord's voice sounded again. I understand. Jia Tiansu responded and didn't say anything else as he stepped back. Half an hour later, in a sinister place in the east of the demon cave, Jia Tiance walked over. A giant black cocoon appeared between heaven and earth, constantly absorbing the surrounding demon chi. Earth Chief, it's your turn. As soon as he said that, Jia Tiance raised his right hand. Suddenly, a strange power spilled out from the crisscrossing runes, and the giant black cocoon began to change. The brilliance flickered, and the demonic power was shocking. Runes spread out and unraveled the cocoon. Within the black cocoon, a pair of ice-cold eyes opened. An instant later, the cocoon shattered and an enchanting and seductive figure walked out. The black armor covering her body could not hide her exquisite figure. The demonic palace's Earth Chieftain appeared in the world. Immediately, demonic energy soared into the sky and shook 1,000 miles around. Earth Chief, the Devil Palace's northern expedition has been obstructed. You should make a move. Jia Tiance looked at the woman in front of him and waved his hand to give her the commander's seal. Understood. The Earth Chief took the commander's seal and responded calmly. His figure flashed and disappeared. At the same time, 10,000 miles to the south of the island of Borneo, the demon army that had suffered heavy losses in the battle stopped to rest. The 10 demon generals had heavy expressions on their faces. They had suffered heavy losses in the battle. What was even more troublesome was that their main general was heavily injured. They were like a group of dragons without a leader and could only choose to retreat. Just as the 10 demon generals were feeling extremely anxious, demonic chi surged in the void as a black-armored figure appeared and walked out. Seeing this, the 10 demon generals were shocked. They immediately knelt down and said respectfully, Greetings, Earthly Chief. Send out the troops. In the void, the Earth Chief did not waste any time. The commander's seal appeared in his hand and he gave the order. Seeing the commander's seal in the former's hand, the 10 demon generals' expressions changed again. They bowed and accepted the order. In the next moment, the tens of thousands of demon army marched toward the north. At the same time, in the 10 halls of hell at the border of the 3 regions, the 10 kings of hell who were unaware of the upheaval in the outside world were each adjusting their breathing in their own halls and preparing for the future battle. In front of the king of hell's hall, Ning Chen stood quietly. He looked ahead and was deep in thought. Are you still thinking about the previous battle? Behind him, Nu Chang walked over and asked, "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "This time, the demonic lord appeared in the battlefield. We can be sure that the demonic lord has entered the fourth realm. Otherwise, an illusory body would not have such terrifying strength. It's not strange that the demonic lord has a fourth realm cultivation base. This is also within our expectations. However, the demonic lord has not come out of seclusion yet. We still have some time to prepare," Nu Chang said. Ning Chen nodded and continued, "What I'm most worried about is that the Devil Palace will not let this matter rest. Their next target will be the Devil Palace's most terrifying counterattack. The Devil Palace is in the light while we are in the dark. There is no need to worry for the time being. However, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion and Reverence Moon Clan have appeared in this battle. If the Devil Palace chooses to attack them, it will be troublesome," Nu Chang reminded. Ning Chen was silent for a moment before nodding. "Senior Reverence Moon has led her people back to the holy ground. She has given me a moon god token. If something happens, I will be the first to know. Compared to the Reverence Moon holy ground in the northwest, the Devil Palace's most likely target is the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. I just don't know if the Hongluan Star Field's allied forces can resist. In the previous battle, Mu Qianshang and the others have suffered great losses. They need time to recover their strength, so it's not suitable for them to fight," Nu Chang said softly. Ning Chen nodded his head and sighed softly. "The greatest difference between us and the Devil Palace is the number of peak experts they have. Although the Devil Palace has lost 2 protectors, the Moon Weaver and Bai Wangran, the 3 experts from the Seven Sins sect are still completely unharmed. None of them are weaker than Jun Wentian, especially the one from the Sin sect who fought with Bai Yu. He is already infinitely close to the 4th level. Don't be impatient. Take it step by step. You have done very well. The current situation is much better than before. The Devil Palace has suffered great losses, so they should rest for a few days. What we need the most now is time," Nu Chang said solemnly. Ning Chen nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Nu Chang, I want to make a trip to the Divine Ji Peak. Ah Man has probably gone there. Senior Shen Ji is Ah Man's adoptive father. Now that he has proven himself, Ah Man must have suffered a great blow. I'm worried." Nu Chang nodded and said, "Go. Luotian and I will take care of this place. Nothing will happen." "Then I'll have to trouble Nu Chang," Ning Chen said softly. He looked at the Imperial Hall behind him and said, Let's go. Follow me to the Divine Ji Peak." Immediately ran out from the Imperial Hall when she heard this. Her face was filled with joy. A moment later, the 2 figures disappeared and left the 10 halls. 10 days later, a phoenix appeared in the sky above the Divine Ji Peak and spread its wings. On the peak, a beautiful figure dressed in white was kneeling in front of the peak. She was motionless. No one knew how many days she had been kneeling. In front of her, the purple cloud godly sword was stabbed into the ground. The sword's sorrowful cry could be faintly heard. Ah Man, the phoenix retracted its wings and a plain-clothed figure walked out. She looked at the beautiful figure in front of the peak and said, "Mistress." Ran up from behind and said with tears in her eyes, "You're really here. I was so worried." Looking at the girl beside her, a gentle smile appeared on Ah Man's face. She raised her hand and patted the girl's head. She said softly, "I'm fine. It's just that foster father needs someone to mourn here, so I can't go back for the time being." Ning Chen walked to the front of the peak and looked at the woman kneeling on the ground. He said with shame, "I'm sorry." Ah Man shook her head and smiled. "It's not your fault. No one can stop foster father's choice. I can feel foster father's determination. Since he has made such a choice, Ah Man is happy for him." Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him quietly. After a moment, he sighed in his heart. Ah Man never lied. Her thoughts were not something that ordinary people like them could understand. Perhaps she was really happy for Senior Shenji. "Mistress, How long are you going to mourn here? Einar asked. 3 years. A man said softly, foster father taught me for 100 years. As his daughter, I have to mourn for him for 3 years. 3 years? So long? Ina looked at the unusually quiet peak behind her. There's nothing here. How are you going to stay here for 3 years? A man smiled. I've already lived here for 100 years. I'm used to it. Ina, you have to listen to your master during these 3 years. Once the 3 years of mourning are over, I'll go find you. All right. Ina pouted. Mistress, you have to go back quickly. Ning Chen is so busy and usually ignores me. All right. A man replied softly. Ina looked at the man standing quietly beside her. She thought for a moment and said, Ning Chen, I'm going to the mountain to play for a while. Call me when you're about to leave. Okay. Ning Chen nodded and replied softly. Ina got up and gave him an encouraging look. She jogged away, leaving the two of them alone. This girl has her own petty thoughts. Ning Chen sat down and said with a smile. It's a good thing that Ina still has a child's heart. A man said softly. You have to protect her. Didn't you work so hard to protect this beautiful thing? I understand. Ning Chen nodded and said, A man, 3 years of time is neither long nor short. You have to take good care of yourself while you're here. Okay, don't worry. A man nodded. I will. You too. Ghost Girl's matter can't be rushed. Take it slow. One day you'll find her. Also, before Ning Chen could speak, A man continued. A few days ago, I sensed the aura of the Devil Palace's Devil Master. He's already entered the 4th realm. This is a whole new realm. You have to be careful. Okay. Ning Chen listened and looked at the person beside him. He said softly, Ah man, it's my fortune to have met you in this life. Ah man was startled at first, but then she revealed a bright smile. Instantly, it was like 100 flowers blooming. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. In front of the mountain, the two of them didn't say anything else. They didn't promise or lie. Because Zhi Ming wasn't willing to make promises that he couldn't keep. Even if it was a white lie, it was an intolerable blasphemy to the people around him. After a long time, the white-clothed figure stood up in front of the mountain. She looked at the lingering clouds in front of her and said, Ah man, I'm leaving. 3 years later, I'll return you a peaceful world. Okay. A man smiled sweetly and nodded in response. Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked away. Ina, let's go. In the distance, Ina immediately jogged after hearing this. Chapter 935. 10 Halls of the Underworld. After the Battle of Borneo, more than a month had passed. The 10 halls were quiet. All the hall masters were recuperating and preparing for the next battle. Just as the Yama kings were recuperating, an urgent report pierced through the void and flew towards the King Yama Palace. In front of the King Palace, the lady raised her hand to receive the letter. After reading it, her calm expression immediately changed. Everyone, please come to the King Yama Palace. There is an urgent matter. The lady suppressed the shock in her heart and transmitted her voice. Among the halls, the Yama kings opened their eyes and looked towards the King Yama Palace. They stood up and disappeared in an instant. In front of the King Yama Palace, figures appeared one after another and walked into the palace. Lady, what's the hurry? Mu Qianshang looked at the lady in the palace and asked in confusion. Something has happened. The Demon Palace suddenly sent troops to the Red Phoenix Star region and directly attacked Butian Pavilion. The lady said in a deep voice. How can this be? Luo Xingqian was shocked and said, The Demon Palace has lost 3 of their 4 protectors. Hua Zhongdia has lost her memory and is not good at leading troops. Where did the Demon Palace get a general? It can't be the Demon Palace's saint who is leading the troops. No. The lady shook her head and said seriously, An earthly chief has appeared in the Demon Palace. Her strength is unfathomable. The Demon Palace's army is now under her command. Earthly chief? Hearing this, Mu Qianshang's expression darkened as he said, there really isn't an end to this. We've finally gotten rid of 2 protectors and now another Earth Chief has arrived. Just how many more strong practitioners does the Demon Palace have that have yet to show themselves? Now that Ji Ming is not here, it's really troublesome, Luo Xingqian said coldly. Looking at the time, he should be back soon. But if we rush over now, will it be too late? Mu Qianshang asked. The enemy's strength is unknown. Moreover, after the previous lesson, the Demon Palace will definitely be prepared. If we act rashly, I'm afraid we will fall into the saint's trap, the lady said seriously. The more critical the situation is, the more Ji Ming is not here. It's really worrying, Luo Xingqian said anxiously. Rumble. At this moment, above the 10 halls, the divine restriction shook and a figure in plain clothes appeared and descended from the sky. He's back. All of the Yama kings in the palace were elated upon hearing this. After a few breaths, Ningchen brought Yin to the front of King Yama's palace. When he saw the people gathered in the palace, he asked, "What happened?" "The Devil Palace has sent out their troops, and the one leading them is a woman called Di Kuei. Right now, she is leading her troops towards the heaven-mending pavilion." The female attendant explained the situation simply. Ning Chen had heard of this before, and he frowned slightly. Earth Chieftain? Did the demonic palace have a new expert? Ji Ming, what should we do now? Luo Xingqian asked. I'll go take a look myself. You don't have to follow me. There's not enough time. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's figure flashed. In the next moment, above the 10 palaces, the divine restriction was activated. The phoenix spread its wings and flew toward the starry sky. In the south of the red phoenix star field, the 10,000 demons had crossed the Borneo continent and were heading north. The leader of the demons, the demon palace's earthly chief, was clad in black battle armor. He held a long halberd in his hand and was valiant in battle. Along the way, he had not met a mat. Within the demon palace's army, the protectors of Yu Yao and Xing Huai were assisting the earthly chief in battle. They were quickly heading north. In just a short month, the Red Phoenix Alliance had not even regained their senses before they were completely scattered by the Demon Palace's torrent. They were defeated again and again. The gap between the strongest experts made this battle without any suspense. The 10,000 demon army was heading north and was about to reach the territory of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Within the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, the experts of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, who were retreating again and again, had abnormally heavy expressions. The two protectors' faces were also extremely ugly. Facing the Demon Palace's terrifying attack, they were helpless. Pavilion Master, is there still no movement from the underworld? A Heaven-Mending Pavilion's Grand Elder looked at the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master in front of him and asked, I've already sent a letter using the secret technique they left behind, but I haven't received a response yet. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master said in a deep voice. Pavilion Master really shouldn't have trusted them back then. If we didn't provoke the Demon Palace, we wouldn't be in such a difficult situation right now. Another Heaven-Mending Pavilion's Grand Elder spoke with a gloomy expression. With life and death in front of them, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's Grand Elders could not care less about the difference in status. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master's face became more and more gloomy as he listened to the complaints. After a long time, he coldly shouted, Enough, what's the rush? Right now, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion hasn't fallen yet. Perhaps there will be a turnaround soon. Where is the turnaround? Could it be that we're really counting on those people from the underworld? The Grand Elder who spoke earlier said in a deep voice, or perhaps, counting on that Mahis sect's 9th disciple. Impudent! The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master's face became cold as he angrily said, What, counting on this one is not enough. Right at this moment, in the horizon, a phoenix whistled through the sky. Within the burning phoenix flames, a plain-clothed figure descended from the sky. Looking at everyone, he calmly said, It's you. Seeing the figure that appeared in front of him, the The heaven-mending pavilion master's face did not have any joy as he coldly said, "Pavilion master, is this how you welcome reinforcements?" Ning Chen glanced at the heaven-mending pavilion's grand elders and smiled. "Everyone, long time no see. I trust you have been well since we last met. Mahis Sek's 9th disciple, if you came here just to gloat, then please leave. Otherwise, even if it's just a trace, I will make you pay the most painful price." Bution's left protector stepped forward and said with a cold expression, "Don't worry, I am not that free. I came here because the underworld's monarchs asked me to help everyone." Ning Chen said with a serious expression. "You?" The heaven-mending pavilion master narrowed his eyes and said, "Where are those Yama kings from the underworld? Why didn't they come?" "You sent the letter too late." Ning Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile and said, "The underworld is separated by several starfields. They did not have time to act even if they wanted to, so they could only ask me to come first." "You came alone?" the heaven-mending pavilion master asked seriously. "Hong." Before he finished speaking, from the 9th heaven, a black ray of light broke through the sky and crashed into the ground with a loud bang. In an instant, the entire heaven-mending pavilion's territory violently shook. The sky collapsed and the earth fell. Countless cracks crisscrossed, and the ground sank 100 zhang. They came. In front of the heaven-mending pavilion's experts, Ning Chen turned his head and looked at the figure that appeared in the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed like they came at the right time. Above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds surged. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, an enchanting and charming figure descended from the sky. She was dressed in exquisite black armor that tightly wrapped around her fair skin. She was like a fairy that walked out of the night, causing people to be unable to take their eyes off her. Ning Chen's gaze looked at the former, and a ray of light flashed past. Was this the Demon Palace's Earth Chief? Judging from his aura, he did not seem as terrifying as that Mengyu Sex. However, what about his true battle strength? Today, the heaven-mending pavilion has changed masters. All of you, only death awaits you. The Earth Chief landed. The earth could not bear the extreme power and collapsed. The black ray of light that fell previously flew out from the ground. The demon halberd, the legend of Doomsday, once again displayed its peerless edge. Chapter 936. The night was dark, and the earth was silent. Suddenly, the devil halberd broke through the sky, and the wind and clouds in the sky changed. The Devil Palace's Earth Chief appeared with endless killing intent. Everyone in the heaven-mending pavilion was shocked. They looked at the newcomer with a heavy expression. The new powerhouse from the Devil Palace was unprecedented. His strength and ability were unknown, and it made people fearful. The appearance of the Earth Chief was followed by 2 figures behind him. Their unusually powerful auras shook the heavens and the earth. Yu Yao and Xing Hun appeared to help the Earth Chief. They challenged the heaven-mending pavilion together. "You've gone too far." The heaven-mending pavilion master's expression was extremely gloomy as he stepped forward. His killing intent surged violently. "Today, we swear to live and die with the heaven-mending pavilion." Left Guardian Qi Xian and Right Guardian Jiang Yun stepped forward as well. They released their true origin and glared at the 3 powerhouses from the Devil Palace. "You've overestimated yourselves." The Earth Chief stepped forward. Suddenly, an unusually powerful pressure swept over. The 3 of them felt their hearts sink, and they found it difficult to breathe. At the side, Ning Chen looked at the black-armored woman walking over. His face flashed. It would be difficult for the heaven-mending pavilion to survive today. The 9th disciple of the Mo sect. Behind the Earth Chief, Moon Illumination Zong looked at the silhouette in plain clothes and said indifferently, "Do you still want to interfere with the battle between the Devil Palace and the heaven-mending pavilion?" "I've been asked to do so," Ning Chen said with a smile. "Then your opponent shall be me." Moon Illumination Zong said calmly as he walked out and looked at the person in front of him. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped to the side and separated the battlefield. Looks like my responsibility is to clean up these small fries again. Star Illumination Zone looked at the Supreme Elders of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion and sneered. His figure flashed as he stepped forward. The three powerhouses of the Devil Palace were about to fight. The atmosphere was unusually heavy. If you're not going to make a move, then I'll start, the Earth Chief said coldly. He raised the Devil Halberd in his hand. Instantly, black demonic waves surged and covered the entire battlefield. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master and the two Guardians on his left and right joined forces to block the demonic power. With a loud collision, the mountains collapsed and the earth toppled. The legend of Doomsday revealed its peerless demonic might for the first time. The three of them joined forces, but they all felt the weight of 10,000 pounds pressing down on them. Their legs sank into the ground with a thud. Despite gaining the upper hand with the halberd, the Earth Chief did not stop attacking. The demonic halberd channeled another 30% of its demonic might and pressed down forcefully. The three of them focused their attention and unleashed all of their martial arts to block the demonic power with their palms. Rumble! With an earth-shattering tremor, the demonic halberd swept through the army. The ground beneath the three of them crumbled as the cracks extended for hundreds of miles. They were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. The powerful halberd was incomparably tyrannical. Although there weren't many transformations, each and every move was like a deep sea, making people unable to block it. With innate divine strength and the support of the heavy halberd, the earthly chieftain was able to block all the attacks by himself. Butian and the other two supreme experts were immediately in danger. On the other side of the battle, Ning Qinxing blocked the moonlight with his sword. While he was fighting the enemy, his divine consciousness was constantly observing the battle in the distance, judging the strength of the Devil Palace's Earth Chief. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? Ninth son of Mo Gate, your arrogance is making me see you in a new light. Moon Illumination Zong said coldly. With a flip of his palm, a bright moon appeared above the sea. Amidst the earth-shattering phenomenon, it formed its own pattern above the law. Above the surging devil ocean, a divine moon soared into the sky. A terrifying pressure swept out in all directions. Under the brilliance, it made people feel like their bodies were about to crack. After comprehending his own Tao and peeking into the fourth stage, Moon Illumination Zong displayed a shocking ability for the first time. With a flip of his palm, the divine moon illuminated the sky. With the moonlight on his body, Ning Chen instantly felt the blood in his body churning as though it was about to evaporate from his body. Celestial Technique, Waxing Moons. The Tao technique was shocking. Ning Chen refused to be outdone. He took a step forward and leaped into the sky. The yin and yang energy in his body overflowed as he raised his hand to stabilize the sky. He used Mo Gate's celestial technique again. A black moon appeared in the sky. From perfection to imperfection. Under the pressure of the powerful law, it forcefully collided with the phenomenon of the bright moon above the sea. When the celestial technique and Tao technique collided, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The heaven and earth were in chaos. The aftershock surged and instantly shook the battle. In the center of the battle, the two of them took most of the aftershock and retreated a few steps. Their blood was churning rapidly. In the third battle, Star Brilliance Zong's expression changed when he sensed the white-hot battle in the distance. The ninth son of Mo Gate was actually able to fight Moon Illumination to a standstill. This son's potential was truly terrifying. Unwilling to delay any longer, Star Brilliance Zong gathered his energy and his own Tao energy appeared. In an instant, the starlight from the 9 heavens fell. In the dazzling brilliance, the Tao technique appeared and pressed down on the Grand Elders. The 10 Grand Elders' expressions turned solemn. They joined forces and condensed their energy. Raging sea waves blocked the Tao technique. Ugh! When the two attacks collided, the waves dissipated. Amidst a series of muffled groans, the 10 Grand Elders' mouths turned red as they retreated a few steps. Starry Sky Crossing. After one attack, another followed. The starlight around Star Brilliance Zone illuminated the heavens and the earth. His unshakable ability caused the entire battle to tilt. The three battles were in different situations. The Grand Elders all fell into a bitter battle. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the ground red. Battle cries and shouts were ear-piercing. Outside the heaven-mending territory, tens of thousands of demon army pressed in with irresistible force. The heaven-mending territory was destroyed. It was a foregone conclusion and could no longer be reversed. In the Battle of Pololuo, the Demon Palace suffered heavy losses. Their reversal shocked the world. Within the heaven-mending territory, Ning Chen sensed the tilting of the battle. He sighed in his heart. The heaven-mending pavilion could not be saved. He did not expect the Demon Palace's counterattack to come so suddenly. With the destruction of the heaven-mending territory, the Red Luan Star region would soon become the Demon Palace's world. Ugh! In the distance, three muffled groans suddenly sounded. In front of the Doomsday Legend, the heaven-mending pavilion master and the two protectors flew out together. Blood sprayed out from their bodies like rain. 1 against 3, the Demon Palace's Earth Chieftain completely suppressed the three. His astonishing battle strength shocked everyone. Pavilion Master, leave quickly. The heavy halberd pressed down again. Qi Xian took a step forward and clasped her hands together to block the demonic halberd. Blood continuously flowed out of her mouth as she shouted. The heaven-mending Pavilion Master's expression was shock. His face revealed a struggle. After a moment, he no longer hesitated and took a step to leave. Sorry, the Saint Arbiter said that no one from the heaven-mending pavilion will be left alive today. As he spoke, the void swirled and a divine sun appeared between the heaven and earth. An abnormally valiant pressure swept out. The head of the Seven Sins sect, Mingyu, walked out and slapped the heaven-mending pavilion master's back. With a miserable groan, the heaven-mending pavilion master spat out blood from his mouth. His body flew out and smashed into the ground. Pavilion Master. Right Protector Jiang Yun's pupils shrunk as he said in shock. Earth Chieftain, let's end this quickly. Mingyu looked at the woman in the battle and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. The Earth Chieftain nodded. The demonic halberd in his hand fell from the sky with the power to split the sea. Qi Xian raised her vitality to block the demonic halberd again. Only a heaven-shaking sound was heard. The heavy halberd could not block it. In the midst of the splashing blood, the Doomsday Legend broke through the obstruction and pierced the Earth Chieftain's left shoulder. On the road to the underworld, you all will go together. You will not be lonely. The Earth Chieftain's revolving halberd pierced through the Earth Chieftain's left shoulder. The halberd's left palm condensed demonic energy and slapped the Earth Chieftain's chest. The heavy palm slapped her body and destroyed her heart. Qi Xian's body flew out and smashed into the ground. Qi Xian. Before he could recover, Jiang Yun had just opened his mouth when Mingyu Zong's palm arrived behind him. The unparalleled power destroyed the cultivator's meridians. Blood splashed out and dyed the sky red. Jiang Yun looked at the flames of war in front of him unwillingly and directly fell down. The heaven-mending pavilion master and the left and right protectors had died in battle. On the other side of the battle, the heaven-mending sect's exalted elders were shocked. The starlight that filled the sky passed through their bodies. The heaven-mending sect's exalted elders stiffened and then exploded. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-mending sect's exalted elders had all died in battle. In the only battle left, Ning Chen's expression became serious. He no longer continued to fight. His phoenix origin surged and his phoenix wings opened and closed, wanting to escape. Ninth disciple of Mo Gate, this situation was originally set up by you. How can I let you leave like this? In the distance, Mingyu Zong flipped his left hand. The heaven net rose into the sky and the earth net entered the ground. One golden and one black demonic net sealed the world and trapped the phoenix wings. In the void, Ning Chen's figure stopped. He stood in the air, and looked at the two demonic nets in the sky and on the ground. A cold light flashed through his eyes. The Earth Chief, Sun, Moon, and Star Master stepped forward and each took a side, blocking all paths. Your Saint Priest really thinks highly of me. With such a big lineup, knowing destiny is truly honored. Ning Chen looked at the four and said indifferently, "To you, it's worth it." Ming Yuzong looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of him and said calmly, "Ninth disciple of Mo Gate, I've heard of you for a long time. Let me see if you're really as amazing as the legends say." As soon as he finished speaking, the Earth Chief moved. The demonic chi of the myth of Doomsday shone, and the black demonic halberd actually burned and turned red. Ning Chen clenched his left hand, and the white rainbow came out of its sheath. The extremely soft sword wrapped around the heavy halberd and dispersed the force. After trapping the enemy for a moment, Tai Shi swung his sword and mercilessly took their lives. The Earth Chief's eyes narrowed. He flipped his palm and shook off the blade. The demonic halberd in his hand spun rapidly and broke free from the white rainbow. In the blink of an eye, everyone was impressed. Behind him, the star radiance and moon illumination didn't delay any longer. They flashed past and joined the battle. In a few breaths' time, the three strongest masters of the demonic palace joined forces to suppress knowing destiny. They wanted to get rid of a big threat. In the battle, Ning Chen's footsteps turned. His figure was like an illusion, and he avoided wave after wave of attack. The two swords in his hands, one hard and one soft, alternated between attack and defense without showing any flaws. Outside the battle, the Dark Universe Master looked at the battle ahead. His terrifying aura circulated, and he was ready to attack at any time. With a thought, the Linglong Celestial Pagoda flew out and floated in the sky. Celestial light shone down to protect him. The two swords in Ning Chen's hands shone brightly, and he used the 10th sword again. The endless sword light rushed into the sky like a tide, and then turned into a raging torrent that broke out in all directions. The Earth Chief, Star Radiance, and Moon Illumination instinctively avoided the sword light. Suddenly, their expressions changed and they looked at the sky. Not good. Before they finished speaking, the sword light crashed into the sky net. In the violent tremor, the sky net flickered and showed signs of instability. Goodbye. With a soft whisper, the phoenix spread its wings and rushed into the sky quickly. At this moment, outside the battle, the Dark Universe Master who hadn't made a move yet moved. The divine sun rose into the sky and blocked the phoenix's path. Shadow of the remnant wind. In an instant, the divine sun caught up with the phoenix. In the sky, a beautiful figure dressed in white appeared. The familiar beautiful face and the familiar sword move slashed down and broke through the sky net. With a boom, the sword light cut through the restraint. The sword momentum didn't stop, and it slashed toward the divine sun below. The Dark Universe Master's expression turned serious. He flipped his palm and blocked the sword light. However, in an instant, the phoenix spread its wings and rushed into the sky, escaping the fatal situation. Chapter 937. Butian territory was a mess after the war. A demonic calamity destroyed Butian and made it history. A cold wind blew and dust flew. It was desolate and quiet, no longer as prosperous as it used to be. The demonic army continued north to attack the Red Luan sects, adding more glory to the demonic palace. After the war, the earthly leader of the demonic palace became famous and everyone knew about him. At the border of the Red Luan, Purple Myrtle, and the underworld, two figures descended from the sky and landed on the ground. In each palace, the kings of hell sensed something and looked into the distance. Among the crowd, the strong cultivators from the divine land were shocked when they saw the girl in white beside Ji Ming. Mu Chengxue, junior sister. In King Biancheng's palace, Jian Er recovered from the shock and rushed out of the palace. In front of the King Yanlua's palace, Ning Chen walked over with Mu Chengxue. Jian Er appeared. Seeing him, Mu Chengxue stopped and said softly, "Second senior brother." Junior sister, why are you here? Where have you been all these years? Seeing the only descendant of his master, Jian Er could not hide his emotions and asked. It's a long story. Second senior brother, let's go into the palace first, Mu Qingxue said calmly. Okay. Jian Er nodded and said softly. The three of them entered the palace. In the palace, Yin saw the unfamiliar and beautiful figure beside Ningchen and was slightly stunned. This girl is Yin. She's my disciple. Ningchen waved her over and introduced her with a smile. Mu Qingxue, the successor of the barren city of the divine land. Yin, you should have heard of him more than once. Hearing this, Yin-er's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Mu Qingxue? Another master's wife? Greetings, master's wife. Yin-er came back to her senses and immediately bowed. Ning Chen was speechless after hearing this. Looking at the girl in front of him, Mu Qingxue's face was still calm, but the gentleness in his eyes was clearly visible. He flipped his right hand and a golden paper appeared. He handed it over. At the side, Ning Chen and Jian Er were shocked when they saw this. Yin took the golden paper and was puzzled. What is this? Qing Shui, this gift is too valuable. This girl has more treasures than anyone else. You don't have to give it to her anymore. Ning Chen stepped forward, took the scroll, and returned it to Yi Zichen. Give it back to me, Mistress Mu gave it to me. When Yin heard this, she immediately snatched it back and hid it behind her back like a little miser. The corner of Mu Qingxue's mouth revealed an undetectable smile as he approved of the girl's behavior. You only know how to ask for gift. Do you know what this is? Ning Chen said helplessly. I don't know, Yin answered confidently. This is the travel scroll. It is the only cultivation technique in the world that can allow one to cultivate the extreme speed of heaven and earth, Ning Chen explained. When Yin heard this, her big eyes lit up, and her small hands grabbed even tighter. At this moment, Mu Qianshang and the others appeared in front of the king of Hell's palace. All right, Jiming. Don't even think about getting back what you gave her. Mu Qianshang walked forward and chuckled. Mu Qingxue, long time no see. Looking at the familiar figures walking over, Mu Qingxue nodded his head in greeting the friends who had gone through life and death with him. Jiming, where did you find Miss Mu? Didn't you go to help Butian Pavilion? Luo Xingchen walked forward and hammered the shoulder of the person in front of him. He said seriously, Tell me the truth. Looking at his good friend's playful appearance, Ning Chen raised his hand and slapped his arm away. He said, Butian Pavilion was destroyed and I almost couldn't make it back. Luckily, Qingxue saved me. When everyone heard this, their expressions froze. They stopped joking and became serious. What happened? Mu Qianshang asked seriously. Ning Chen walked to the conference table and said, Demon Palace, Earth Chief and Sun, Moon and Star, the three sinful sects have all arrived. Butian Pavilion, from the Pavilion Master to the disciples, all died in battle. When I left, I was trapped by an inescapable net. Luckily, Qingxue saved me in time, and I was able to escape unscathed. To be able to put you in such a difficult situation, it seems like Demon Palace had already planned this. Nu Cheng said. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, That Saint Arbiter's goal is to get rid of me. Otherwise, there is no need for the Sun, Moon, and Star three sin sects to come here. A Devil Palace earthly chief and a Sin sect elder are enough to annihilate the heavily wounded heaven-mending pavilion. With Butian Pavilion destroyed, the Red Luan Alliance will not be able to hold on for long. The Red Luan Star region will be hard to protect. Jiming, what's the next step? Have you thought about it? Mu Qianshang said solemnly. When everyone heard this, their expressions turned serious. The destruction of the Red Luan Star region was definitely not good news. It meant that Demon Palace's next choice would be Crepe Myrtle, Sky Mist, Luo Jia or Spirit Void Star region. Spirit Void Star region had Nether Hall and Ji family, two great sections. They were very powerful and Demon Palace should not provoke them in the short term. The remaining 3 star regions were about the same in strength. However, Luo Jia Star Region and Demon Palace's All Heaven Star Region were only slightly connected. The possibility of Demon Palace attacking Luo Jia Star Region was not high for the time being. Apart from Spirit Void and Luo Jia, Demon Palace's next most likely targets were Crepe Myrtle and Sky Mist Star Regions. This was the result they were most unwilling to see because the inner realm was in the Crepe Myrtle Star Region. Once the Crepe Myrtle Star Region was affected by the flames of war, the secret of the inner realm would not be able to be kept. Jiming, you must think of a way this time. No matter what, the war cannot start in the Crepe Myrtle Star Region. Luo Xingchen said solemnly. Let me think about it, Ningchen said. He calmed down and began to think. He knew what his friends were worried about. Although the inner realm had many experts in the past 100 years, they were still far from being able to compete with Demon Palace. Therefore, this war must not affect the inner realm. Time passed little by little. Everyone in the palace sat in their seats and waited quietly. No one said anything to disturb them. Outside the palace, the sky gradually darkened. The white-clothed figure on the main seat was still thinking silently, weighing the pros and cons of each choice. After another 2 hours, the Yama Kings stood up one by one and quietly left. They knew very well that this problem was very difficult. However, among them, only Jiming could solve this desperate situation. There was no other choice. After everyone left, only Jiming was left in front of the huge conference table. He sat there silently and meditated without saying a word. Not far away, Mu Qingxue looked at the girl in front of him and asked softly, "Do you have tea?" "Yes." Quickly nodded. She ran to the side and brought over a tea set and a cup of Yunwu tea. She handed it to the person in front of her. Mu Qingxue took it and carefully placed it on the table beside him. Do you know how to make tea?" Mu Qingxue asked softly while making tea. Hearing this, shook her head embarrassedly and said shyly, "No." Mu Qingxue smiled faintly and said, "Learn from me. Your master likes to drink tea, especially when he's thinking." "Okay." Nodded vigorously and giggled. It turned out that master's wife was not as cold and hard to get along with as the rumors said. Chapter 938. In the cold night, the moonlight was bleak and cold. Outside the King Yama Palace, the moonlight shone. Inside the palace, the lights flickered and reflected a figure in plain clothes. After pondering for a long time, Ning Chen didn't say a word in front of the meeting table. Thoughts flashed through his eyes as he thought of a solution. Not long after, Mu Qingxue came with a cup of tea. He poured the tea and placed it in front of Ning Chen. Ning Chen subconsciously took a sip of the tea. After a while, he was shocked and came back to his senses. He looked at the person in front of him and asked in confusion, "You made the tea?" Mu Qingxue nodded and said, "I learned it from Fan Lingyue." No wonder. Ning Chen's face flashed with relief. This familiar taste was indeed very similar to the tea Fan Lingyue made in the pavilion back then. In terms of tea brewing, Fan Lingyue was the best in the world. In the world, there would always be someone who would leave others in the dust, no matter what they did. He knew more clearly than anyone how terrifying Fan Lingyue was. She was someone who even the heavens were jealous of. Since he came to this world, he had only seen this one person. He also hoped that she was the only one. If you can't think of a solution, take a rest and think again. Mu Qingxue poured the tea for Ning Chen again and said calmly, "There is a way, but I need to weigh the pros and cons. This is related to the safety of the world. I can't make a mistake." Ning Chen said softly, "The safety of the world is not something you can bear alone. Just do your best and leave it to fate." Mu Qingxue said calmly, "At least, I have to try my best." Ning Chen said softly, "You are still the same as before. You haven't changed at all." Mu Qingxue said lightly. Hearing this, Ning Chen looked at the person beside him and asked in confusion, Qingxue, do you remember what happened back then? No. Mu Qingxue shook his head and said, What I remember now is what you told me. Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent. After a while, a smile appeared on his face and he said, It's good that you can't remember. At that time I was indeed quite embarrassed. How embarrassing! How embarrassing! Not far away, Ener heard this and hurried forward. She asked curiously, Tell me. Stay away. My face is too big. It makes me dizzy. Ning Chen raised his hand and pushed away the little face that came close to him. You're the one with a big face. Ener pouted. Watching the master and disciple bickering, Mu Qingshue's lips curved into a beautiful arc. It seemed that Ning Chen really liked this child. Ener, let's not disturb your master for now. Mu Qingxue patted the head of the girl beside him and said, Mistress Mu, can you tell me what happened back then? How did Ning Chen embarrass himself? Ener asked curiously. Mu Qingxue smiled and nodded. Yes. After the two of them left, Ning Chen shifted his gaze to the tea in front of him. A look of reminiscence flashed across his face. Fan Lingyue, if you were here, how would you choose in this situation? Just as the sovereigns of the underworld were worrying about the upcoming devil calamity, the flames of war were raging in the Red Phoenix Star region. The Devil Palace's army was constantly on an expedition, and the earthly chieftain, who had replaced Jun Wentian as the Devil Army's commander-in-chief, acted even more fiercely. Wherever the flames of war passed, not even a blade of grass would survive. In just a few dozen days, one life star after another was taken down by the Devil Army. Countless lives were lost, and countless lives were lost. In front of the Devil Army, the earthly chief in black armor stood quietly. He looked at the star domain in the distance. The Red Luan had already joined the Devil Palace. Next, it was his turn. At the same time, in the Devil Domain's sacred palace, Jie Tiance looked at the sky in front of him. With a wave of his right hand, chess pieces flew out and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, in the Red Luan, All Heavens, Ziwei, and other star domains, the black and white chess pieces appeared. In an instant, they disappeared into the void. Underworld, King Yama's palace. After thinking for many days, Ning Chen looked at the beautiful figure in white standing quietly in front of the palace. He said, Qingxue, there's something I need your help with. In front of the palace, Mu Qingxue turned around and nodded. Ning Chen stood up and waved his right hand. A white evil mask appeared and flew to the former. It'll be much more convenient if you bring it with you. Mu Qingxue took the mask and looked at the face on the evil mask. He said calmly, Impermanence. Ning Chen nodded and walked forward step by step. Devil Qi surged and his white clothes turned black. Underworld not only has King Yama, but also impermanence. This position is reserved for you. Ning Chen said softly. In his right hand, the black evil mask appeared again and covered his face. Let's go. After saying that, the two figures flashed and flew towards the sky. Not long after the two left, black and white chess pieces appeared at the border between the Red Luan and All Heavens star domains. Their auras flowed and reflected the mysteries of heaven and earth. Demon domain inside the sacred palace. Feeling the changes in the heavens in the distance, Jie Tiance's eyes flashed. He found it. Jun Wentian. Jie Tiance walked to the sacred palace and looked at the four palaces in the distance. He said, Don't you want to avenge Moonweaver? Now I'll give you the chance. In the palace in the distance, Jun Wentian, who was wearing the water cloud battle armor, suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly, What chance? Jie Tiance said indifferently, The location of Underworld is basically confirmed. I don't need to remind you of what to do next. I need battle power. Jun Wentian said coldly. Jie Tiance nodded and flipped his right hand. A stream of light flew towards the palace in the distance. With this token, the sun, moon, and star sex will help you, Jie Tiance said calmly. Jun Wentian looked at the Devil Palace's saint token that was flying towards him. He slowly stood up and clenched his right hand. Not far away, the inverted moon on water hummed softly and turned into a stream of light as it flew over. June Wentian grabbed the moon devil divine weapon and walked out of the palace. On a great planet with life in Red Luan's star zone, Di Kuei stood in front of the army while the two sects followed behind him. After a battle, all resistance forces on the great planet were completely annihilated. Di Kuei, it's time to report back. Moon Illumination sect looked at the black-armored lady in front of him and reminded him. There's no hurry. Di Kuei looked at the star zone in the distance and said calmly, although Red Luan has been annihilated, there are still star zones like Sky Mist, Crepe Myrtle, and Luo Jia that have yet to be conquered. It won't be too late for me to report back after I've pacified these star zones. Behind him, Star Illumination sect frowned slightly when he heard that. Just as he was about to speak, a divine sun appeared in the void in front of him. Ma Yingyu walked out and said indifferently, Star Illumination, Moon Illumination, the Saint Minister has ordered us to assist June Wentian in conquering the underworld. When the two sects heard that, their expressions turned solemn. They did not say anything and followed behind him. Watching the three sects leave, Di Kuei retracted his gaze. His expression was still the same as before without any change. At this moment, a black and a white streak of light flew over rapidly from afar. Their speed was so fast that it was shocking. Di Kuei's strength is extraordinary, and he has the help of the three sections. You and I alone can't do anything to him. Why do we have to make this trip? The lady in the black and white streak of light asked. It doesn't matter if we can get rid of Di Kuei or not. The most important thing for this trip is to expose our whereabouts to the Devil Palace and temporarily divert their attention, the man in the black and white streak of light replied. You've worked so hard to establish the underworld. If it's exposed just like that, won't all your efforts go to waste? The lady asked in confusion. The underworld's whereabouts will be exposed sooner or later. Instead of being discovered by the Devil Palace in the future, why don't we take the initiative and let them find us? At least we can decide what we let the Devil Palace see, the man replied. As the two of them conversed, their speed became faster and faster. Soon, they disappeared into the night. In front of the Devil Palace's army, Di Kuei, who had been standing quietly for a long time, snapped back to his senses. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his eyes suddenly focused as he looked into the distance. Who's there? Impermanence of the underworld. As he spoke, two figures, one black and one white, descended from the 9 heavens. Powerful auras circulated around them, sharp and threatening. Di Kuei looked at the two figures that appeared in front of him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It turned out that there were other experts hidden in the underworld. Why are the two of you here? Di Kuei looked at the two and said lightly. We are here on the orders of the King of Hell to invite Di Kuei to the underworld as a guest, the black-clothed impermanence said calmly. As the saying goes, ghosts take souls and impermanences take lives. I can't accept the invitation of the black and white impermanence of the underworld. Di Kuei sneered. We can't go against the orders of the King of Hell. Please don't make things difficult for us, the black-clothed impermanence replied coldly. What if I insist on not going? Di Kuei's face also turned cold. Then we can only offend you. After speaking, the black-clothed impermanence stepped forward. With a clench of his right hand, the sickly king's divine sword appeared. In an instant, black flames spread out, burning the world. If you use force, you will regret it. Di Kuei snorted and waved his delicate hand. In the surging demonic chi, the legend of the end of the world appeared again. The demonic halberd fell, and with a loud bang, the sky was filled with dust. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Behind the black-clothed impermanence, the white-clothed impermanence clenched her delicate hand. In the white brilliance, a sword as thin as a cicada's wing appeared. In an instant, she and the sword disappeared at the same time. The extreme speed made it difficult for people to see clearly. Di Kuei's pupils shrank, and he dodged subconsciously. Chang'ing broke through the sky, like a shadow following the body. The white-clothed impermanence's figure was like an illusion, extremely fast, and the cold sword, each sword faster than the last. Your speed is not bad, no wonder you are so confident. Di Kuei's halberd blocked wave after wave of attacks, and he said coldly, "It's too early to be surprised." Before the flowers fell, the black-clothed impermanence also moved outside the battle. The sickly king flashed by, and his murderous intent was deadly. Just as the underworld's black and white impermanents were fighting Di Kuei, 4 figures flashed over from the intersection of the 3 regions of red Luan, all heaven, and purple myrtle. Looking at the endless starry sky before them, they stopped in their tracks. The leader of the 4, Jun Wentian, said, "The place that the Saint Arbiter mentioned is here. The underworld should not be far away." Xing Huizong took a step forward and released his divine consciousness, probing the surrounding heaven and earth with all his might. After a long time, Xing Huizong withdrew his divine consciousness and said solemnly, "There's nothing here. Did the Saint Arbiter calculate wrongly?" "No." Moon Illumination Zong shook his head and said, "The Saint Arbiter can't be wrong. There must be some restriction or formation that blocked our divine consciousness." In the underworld, in the imperial palace of Bien City, which had always been in charge of guarding the 10 palaces, Jian Er sensed something and flashed out of the imperial palace. Separated by the divine restriction, Jian Er looked at the distant starry sky, and his eyes darkened. The people from the Devil Palace actually found this place so quickly, and it was much earlier than planned. Could it be that the Saint Arbiter from the Devil Palace had already calculated their whereabouts? Chapter 939. In the Red Phoenix star field, on a life star destroyed by the flames of war, the black and white impermanents came for their lives. In the battle, the Earth Chief held the halberd in his hand and resisted the impermanence's killing intent. The Ill King and Doomsday clashed, and terrifying shockwaves shook, destroying everything around them. In the dust, the white impermanence flashed, and the extremely fast sword was merciless. Fast, 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 the sword came from the underworld. The 2 stunning swords worked together to suppress the Demon Palace's Earth Chief. When the 2 experts worked together, their battle prowess was astonishing. In the tremors, the dust around the 3 of them surged. The sword and halberd clashed, and cold stars filled the eyes. Demonic waves and black flames shook, rumbling through the starry sky. "Ha!" With a deep shout, the Earth Chief's figure moved, waving his heavy halberd. He fought 1 against 2, showing his astonishing battle prowess. Ill King's 3-sun sword. 3 suns appeared, and black flames surged. The black impermanence waved his sword and fought the Demon Palace's Earth Chief. Frightening deity and ghost sigh. The black suns fell, and the Earth Chief's expression turned serious. He immediately broke through the air, splitting the sky. With a boom, the extreme powers clashed. The 2 of them retreated several steps at the same time, and there was no clear winner. At this moment, the white impermanence's sword arrived, aiming for the Earth Chief's throat. Seeing this, the Earth Chief leaned back, dodging the sword light. He turned his halberd and slashed at the white impermanence in front of him. The halberd sank and the sword light became faster. The white impermanence moved, and he retreated hundreds of feet away. The battle was in a stalemate. Unknowingly, 100 moves had passed. The black impermanence waved his sword to shake off the battle, and his expression turned serious. "No. Why haven't the Demon Palace and the other 2 sects appeared yet?" Thoughts flashed through his mind. The black impermanence's sword split the 100 suns, and the black flames burned the sky and boiled the sea, drowning the world. The black suns fell from the sky, and their power was shocking. The abnormally powerful destructive power scorched the land within 1,000 miles. "Retreat!" The black impermanence sent a voice transmission, and his figure flashed, retreating from the battle. On the other side, the white impermanence's eyes narrowed, but out of trust in the former, he retreated without hesitation. In the battle, the Earth Chief blocked the Black Impermanence's halberd in the burning black flames, and retreated again and again. With a rumble, the mythical doomsday slashed apart the 100 suns. The earthly chief looked at the horizon with a heavy expression. In the distance, a woman's voice could be heard from the 2 streams of light, one black and one white. What happened? There's a change in the plan. The 3 sinners from the Devil Palace did not show up. The situation doesn't seem right. We have to hurry back as soon as possible, the man replied. Are you saying that something has happened in the underworld? The woman asked. That's possible. The saint of the Devil Palace isn't an ordinary person. Perhaps he really did discover the traces of the underworld before us, the man replied. As the 2 of them chatted, outside the divine restriction of the underworld, June Wentian, Devil Palace, and the other 2 sects joined forces and spread out their divine senses to search for the underworld. In front of the 10 halls of the netherworld, the kings of hell walked out one by one. They looked at the man in front of King Bianching's hall and asked, Is Knowing Destiny not back yet? No. Sword 2 shook his head. He looked at the 4 people in the distance and said, Get ready to fight. With the divine seal of the underworld, can they really find this place? In front of King Qingguang's hall, Luo Xingqian asked. Although the divine seal of the underworld is strong, it is not a complete divine seal. As long as it is not complete, there will be flaws. June Wentian and the 3 sinners are not ordinary experts. They might really be able to find it, Mu Qianshang said in front of King Song's hall. In the starry sky, June Wentian, Sun, Moon, and Star stood in one direction. They activated their techniques and worked together to activate the divine seal. In an instant, demonic chi surged for 10,000 miles, shaking the heavens and earth. Rumble! With a huge tremor, the demonic chi destroyed a meteorite. Instantly, talismans were destroyed and repaired by themselves, repairing the divine seal. The situation changed in an instant. 10,000 li away, the expressions of the 4 supreme powerhouses of the Devil Palace froze. They sensed the fluctuations in the distance, and their gazes all shifted over. Found it! June Wentian waved his right hand, and the moon reversal appeared in his hand. Break it! The Sun, Moon, Star, and 3 sinners stepped forward and said calmly. The 4 of them flew over at the same time and stopped 10,000 miles away. 9 revolutions mysterious art. The moon reversal spun as June Wentian activated his true essence. In an instant, a shocking sword light soared into the sky, covering 10,000 feet. It was dazzling. Stars crossing. Behind him, Sun, Moon, Star, and Star used their ultimate techniques. The divine Sun, Devil Moon, and Star Splendor moved, assisting the Devil Palace's #1 guardian. In front of the underworld's 10 halls, the Yama kings raised their hands and put on their evil face mask. Their figures flashed and rushed into the sky. 10 figures gathered their true essence and activated their techniques, working together to protect the divine seal. With a loud rumble, the strongest experts from the underworld and the Devil Palace clashed. The divine seal formed by thousands of meteorites shook violently. The stars sank and the sky fell. In the sky above the 10 halls, the 10 strongest experts from the underworld groaned. Their true essence surged violently. Outside the divine seal, June Wentian, Sun, Moon, and Star Splendor suffered a backlash. Their true essence surged and they were forced to retreat several steps. It is indeed here, June Wentian said in a deep voice as he steadied himself and looked ahead. Again. Xing Splendor Sect said, no matter how strong the array is, it has a limit. We just need to attack continuously. This array won't be able to last for long. Ming Yuzong looked at the meteorites floating around and said, this array seems to be formed by the stars. It won't be easy to break it. It doesn't matter. As long as it has a form, the moon reversal is the biggest nemesis. June Wentian said coldly. The moon demon divine weapon in his hand reappeared. Amidst the heavy devil essence, the divine sword slashed through the air and landed on the stars. With a loud rumble, hundreds of stars fell rapidly and shifted their positions. The world-shocking divine weapon frightened the Brahma ghosts, the meteorites couldn't be blocked, and the divine seal showed a flaw. Behind them, the Sun, Moon, and Star Splendor sect worked together again. Heavy devil essence swept out in all directions. The three of them, who were almost invincible under the fourth level, used their full strength to break the divine seal again. With a loud rumble, figures inside and outside the divine seal groaned at the same time. The corners of their mouths turned red. After a series of collisions, the divine seal of hell shook violently and showed signs of instability. At this moment, in the distance, two figures, one black and one white, passed by quickly. They were 10,000 miles away, but when they felt the fluctuations in the distance, they sped up and rushed forward. 10,000 miles away, the first guardian of the Devil Palace and the Three Sins sect worked together and broke the divine seal again and again. The fluctuations became more and more shocking. Sickly King's 100 sons soared. Just as the divine seal was about to open, black flames suddenly spread out. 100 suns roared in the sky and intertwined. Seeing this, Jun Wentian and the Three Sins sect retreated quickly, avoiding the destructive black suns. "It's you again." Seeing the newcomers, Jun Wentian's expression turned cold. "Everyone, you've come from afar. Welcome." The black-clothed Wu Chang said coldly. He looked at the four people in front of him and said, "Please excuse me for a moment. I'll be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-clothed Wu Chang's figure entered the divine seal behind them and disappeared instantly. The four people focused and stepped forward. Layers of sword light broke through the sky. The white-clothed Wu Chang blocked them with his sword and said calmly, "Everyone, please wait for a moment." Chapter 940. The myriad heavens, red Luan and purple myrtle were the borders of the three realms. The Devil Palace's three sects and the First Enforcer had joined forces to search for the foundation of the underworld. At the crucial moment, the black and white deities rushed back to block the attack. Before the divine restriction, the black-robed figure entered it and instantly disappeared. Within the divine restriction, the black-robed figure appeared. He looked at the Yama kings in front of him and said, "Female Supreme, Jian Er, Ai Ran, Qing Ying, Luofei, stay behind to protect the divine restriction. The rest of you, come with me." Everyone obeyed. Luo Xingchen, Luo Shen, Mu Qianshang, Qi Yanxia, and Yi Xuanmiao flashed out of the divine restriction. Under the impermanence mask, Ning Chen activated the Phoenix demon ability in his body. Instantly, he turned into two and appeared separately. The black-clothed impermanence and the red-clothed Yama took a step forward and left the divine restriction. Outside the divine restriction, Jun Wentian and the three sects looked at the Yama kings walking out from the divine restriction, and their expressions stiffened. Behind the 5 Yama kings were the Anitya Hellguards and the Yama kings. "You're all truly capable, to be able to locate the location of hell so quickly." In front of the 5 Yama kings, the red-clothed Yama king looked at the 4 people in front of him and said coldly, "What's the point of hiding? Hell's destruction is a foregone conclusion today. Nobody can save you." Among the 3 sects, the Starlight sect looked at the Yama kings in front of them and said coldly, "Let's see if you can do it." The red-robed Yama waved his hands. Amidst the blood-colored light, his astral souls manifested as cold sword chi gushed forth, suppressing Qin Wentian. "Hand this person over." Jun Wentian took a step forward and clenched his fist, causing the moon and water to spin rapidly. Boundless devil chi surged out, revealing his terrifying cultivation base. In order to avenge the death of the Moon Weaver girl, Jun Wentian changed his usual indifference. With the Moon Demon divine weapon in hand, his killing intent was fully revealed. At the side, the white-clothed impermanence was just about to step forward to help when the black-clothed impermanence stretched out a hand to stop him. "Your opponent is not him." After he finished speaking, the black-clothed Wuchang looked at the leader of the three sects, the Dark Universe sect. His eyes were as deep as an abyss as he said coldly, "This person is our target." White Impermanence looked over and nodded after a while. "If you want revenge, then come with me," the red-robed King Yama said in an indifferent voice before taking a step forward and flying into the distance. Jun Wentian's eyes turned cold. With a flicker of his body, he followed after Qin Wentian. On the other side, the black and white Impermanence walked up and faced the head of the three sections. The atmosphere was tense, and a great battle was about to break out. Luo Shen blocked the Moon Illumination sect while Luo Shen assisted Luo Xingchen. Star Mark drew his bow and a seven-colored brilliance illuminated the world. In the final battle, Mu Qian Shang and Yi Xian Miao's dual swords joined hands to fight against Xing Hui. Qi Yen Xia condensed her qi and the might of the extreme emperor heavenly scripture reappeared. Boundless purple qi assisted the dual swords. As soon as the battle began, it reached its peak. The Sun sect, Moon sect, and Star sect displayed their peerless prowess. With every move they made, earth-shattering phenomena appeared. Their supreme Taoist art suppressed the Yama kings. In the distance, the red-robed Yama was facing off against the number one protector of the Devil Palace. His astral soul and inverted aquaselenic moon clashed unceasingly. This was sword art, sword chi, and sword intent. The Yama king judged one's life and death. Frost danced on the astral soul sword that shone with a bloody light. The coldest sword light moved rhythmically in the snow. The peerless foundation, the only sword, was undoubtedly displayed. Jun Wentian's heart was filled with endless killing intent. However, he was unusually calm when he attacked. With the divine weapon in his hand, the power of the 9 revolutions mysterious technique multiplied. Devil Chi surged and the battle entered its climax. 9 heavens star plucking hand. The two swords crossed. The red-robed Yama's left hand sank and the Qilin's ultimate skill appeared again. Jun Wentian leaned to the side and dodged the powerful palm. He clenched his left hand into a fist and struck back forcefully. With a rumble, the force of the fist brushed past his shoulder. In the distance, a meteorite shattered. Gravel fell like rain and scattered in all directions. In the peak battle, the killing intent was shocking. The palms crossed and the swords were majestic. 2 strong limbs connected. Every punch hit the flesh. 9 revolutions mysterious technique, ghost weep. The devil technique was activated. Devil waves surged on his fist. Blood splattered as the heavy punch landed. The red-robed Yama snorted. The sword in his hand slashed across. The sharp sword chi cut through the armor, bringing out a dazzling scarlet waterfall. 1-on-1. There were no schemes. Only the purest martial arts. Only death would stop. Yama King judged the third watch, Avicii Heaven Wails. The ultimate martial art, Hell on the Sword, appeared. The red-robed Yama gathered his energy and pushed his martial arts to the peak. Suddenly, red light spread and a bloody sword soared into the sky. Jun Wentian's expression turned serious. Devil Chi surged around his body. The 9 revolutions mysterious technique rose to the peak. The brilliance of the divine weapon illuminated the world. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. Stars rose and clouds fell. The extreme vision was shocking. The 2 moves collided. The Yama King descended and the devil technique split open the sky. Ugh! With a snort, the 2 swords splattered. Under the extreme power, the 2 figures each took a few steps back. Blood gushed out of their sword-wielding hands. Just as the 2 peak experts of the world were clashing, the other 3 battles were getting more and more intense. Yama, Wuchang, and the 3 sections. The situation was constantly changing. No one dared to be careless. In the most intense battle, Mingyu stood in the divine sun, attacking and defending as one. His terrifying cultivation was fully displayed. Facing the combined attack of the black and white Wuchang, he was not at a disadvantage. Remnant wind fleeting shadow. The Cheng Ying sword rang. The white Wuchang passed by quickly. The extremely fast sword disappeared in an instant. Channeling his martial arts, the Cheng Ying sword became more transparent. The sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing was almost invisible under the extreme speed. In the divine sun, Ming Yu Zong's eyes narrowed. He turned his palm and gathered his energy. Qi surged around his body and blocked the sword. The white Wuchang did not retreat. The Cheng Ying sword in his hand spun rapidly. The sharp sword broke through the divine sun's obstruction. The sword entered 3 inches and approached the heart. The fast sword kept moving forward. It wanted to break the undefeated legend of the 3 sects and restore the glory of the underworld. In an instant, the black Wuchang's figure arrived. The sickly king's divine sword pierced the divine sun. Black flames burned the sky. Back off! The sword entered a little. Ming Yu Zong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his palms and counterattacked. The black and white Wuchang turned their palms to block. With a bang, they both retreated. After retreating 10 zhang, the white Wuchang stepped on the ground and used the momentum to leap forward. His sword intent rose to the extreme. In an instant, the heaven and earth sank. Endless sword light gathered from all directions. 10,000 swords formed. Huge sword wings appeared behind the white Wuchang. In the next moment, the sword wings shook and the white Wuchang disappeared. With an even faster speed, it surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. Man and sword became one. Before the divine sun could recover, the sword pierced through the gap. Eh! With a groan, Ming Yu Zong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his palm and a scorching current rushed past. With the danger looming, the black Wuchang's figure arrived. The sickly king met him. Black flames burned the world and blocked the current of the divine sun. Blood splattered and dyed the mask red. The black Wuchang did not retreat half a step. He increased his martial arts and blocked the demonic attack. His martial arts and foundation collided head-on. The black Wuchang's injuries continued to accumulate. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the black Wuchang fight for an opportunity, the white Wuchang's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to hesitate. The huge sword wings behind him shook again. With a clear shout, he pushed his martial arts to the limit. Shadow-bearing rhythm entered another 30%. Heaven Wasteland Prohibition. For the first time in hundreds of years, he experienced the feeling of being injured again. The killing intent in Ming Yu Zong's eyes became more and more intense. He raised his palms. Suddenly, a vigorous primordial force gathered. The power surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. It was infinitely close to the legendary fourth realm. The supreme pressure shocked everyone. As the killing intent approached, the black and white Wuchang's expressions darkened. They stepped forward and quickly retreated. However, Heaven Wasteland Prohibition sealed the surrounding heaven and earth. It was difficult to move quickly. As the danger approached, the black Wuchang immediately blocked in front. He raised his palm and the Ling Long celestial pagoda flew out. It shone brightly and protected the two of them. As the prohibition descended, the terrifying power collided with the Ling Long celestial pagoda. In an earth-shattering collision, the Ling Long celestial pagoda's brilliance dissipated. The aftershock pushed the two of them back another 10 feet. Due to his identity, he could not fully display his martial arts. The black Wuchang looked at the red Yama in the distance. His eyes flashed. In the distance, the red Yama felt the demonic body's gaze. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. After receiving the response, the black Wuchang shouted in the battle. The demonic aura that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted. Suddenly, the meteorites in a radius of 10,000 miles shook violently. They could not bear the extreme demonic power. On the opposite side, Ming Yu Zong's eyes flashed. Demonic Qi. The black Wuchang of the underworld was actually a demon? Demonic technique, Heaven's Tear. The black Wuchang released his martial arts and gathered all his martial art. The black Wuchang used Heaven's Tear again. Suddenly, the power of resentment soared into the sky and converged with the immortal killing chi, turning the surrounding 1,000 miles into a gloomy hell. I didn't expect you to be hiding such a powerful force. Feeling the pressure coming from all directions, Ming Yuzong's eyes turned solemn. His demonic aura surged, and the divine sun around him shone brighter to resist the power of resentment. After a moment, the black wuchang moved. Demonic waves rolled and black flames surged. Unparalleled demonic power slashed down with 10,000 layers of flames. The ability of the sick king shocked the world. The divine sword slashed down, and the sharpness of the immortal killing chi was unparalleled. The divine sun could not block it, and it crumbled inch by inch. Ming Yuzong raised his palm, and hot air surged to block the divine sword. The two demonic auras collided, and the shock waves spread out. The battle in all directions was affected and retreated. So, the underworld still has such a master hidden in it. In the distant battle, the sword and palm clashed continuously. Jun Wentian sensed the change in the battle on the other side and said coldly, "There are many things that you don't know. Is there anything strange?" The red Yama raised his palm and blocked the divine weapon with one palm. The moment his figure fell, he stomped his foot and stopped falling. No matter how much you hide, you won't be able to change the outcome of your defeat. 9 revolutions mysterious art, 9 changes of turbid heaven. With a shout, the 9 revolutions mysterious art appeared again. The divine weapon in Jun Wentian's hand changed shape, and 3 sharp points and 2 blades appeared in the world. The sudden change shocked everyone. The red Yama couldn't dodge in time, and the divine weapon pierced his left shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. With a groan, the red Yama took a step and quickly retreated. His body overflowed with cold air and sealed the wound. Dance of butterflies, heavenly king. At this moment, the void behind him suddenly twisted. A water sleeve extended out and wrapped around the red Yama's body. The blood-haired woman in blue walked out of the void. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. The flower burial tear in her hand trembled as if she was crying. Chapter 941. At the border of the 3 regions, the underworld was in a dangerous situation. The 4 strongest experts of the Demon Palace were pressuring the underworld. They were infinitely close to the 4th level, and their combat power was extremely strong. The Yama Kings of the underworld were in a difficult battle. At the crucial moment of the battle, the demonic butterfly appeared again, trapping the Yama King with her water sleeve. The situation was critical. Seeing that he was being attacked from both sides, the red-clothed Yama let out a deep roar. His body was surrounded by blood mist, and a strange divine weapon that had changed its shape flew out from his body. The moment he held it, blood-red patterns spread out from the sword hilt and pierced into his arm. The divine weapon was a bloodline symbiotic. After being nourished by the undying divine tree for 10 years, the cracks on the sword gradually healed, and its shape also changed greatly. Compared to the past, the sword body was deeper, and blood-red patterns could be vaguely seen. The divine weapon with a majestic aura appeared once again. Ha! With a roar, the sword pressure swept out. The water sleeves that were trapping the Yama King in red instantly shattered, turning into a rain of cloth that scattered with the wind. The knowing destiny sword appeared, and heaven and earth sank together. The divine weapon resonated with one another, and in order to defy the underworld's crisis, it went through life and death together again. No matter how much you struggle, you won't be able to change your fate. 9 revolutions mysterious art, 8 dragons defying martial arts. The divine weapon showed its might, and the 3 pointed blades danced in the wind. Jun Wentian activated his demonic essence, and 8 dragons flew out from his body, breaking through space. In order to take revenge for the Moon Weaver, Jun Wentian abandoned his martial artist's heart and turned into a vengeful demon. Demonic waves rolled on the 3 pointed blades, and the 8 dragons coiled between heaven and earth. Yama King's Judgment, Doomsday Heavenly Punishment. The 4 origins were activated at the same time, and the Yama King in red robes used the Yama King's ultimate skill. Water, fire, wind, and lightning appeared in the sky, and thunder and fire descended. The terrifying scene of doomsday appeared again. The two ultimate martial arts clashed, and the sky was instantly overturned. The two groaned at the same time, and their bodies were dyed red again. Butterfly dance, Yama King. Behind them, demonic butterflies' demonic energy surged, and a black butterfly danced. Behind her, huge butterfly wings spread open, and the flower burial sword slashed down, splitting the starry sky. In front, the Yama King in red robes felt it. He turned around and waved his sword to block the sword light. With a loud thump, Yama was forced back another 3 steps. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger had ruptured, and fresh blood had dyed the tip of his sword red. The combined forces of the demonic butterfly and Jun Wentian were able to overwhelm even the leader of the Yama Kings of Hell. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Jun Wentian waved the divine artifact in his hand and channeled the black dragon demonic energy. Behind him, the demonic butterfly also activated the power of its butterfly wings. Her figure flashed past, burying the life. 2 swords collided with 2 weapons. With a loud bang, demonic chi soared into the sky. The demonic butterfly raised its hand to grab the former's arm. Dim light filled the air. The 9 underworlds' heaven-devouring demonic scripture reappeared, wanting to devour the latter's essence. Upon seeing this, the red-robed Yama took a step forward and quickly evaded the spreading dark light. While the various parties were engaged in a bitter battle, the Yama Kings who were in charge of guarding the divine restriction looked at the battle outside with solemn expressions. "We can't keep waiting like this. Let's make a move as well," Jian Tu said solemnly. "That won't do. Ji Ming instructed us to stay behind and guard this place. If all of us go out and there are still powerhouses hiding in the Demon Palace, it will truly be troublesome," Madame Luo calmly said. "Given the current situation, either we go out, or Ji Ming and the others reveal their identities and fight with all their might. Otherwise, there's no way out," Sword Tu said in a low voice. "Since young Master Ning asked us to guard this place, we should believe in him." On the side, Aaron Ming, who had been silent all this while, softly said, "I believe in him. However, who can guarantee that he won't sacrifice himself for the greater good? You all know Ji Ming's character." Jian Tu looked at the crowd with a heavy expression. When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. What Jian Tu said wasn't impossible. If things didn't work out, Ji Ming was likely to do something crazy and let himself bear all the consequences to protect everyone. Just as everyone was hesitating, in the King Pingdeng Palace, the black-robed king opened his eyes and walked out of the main hall. Demonic chi rose again. In an instant, he arrived above the 10 palaces. Looking at the battle outside, he said faintly, "There's no need to fight anymore. Other than the female supreme and Miss Qingying, everyone else with the order of Yama, attack." Seeing the figure in front of them, Aaron Ming, Madame Luo, and the others were shocked. They didn't expect him to come out of the palace. How are your injuries?" Madame Luo asked with concern. "It's nothing serious." The black-robed king looked forward and raised his hand to cover his Yama mask. He said calmly, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the king came out of the palace and the demon sword appeared. The madness of doomsday appeared once again. Behind him, Madame Luo, Aaron Ming, and Jian Tu fell silent for a moment. Without hesitation, they stepped out of the divine restriction. The 10 Yama Kings came out at the same time. The 4 strongest cultivators of the Demon Palace were stunned. Looking at the Yama Kings who walked out, their eyes flashed. "You all." Seeing the people who walked out, the red-robed Yama's expression changed immediately. "Is everyone here?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded from above the void. In the next moment, the space distorted and a figure in blue walked out. Behind him, 2 figures followed. One of them had a beautiful face and a black battle armor tightly bound her body, fully revealing her exquisite figure. In the battle, the expressions of the Yama kings changed. The demon palace's Saint and Di-Kue? Are they the 10 Yama kings? Just as everyone's eyes were focused on Jietians and Di-Kue, beside Di-Kue, a white-robed young man looked at the figures in the battle and smiled. Yes. Jietians nodded and said with a calm expression, "How is it? Can these people arouse Di-Kue's interest?" "Not bad. They live up to their reputations. With these people, it's no wonder the Demon Palace has suffered such heavy losses." Di-Kue nodded and smiled. "No need to talk nonsense. Since we've found the location of the underworld, let's send them on their way." Di-Kue looked at the people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "You're still so impatient. I'll go greet them first." Di-Kue smiled and walked forward step by step. Looking at the 4 new Yama kings of the underworld, he smiled and said, "Everyone, I'm Di-Kue of the Demon Palace. Greetings." The leader of the 4 Yama kings, the black-robed king's expression didn't change. Demonic chi surged around him as he said indifferently, "Let's change locations." "Sure." Di-Kue nodded politely. The two moved at the same time and disappeared from the center of the battle in an instant. "It seems that my opponents are you." Di-Kue waved his hand and the Doomsday Myth appeared. The demon halberd appeared in his hand. "Wrong. Your opponent is me, not us." Under the Yama mask, the Errand King walked forward and said with a smile. She was dressed in a pink dress. "You alone?" Di-Kue sneered. "I alone am enough," Errand King said softly. The battle between the two sides started again. Jietians stood in the air and looked at the 2 remaining Yama kings in front of the divine restriction. He said calmly, "What about you guys? Aren't you going to help? With the sacred priest here, how could we dare to leave so easily?" In front of the divine restriction, Jian Tu waved his hand and held his sword. Sword intent surged out from his body and responded from all directions. Thousands of sword energies rushed over. Chapter 942. At the border of the 3 regions, the underworld was in a battle of life and death. The appearance of the Demon Palace's Heaven and Earth Kings added another variable to the battle. The 4 Yama Kings faced the enemy. Xia Zi and Ai Ran faced the Heaven and Earth Kings. The battle started again. In front of the divine restriction, Sword 2 held his sword. Half of the broken sword shone brightly. Heaven and Earth sensed it. Thousands of swords gathered and the broken sword was renewed. "There are so many sword supremes in the underworld. Your identities have piqued my interest." Jietians looked at the white-robed Yama in front of the divine restriction and said calmly, "Lord Saint Arbiter, you have mobilized so many people to come here. We apologize for not going out to meet you." Sword 2 took 2 steps forward and said calmly. Jietians smiled faintly. He looked at the battle and said, "The 10 kings of hell and the black and white impermanents are all here. I wonder when the Lord of the Underworld will show himself? My lord has something important to do. It's inconvenient for him to show himself. Please forgive me, Lord Saint," Sword 2 said calmly. "I see." Jietians responded softly. He smiled coldly and said, "However, I still want to meet the Yama King of your sect. Please make it convenient." "Sorry, I can't today. Please forgive me," Sword 2 said calmly. "That's a pity." Jietians' eyes gradually turned cold. He stepped forward and said, "Since you don't want to give way, I can only force my way in." In front of the divine restriction, Sword 2's expression darkened. His sword intent surged like rain, crisscrossing and spreading in all directions. "Luofei, stay here. Don't leave," Sword 2 instructed. His figure flashed, and he turned into a sword and swept forward. Jietians raised his hand. Black and white chess pieces flew out and turned into sword. 2 chess swords, one black and one white, appeared. The moment he held them in his hands, the world around him suddenly sank. Heaven's secrets were disturbed and the wind and clouds surged. With a clang, the black chess piece blocked the sword. White light flashed and the white-robed Yama appeared. He pointed his left hand and sword chi broke through the air. Jia Tian's expression didn't change. He waved the white chess piece in his left hand and blocked the former's sword. They exchanged several moves. Each move was dangerous and strange. Sword 2's eyes narrowed. His expression became more and more solemn. No. After 10 moves, Sword 2 waved his sword and shook off the battle. He looked at the former with a dark look in his eyes. His technique had been completely replicated. Did you notice? Jia Tian said faintly. How are you going to solve 2 versions of yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light flashed. Jia Tian moved and waved the white flag. It was the exact same move as before, and he responded strongly. Sword 2 swung his sword to block the attack, only to see black chess sword edge slashing towards him again. The 2 swords moved with 2 moves, as if it was 2 against 1, making it impossible to guard against. After more than a dozen exchanges, Sword 2 gradually fell into a disadvantageous position against the black and white Go swords that were working together to kill him. Strange martial arts appeared for the first time in the world. The Saint of the Demonic Palace displayed the ability of mirror shooting, giving the enemy a taste of their own medicine. His 2 swords crisscrossed, and killing intent filled the sky. Just as the situation on this side of the battlefield was becoming clearer and clearer, in the other 2 battlefields, the Heaven and Earth Kings also displayed their most terrifying combat prowess. As they moved, the world shook, unable to withstand the Heaven and Earth Kings' shocking cultivation base. In the battle, facing the terrifying cultivation of the Heaven and Earth Chiefs, the bodies of the 2 kings were already dyed red. However, at the moment of life and death, neither of them took half a step back. The netherworld will definitely be destroyed today. In the battle in the distance, Jun Wentian said coldly. The divine weapon in his hand shone brilliantly, overturning the world and suppressing the former's sword. On the other side, the butterfly in the flower waved the flower burial tears. Her knife technique was the only one in the world. The figure of the red-clothed Yama kept moving, and his 2 swords fought against 2 heroes. His eyes swept across the dangerous battlefields, and his expression became more and more serious. In front of the divine restriction, Jia Tian's white Go sword edge pierced through the white-clothed Yama's left shoulder, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood. Back off! Black chess swung the sword edge, and the majestic vital essence vibrated. With a bang, it shook the swordsman in front of him away. Jia Tian stepped forward and looked at the divine restriction in front of him. The black and white Go swords shone brilliantly, and the sword slashed down from the sky. Seeing that the divine restriction was about to be broken, Luofei moved and blocked the sword light. Her slender hand condensed vital essence, sealing the world. Boom! The martial arts of the heavenly book, mirror shooting, were in a stalemate for a moment. The absolute gap between their cultivation bases was gradually revealed. The world was opened and the sword light broke through the sky. You are all bad people. At this moment, the divine restriction shook, and a slender figure walked out. She was wearing the small mask that her master had given her, and the anger in her eyes could not be concealed. She raised her hand and pulled out the golden hairpin that bound her hair, waving it forward. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. The golden hairpin carved with dragons and phoenixes shone brilliantly. Wherever the golden hairpin passed, the starry sky split open and spread forward rapidly. Shi Wang hairpin! Jia Tian saw this, and his expression changed. His figure flashed, avoiding the celestial weapon's sharp edge. So this item has already been obtained by the netherworld. Jia Tian's eyes flashed coldly. He took a step in the air, and his figure turned back, avoiding the Milky Way, and swept forward. In the distance, the red-clothed Yama's expression changed drastically. He could not care less about the sharp edge on his body. He took a step and hurriedly swept forward. The sword light flashed, bringing out a waterfall of blood. In the blood, the red-clothed figure disappeared, and rushed to the divine restriction. The black chess pieces sword light flashed past, piercing toward the person in front. Under the mask, Een-Er's eyes shook. She wanted to dodge, but she could not. At this critical moment, the red-clothed Yama's figure flashed past, and he raised his hand to grab the black chess piece's blade. He allowed the blood to flow, but he was not willing to let go. Who allowed you to come out? Go back! The red-clothed Yama shouted angrily. Under the mask, Een-Er's body shook, and tears appeared in her big eyes. She said, "I want to help you." As she spoke, June Wentian and Demonic Butterfly had arrived in the distance. With the 3 strong cultivators in front, the situation was even more critical. The red-clothed Yama waved his sword and pushed the demonic palace's saint away. He pulled the girl beside him behind him, and he looked at the 3 strong cultivators of the demonic palace in front of him. Blood kept dripping from his hand that was holding the sword. Behind him, Een-Er's eyes were filled with tears, but she stubbornly refused to go back. She could see that the netherworld was in danger. Although Ning Chen was powerful, with so many strong cultivators from the demonic palace, how long could he hold them off? The battle was in danger. The red-clothed Yama looked at the various battles and clenched his fists. He could not hesitate any longer, or the battle would be irreversible. However, if he chose to do so, his identity would be completely exposed, and the arrangements that he had made all along would be disrupted. The situation was critical, and there was no time to think. Ning Chen raised his hand and reached for the Yama evil mask on his face. Just as he was about to take off the mask, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the universe. A sword light broke through the haze and swept over quickly. "Sorry, I'm late." As the voice fell, many figures appeared in the void. In the lead, Lin Yuzhen, who was wearing a handsome king's robe, looked at the Yama kings who were fighting hard and said. Prince Qi, Lin Yuzhen, and Jie Tiance looked over and saw the strong cultivators that appeared. His eyes narrowed and he said, "Ji family's Saint Lord Ji Yuechu. Saint Lord, we greet you." Ji Yuechu took 2 steps forward and smiled. Chapter 943. The war in the underworld was in danger. Just as the red-clothed Yama decided to take off his mask and attack with all his might, the phoenix cry echoed in the sky and a sharp sword light pierced through the sky. In the starry sky, silhouettes appeared one after another. Their powerful aura covered the starlight, shocking everyone. Led by Prince Qi and the master of Ji family, many experts from Beiki and the Ji family came together to suppress the underworld. It was a powerful lineup. Beiki and the Ji family sent out all their elites to help the underworld fight against the demon palace. The 3 sects and the 2 chiefs of heaven and earth sensed the situation. Looking at the many experts who came, a strange expression flashed across their faces. It was beyond their expectations that Beiki and the Ji family dared to take the initiative to fight against the demon palace. Lin Yuzhen, Ji Yuechu, you will regret what you did today for the rest of your life. Retreat. Jie Tiance did not hesitate any longer as the opportunity to destroy the underworld was lost. He ordered the army to retreat. In the various battles, the supreme powerhouses of the Devil Palace retreated one after another and stood behind the Saint Arbiter. In the next moment, a strange light flashed and the figures of the Demon Palace left together, disappearing between heaven and earth. As the Demon Palace retreated, the 10 kings of hell and the black and white impermanents swept past and came to the front of the divine prohibition. They bowed to the experts of Beiki and the Ji family without saying a word. "Friends, please enter the underworld for a chat." The leader of the palaces, the red-clothed Yama, looked at the crowd and said, "You're welcome." Lin Yuzhen and the master of Ji family smiled at the same time. They responded and walked forward. The red-clothed Yama waved his hand and the divine prohibition opened. The underworld appeared in its entirety. Everyone walked in together and disappeared. Chengxue. Just as the white-clothed impermanence was about to enter, Ning Chen spoke under the Yama mask and stopped him from entering. Mu Chengxue stopped and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Follow me. The moment the red-clothed Yama and the black-clothed impermanence crossed each other, a ray of light flashed and the two impermanences in black and white disappeared quickly. After the divine prohibition, the master of G family looked back and saw the two impermanences outside the divine prohibition. He looked at the red-clothed Yama and said, "After the battle just now, the two impermanences didn't come back to rest?" The red-clothed Yama shook his head and said calmly, "They still have things to do. Master, this way." Ji Wechu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He followed the former and walked towards the Yama King Palace. The 10 kings of hell entered King Yenlua's palace, followed by the powerhouses of Beiki and the Ji family. "Everyone, please have a seat," the red-clothed Yama said. "Many thanks." Everyone expressed their thanks and took their seats according to their status. Opposite him, the 10 Yama kings sat in order. Their faces were covered with evil masks, concealing their original appearances. Hell is so different from what I'd imagined it to be. I've learned something new. The leader of the Venerables, the Ji family's sacred leader, looked at the 10 kings of hell in front of him and smiled. What does the Holy Lord imagine the underworld to be like? The leader of the 10 kings of hell, the red-clothed king of hell, said. The appearance of hell. Ji Wechu said calmly. Sacred Master must be joking. The red-clothed Yama smiled faintly and said, "Men, serve tea to our esteemed guests." As soon as she finished speaking, a slender and graceful figure walked into the hall with large strides, and then she served tea to everyone. Who would have thought that even a girl from the underworld would be at the treading immortal realm? Among the supreme elders of the Ji family, one of them sighed and said, "This is my disciple. She hasn't been practicing her martial arts properly. She has embarrassed herself in front of everyone." The leader of the Yama kings, the red-clothed king of hell, replied. Under the mask, Ina heard the former's evaluation and almost couldn't help but pour the tea in her hand on his face. She pouted secretly and obediently served the tea before retreating. "Ji Ming, were you the one who arranged for the Ji family and Beiki's reinforcements?" Beside the red-clothed king of hell, a king of hell in a black and white cloak asked through telepathy. The red-clothed king of hell nodded. "Before I planned to expose the location of the underworld, I asked Prince Chi to go back and ask for reinforcements just in case. However, I didn't expect that the Demon Palace would find the whereabouts of the underworld first, much earlier than the original plan. As a result, Prince Chi and the Ji family's reinforcements couldn't arrive in time and everyone suffered heavy injuries. This time, my plan went wrong, I'm sorry." "It's not your fault." Under the Yama mask, Mu Qianshang shook his head. "No one can predict everything. We have already been very careful. For the Demon Palace's sage to be able to discover this place, it can only mean that this person still has methods that we do not know of. Fortunately, you arranged a backup plan, so the underworld did not suffer too many losses. Oh right, where is Mu Qingxue? I've arranged for her and the phoenix body to do something," the red-robed Yama replied via voice transmission. While the two of them were chatting, two figures, one black and one white, rapidly flew through the all-heaven starfield. In the blink of an eye they disappeared. "What is it?" Mu Qingxue asked. "To the devil domain," Ning Chen replied. Mu Qingxue was startled after hearing this. "Demon domain? There's no need to be surprised." The phoenix body said calmly, "In order to destroy the underworld today, the Demon Palace has dispatched all of their experts. Right now, the Demon Domain's defense is at its weakest. With our speed, we will definitely be able to reach the underworld before the Demon Palace's sage and the three sects. We cannot waste this opportunity. Before the Demon Palace's experts return, we must quickly investigate the Demon Domain." Hearing this, a complicated expression appeared in Mu Qingxue's eyes. They had just experienced a battle of life and death with the underworld. Not only her, the other 9 Yama kings had likely not recovered their calm yet. Only he was able to maintain absolute calmness at a time like this. He immediately thought of investigating the demon palace before the demon palace's sage returned. Sometimes she truly felt that his calmness was somewhat frightening. In the boundless starfield, 2 rays of light grew faster and faster, racing against time. In the demon domain, numerous palaces stood tall and majestic. The scene was extraordinary. Just as the sun was about to set, 2 figures arrived at the horizon with extreme speed, arriving before all the cultivators of the Devil Palace. "Take off your mask. Right now, there is no need for us to use the identity of the underworld." Ning Chen raised his hand and took off the evil impermanence mask on his face, returning to his original appearance. His red clothes appeared and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Mu Qingxue also raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. Looking at the palaces in front of him, he narrowed his eyes and said, "There are still experts." "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "2 of the 7 Sins Sect's experts died in the battle, 1 was severely injured, and now there are 3 who have yet to return. Therefore, there should still be 1 who remains here." Mu Qingxue's divine sense swept over and nodded slightly, saying, "Let's go. Time is of the essence, let's go in first." After speaking, the 2 did not delay any further. Their figures flashed and flew towards the demon domain in front of them. With the Heavenly Books cover and the Chaos Scrolls cover, the 2 figures disappeared and no trace of their auras could be sensed. In the vast and boundless demon domain, groups of demon soldiers patrolled. There were countless experts who were hidden. The demon palace's foundation was astonishing. 2 rays of light flashed past, avoiding the patrolling groups and rushing towards the depths of the demon palace. "You seem to be very familiar with this place?" Mu Qingxue looked at the man leading the way in front of him and asked curiously. "Previously, for Ziyi's injuries, I had the demon body hide here. Therefore, I have some understanding of the demon palace's terrain." Ning Chen explained simply. "I see." Mu Qingxue nodded. His gaze swept across the demon palaces as a serious expression flashed across his face. He didn't feel it clearly when he was outside, but now that he was inside, he could feel how terrifying the demon palace was. Almost every palace had a true realm expert guarding it. The number of experts in the demon palace was truly terrifying. After walking for 100 miles, the sacred palace of the demon palace appeared in front of them. The 2 paused for a moment and pondered for a moment before flying in. Thousands of treasures were displayed in the majestic sacred palace, shining with a dazzling brilliance. The throne at the highest point was empty, but it still gave off an indescribable pressure. The 2 stopped. Ning Chen looked at the throne in front of him, and a strange expression flashed across his face. This aura was exactly the same as the demon lord's. It seemed that the demon palace's master had entered the 4th realm. Beside the throne was a demon wand that symbolized royal authority inserted into the ground. It was dark gold and was luxurious. An abnormally strong demon chi flowed from it, surpassing any divine weapon. It was so heavy that it made it hard for one to breathe. Demon weapon holy brilliance. Ning Chen looked at the demon wand beside the throne and squinted his eyes. It was the legendary weapon of the demon lords. "This trip is worth it." Ning Chen raised his hand and shouted. He activated all of his technique. Suddenly, phoenix flames filled the sky. After the huge phoenix wings appeared, the majestic phoenix origin rose rapidly and reached the peak. Beside the throne, the demon weapon of the king's power sensed it and immediately vibrated. Waves of demon chi surged out to resist the phoenix fire. Holy and demon chi were natural enemies. They collided violently in the hall. The demon weapon that no one was controlling was not at a disadvantage at all. It forcibly resisted the phoenix fire. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue's figure flashed and flew to the front of the throne. He condensed his origin energy and released all of his techniques to suppress the demon chi of the king's power. With the 2 of them working together, the demon weapon of the king's power trembled. The surging demon chi was forced back little by little, and it was at a disadvantage. Knowing that the Chaos Scroll could not be hidden for long, Ning Chen took a step forward and also came to the front of the throne. The phoenix appeared behind him and forcibly swallowed the demon weapon of the king's power. When the demon weapon entered his body, it quickly backfired. Ning Chen groaned and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Presumptuous! At this moment, a terrifying and abnormal aura quickly recovered from the depths of the demon palace. In the next moment, a huge hand appeared in the sky above the demon palace. It passed through many obstacles and slammed down. Retreat! Ning Chen forcefully suppressed the backfire in his body. He did not dare to stay any longer. He waved his sword and quickly retreated. Mu Chengshue's figure flashed and quickly followed. The huge hand slammed down, crushing the sword qi that soared into the sky and continued to slam down. However, the two of them had already retreated and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Phoenix! In the depths of the demon palace, a dignified and cold voice sounded. The cold eyes looked at the two people who disappeared in the distance. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. They actually dared to come to the demon area and risk their lives. These two were really bold. That red-clothed young man should be the 9th disciple of the Mo Gate that the saint mentioned. He was indeed extraordinary. The holy glory was taken away in the demon area. He had not come out of seclusion yet, but the 9th disciple of the Mo Gate had already taken him down. It was really interesting. When the saint returns, let him come and see me. In the endless darkness, the demon master's voice sounded. After that, there was silence again. Chapter 944. At the border of the 3 domains, 2 rays of light flashed across the endless starry sky. They stopped when they passed by thousands of meteorites. Ning Chen walked out of the phoenix transformation, but he staggered. After a series of battles and forcefully sealing the demonic weapon, Holy Glory, his body could not take it anymore. Mu Chengxue went forward and supported the former. He asked softly, "Can you still hold on?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and smiled tiredly. "Let's go back first." The divine restriction was activated. The two of them put on their masks and stepped into it. In the 10 halls of hell, the kings of hell felt it. They looked at the sky and narrowed their eyes. They are back. In front of the King Yenluo Palace, the King Yenluo in red walked out. He looked at the black and white impermanence descending from the sky and said, "Everyone, please come to the King Yenluo Palace for a meeting." In the 10 halls, the kings of hell nodded and took a step forward. Their figures disappeared instantly. The black and white impermanence appeared. In the guest halls, the powerhouses of Beiki and Ji family also came out. They looked at the elites of hell gathered in the King Yenluo Palace with strange expressions. In front of the meeting table in the King Yenluo Palace, the kings of hell took their seat. The head of the 10 halls, the King Yenluo in red waved his hand and closed the palace. He took off his mask and revealed a familiar face. Below him, the kings of hell also took off their mask. They looked at the 2 impermanences and asked, "Did you find anything?" The black and white impermanents raised their hands and took off their mask. With a loud phoenix cry, a phoenix manifested. Amidst the surging demonic chi, a luxurious dark golden scepter appeared. Boundless demonic chi swept through the entire palace, shocking everyone. In the next moment, the phoenix returned and merged into the main body. This is. Below him, the kings of hell were shocked. They stood up one after another, their hearts trembling. "The demonic weapon, Holy Glory," Ning Chen said calmly. "The weapon of the past demon masters." Mu Chengxue and I sneaked into the demon domain to obtain it before the demon palace's saint and the others returned. What a terrifying demonic weapon! Below him, Mu Qianshang looked at the demonic weapon in front of him and said. All of the Yama kings nodded in agreement. This was only a weapon, and it hadn't even been used yet, but it was already imbued with such immense pressure. This was something that had never been seen before. One could imagine how terrifying this demonic weapon would be in the hands of the demon master. There is another piece of bad news. Ning Chen looked at the crowd and said, "When we were trying to snatch this item, the master of the Devil Palace woke up again and tried to stop us. It seems that this Devil Lord will be coming out soon. The Lord of the Devil Palace has already reached the 4th level. Even without the holy glory, his strength is not something we can match. Now, the location of the underworld has been exposed. Knowing Destiny's state, we have to make preparations again," Qi Yanxia said seriously. "I understand." Ning Chen nodded and said, "I'll set up another restriction outside the underworld. I'll need your help in this matter. Besides that, we have to prepare for the worst. If we can't do it, we'll immediately abandon this place. So, we need to find a new base in advance." Everyone nodded. Luo Xingchen looked ahead and said, "Leave the matter of finding a new stronghold to me. Although it is difficult to find a spiritual vein in this world, it is not impossible to find it. It will just take some time." "Sure," Ning Chen replied calmly. "Then the rest of you will follow me to set up the divine restriction. Knowing Destiny's state, I have something that I don't understand." Mu Qianshang spoke from below and said seriously, King Qi aside, "Why is the Ji family willing to take the initiative to go against the Devil Palace? With your relationship with the Ji family, it is impossible for you to influence the decision of the master of the Ji family. Whether the Ji family goes against the Devil Palace or not is not up to them, it is up to King Qi to decide." Ning Chen said calmly, "The Beiki dynasty and the Ji family of the White Emperor City are neighbors. Once the Beiki dynasty goes against the Devil Palace, regardless of the outcome, the Devil Palace will not sit still. Being in the same region and even on the same star, the Ji family will not sit back and watch Beiki be destroyed by the Devil Palace. So, the Ji family and the Beiki alliance is a choice that has to be made." When everyone heard this, they nodded in understanding. It was true. If Beiki was destroyed, the Ji family's first opponent would not be the Beiki dynasty, but the ambitious Devil Palace. Knowing Destiny's state, we owe King Qi a big favor. Mu Qianshang sighed softly. Beiki's insistence on sending troops was undoubtedly because of King Qi. This move was equivalent to going against the Devil Palace in advance. The consequences were unpredictable. Ning Chen nodded and said, "I know. Next, we will fight against the Devil Palace together with Beiki and the Ji family. This is our last chance. Once the Spirit Void is lost, the Devil Palace will control the 3 regions and take over the resources of the Ji family. No one in the world will be able to stop their footstep." The kings of hell nodded. No matter what, now that Beiki, the Ji family, and the Demon Palace's energy had been diverted, the Ziwei Galaxy and the inner world were temporarily safe. "Aaron, how is the strength of that Tian Kuei?" Ning Chen looked at the woman below and asked seriously. "Unmeasurable." King Aaron spoke softly. "When we fought, he obviously did not use his full strength. According to my judgment, his strength is at least on par with the head of the 3 clans, Mengyu sect." Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly. This is troublesome. He knew the strength of Mengyu sect very well. They had almost entered the 4th realm and were very terrifying. Now, the situation is basically clear. Below the seat, the woman said calmly, "Mengyu sect and Tian Kuei, if we don't use our full strength, we won't be able to contend with them. Next are Di Kuei, Yu Yao, and Xing Hui. These 3 are equally powerful. It can be said that with everyone's strength, unless 2 or more of them join forces, it will be difficult to win. Jun Wentian is the biggest variable. At his peak, his threat is not weaker than Meng Yu and Tian Kuei. However, he was severely injured by Shen Ji earlier and his cultivation has declined. The demonic eye between his eyebrows seems to be unable to be used, and is no longer at its peak. Of course, other than these 6, there is also the Saint of the Devil Palace who is unfathomable. In this battle, the combat strength displayed by the Saint is not weaker than anyone else. These wise men have always been good at hiding their strength. The kings of hell nodded gently. The strength of each of the Devil Palace's powerhouses could be said to be shocking. With the strength that they could use now, it was really difficult to deal with them. Female Supreme. Beside her, Mu Qianshang spoke and said seriously, I have a plan, I wonder if it will work? Hearing this, the woman looked away and said, Speak. I heard Jiming mention that there is a great formation in Chongling that can increase the speed of cultivation. Can we use this formation to increase our strength in a short time? Mu Qianshang said seriously. The woman frowned and looked at Jiming. She said, You have to ask him about this. While that formation is in Chongling, only your Jiming Marquis has truly entered in the past hundreds of years. This method is not feasible. Ning Chen shook his head and refused directly. There are no shortcuts in the world. Any opportunistic action will have a greater price. Compared to using that formation, I would rather you all expose your identities. Why? Mu Qianshang's eyes narrowed. He said, Give us a reason. Below, the kings of hell looked at the former, waiting for an answer. Jiming. The woman said softly, Tell them. What to choose, it is up to them to decide. Ning Chen was silent. A moment later, he nodded and said, Chongling's formation is similar to the time restriction in many ways. Through gathering spirit energy and accelerating the flow of time, it allows those who enter to increase their cultivation speed to the greatest extent. But there are gains and losses. The price of faster cultivation speed is the rapid loss of lifespan. This speed is beyond your imagination. Maybe 5 times, maybe 10 times. Making a deal with the heavens is never fair. What you lose is always more than what you gain. Also, when he spoke up to hear, Ning Chen paused for a moment and hesitated for a moment before he continued. I presume all of you are aware of how difficult it was for me to step into the immortal treading realm from the perfection stage of the congenital realm. Besides my natural talent, to a certain extent, the abnormal methods I utilized to improve my cultivation and foundation all those years ago caused irreversible side effects. So, in these past 100 years, every step I took from the congenital realm to the immortal treading realm could be said to be bumpy and difficult to take a single step forward. Below, when the kings of hell heard this, they fell silent. At the head of the table, Ning Chen looked at the kings of hell below and said seriously, Everyone, listen to my advice. In terms of talent and willpower, you are the best of the best in the world. It is rare to see someone enter true realm, or even true realm in 100 years. Not long in the future, you are likely to touch the threshold of realm 4. Do not destroy your own future at this time. What about you? Mu Qianshang looked up and said gravely, If we do not increase our strength, how can we fight against the experts of the Mo Palace? We can ignore our identities and reveal all our strength, but even if we can stop the twin chiefs of heaven and earth, and the 3 sects, if that Mo master comes out of seclusion, who can stop him? Are you going to sacrifice yourself to stop him? 100 years ago, if you chose this, we had no other choice. 100 years later, we will not allow you to do this again. Good friend, the matter is not so bad. Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said, No need to say more. Mu Qianshang directly interrupted the former and said coldly, I have made up my mind. Female Supreme, please do me a favor. At the side, Female Supreme sighed softly and said, Since you have made such a choice, I will do my best to help. Count me in. Opposite, Luo Xingchen smiled and said, My cultivation was originally higher than theirs. Now that they have caught up, it is really embarrassing. No matter what, I have to find a way to surpass them. Count me in too. At the side, Jian Er said lightly and did not say anything else. You. At the head of the table, Ning Chen's expression changed again and again. He was unwilling and wanted to persuade them again. Ji Ming, put away your great principles. We have long been tired of listening to it. We will make our own decisions. Mu Qianshang interrupted the former again and said rudely. Below the table, Madame Luo smiled and said, Then I will go too. Zi's injuries are almost healed, I can leave with peace of mind. Xia Zi frowned when he heard this. Ji Ming still needs people here. Can you stay and help him? Madame Luo reached out and held the hand of the man beside her and smiled sweetly. Chapter 945. 4 Yama kings of the 10 palaces flew out of the 10 palaces of the underworld and returned to the underworld. After the divine restriction was activated, the 4 figures flew out and disappeared. In front of the Yama palace, the red-clothed Yama king looked at the 4 of them in the sky and remained silent. Not far away, a woman in white walked out from the Hall of Impermanence. She looked at the figure in front of King Yanlua's palace, and her beautiful eyes flashed. Miss Mu, do you regret it? At some point in time, a beautiful figure appeared and spoke softly. Why would I regret it? Asked Mu Qingxue calmly. He turned around and looked at the chief disciple of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. You chose to cultivate the great indifference and forget about the past, but you were willing to give up 100 years for him. I don't understand any of your choices, said Wu Qingying. I cultivated the great indifference because Huang City needed a second Xiantian realm cultivator. As for giving up 100 years, Mu Qingxue looked at the 4 people disappearing into the horizon and said calmly, if it were any of them, they would have made the same choice. There is nothing strange about it. Do you remember what happened in the past? Wu Qingying asked. No, said Mu Qingxue. The great indifference will strip away your memories bit by bit. The harder you work, the faster you'll forget. You'll become a person without a past. Do you really not regret it? Wu Qingying asked. No, said Mu Qingxue calmly. If I forget, he'll tell me again. That's what we agreed on. You two are really the strangest people in the world, sighed Wu Qingying. It's not that we're strange, it's that everyone wants a perfect ending, said Mu Qingxue calmly. I know that you all want me to be with him, but we can't go back to the past. Even if we go back to the past, we'll still make the same choice. I have my own responsibilities and he has his own responsibilities. In this world, love isn't the only thing that matters. There are many things that are equally important. You're really similar, said Wu Qingying emotionally. Since you don't regret it, I'm relieved. Rest early. You've used a lot of energy in the previous battles. Mu Qingxue nodded and agreed. Wu Qingying glanced at the 2 of them one last time, and then she didn't speak any further before she turned around and left. In front of the King of Hell's palace, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the woman in white not far away. He smiled and said, Want to go out for a walk? In front of the Impermanence Palace, Mu Qingxue nodded and replied, Okay. Taking a step forward, Mu Qingxue arrived before the King Yanlua's palace. Looking at the man beside him, Mu Qingxue said softly, Let's go. Ning Chen nodded and walked forward. Under the moonlight, the 2 of them walked side by side. The territory of hell was vast and boundless. The 2 of them didn't speak much as they walked along in silence. Beside King Yama's palace, in a side hall, Nangong Chang stood quietly. Beside her, Yin was holding a plate of snacks and eating them. After staring for a long time, Nangong Chang turned around and looked at the girl beside her with a smile. This girl walked a completely different path from knowing destiny. Her talent was extraordinary, and she even went through the baptism of phoenix blood. Whether it was talent or cultivation resources, no one could compare to her. Even though she didn't like to cultivate, she still entered treading a mortal realm in 100 years. Knowing destiny pampered this girl to the extreme. He gave her whatever she wanted. Adding the things that Man and Mu Qingxue gave her, this girl had a lot of treasures that no one could compare to. Yin, where did you get the hairpin on your head? Nangong Chang asked with a smile. Hearing this, Yin nodded. She removed the golden hairpin from her hair, and as she ate the dessert she replied, Ning Chen snatched this from the western celestial realm. I thought it was pretty, so I asked him for it. Nangong Chang took the golden hairpin and looked at it. Then she put it back in the hair of the girl beside her and said softly, Yin, This golden hairpin is Western Mother's personal item. It once shocked the 4 great immortal domains. It's even comparable to the 4 immortal swords. However, most of its power is sealed now, so it can't be used to its full potential. You must keep it well and don't lose it. Yes. Einar nodded vigorously and said, Ningchen gave it to me. If I lose it, he will scold me. Nangong Chong chuckled and said, if you weren't naughty, he wouldn't bear to scold you. Now that your mistress Mu is supporting you, he won't dare to scold you even more. Hearing this, Einar smiled happily and said, Nangong Chong, I heard that back then, you almost exhausted Ningchen's lifespan. What happened? It's a long story. Nangong Chong said softly, back then, after the great calamity of the Divine Lands, your master's life source was exhausted. I originally wanted to use the soul-searching art to obtain the cultivation method of the life scroll before he died and help me break through to treading immortal realm. However, at that time, your master's 3 souls were incomplete and his memories were a mess. I had no choice but to use all of Chongling's resources to save your master and help him repair his 3 souls. And then, Nangong Chong looked at the red-robed figure in the distance and continued, your master owed me a debt of saving his life and promised to use the life scroll to exchange for it. Therefore, I brought him to a forbidden land in Chongling and used a forbidden formation to help him cultivate the life scroll again. Unexpectedly, in the forbidden formation, your master's lifespan was exhausted unexpectedly quickly. After I stripped away his cultivation method, his lifespan was also exhausted. Einar heard this before and asked fearfully, how was it resolved? Northern Plains Heavenly Music Pavilion. Nangong Chong said calmly, the Heavenly Music Pavilion has a soundtrack that can communicate with the great Tao of heaven and earth. With this item, the master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion has abilities ordinary people do not have and can even help people extend their lives. So powerful, Einar said with an envious expression. There is always a price to pay for everything. Nangong Chong sighed softly and said, Einar, do you know why the master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion agreed to help your master extend his life? Wasn't it you who went to ask for it? Einar asked in puzzlement. Nangong Chong shook her head and said, no matter how good a relationship is, it cannot compare to 100 years. It was Mu Qingxue who used 100 years of his freedom in exchange for the master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion to extend your master's life for 100 years. I have been hiding this from him so your master did not know. Hearing this, Einar's eyes shook and she had a disbelieving expression. Now that 100 years have passed and Mu Qingxue has regained his freedom, there is no need to hide this matter. However, if he does not ask, you do not have to tell him, Nangong Chong said softly. Einar nodded vigorously and said, Mistress Mu is so good. I will listen to Mistress in the future. Nangong Chong smiled softly and said, Mu Qingxue has always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. No matter what she cultivated or forgot, her nature will not change. The first time you met, she was willing to give you her travel scroll. This can be said to love the house and its crow. Although she has forgotten, but it is impossible for there not to be any trace of what happened. In the distance, under the cold moon, the shadows of the two grew longer. After 100 years, they stayed together for a night. Chapter 946. Tens of thousands of miles of land in the Demon Zone. The Demon Palace's Saint, Double Kuei, and 3 sects had just returned. As soon as they appeared, a demon general immediately stepped forward. Saint, the demon lord wants you to meet him immediately after you return. Jie Tiance heard this and a strange look flashed across his eyes. He asked, what happened? When the saint and the other lords left, the 9th son of Mo clan took the opportunity to sneak in and took away the holy glory, the demon general answered truthfully. Jie Tiance's face immediately darkened. How could this happen? After thinking for a moment, Jie Tiance glanced at the double Kuei and 3 sects behind him and said, Go back to the palace and rest first. Yes. The double Kuei and 3 sects nodded and went back to their own palaces. After everyone left, Jia Tiance gathered his thoughts and walked to the deepest part of the demon zone. In the forbidden land of the demon zone, the endless demon land was silent and cold. The demon palace's saint in a blue brocade coat walked over. His calm eyes flashed a few times. Demon Lord. In front of the demon cave, Jia Tiance bowed and greeted. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint brilliance rose in the demon cave. An unprecedentedly terrifying pressure rose, so heavy that it was shocking. Saint, has the underworld been destroyed? In the faint brilliance, a majestic voice asked. No. Jia Tiance shook his head. At the last moment, Prince Qi Linyuzhen and the master of Ji family arrived with reinforcements and saved the underworld. Oh! In the demon cave, a surprised voice sounded. The Ji family, the demon palace didn't provoke them, but they provoked us first. It seems that they have forgotten the lesson after tens of thousands of years. Jia Tiance bowed and said respectfully, Prince Qi Linyuzhen and the 9th son of Mo clan have a close relationship. It's not surprising that they sent reinforcements. The Ji family must have had no choice but to help. After all, the Ji family and Beiki are neighbors. They must understand the principle of mutual dependence. Since they provoked us, the demon palace can't not respond. Let's set the next target as Lingxiu. The demon lord's voice came from the demon cave. Jia Tiance was silent. After a moment, he said, The Hall of the Dead exists at the border of the Spirit Void Realm. If the Devil Palace attacks the Spirit Void Realm, we may face both the Ji family and the Hall of the Dead at the same time. As for the Hall of the Dead, I will personally deal with it. You don't have to worry about it. Just focus on dealing with the resistance from the Ji family and the underworld, the Devil Master replied from within the Devil Cave. Yes, Jia Tiance replied respectfully. Also, holy glory cannot be lost. Seize it back as soon as possible. The imposing voice rang out from the Devil Cave once more. Yes, Jia Tiance replied again. You may leave. This subordinate will take his leave. Jia Tiance bowed and walked out of the forbidden area. In the holy palace, Jia Tiance walked back. In the palace, a young man in white stood quietly. He looked at the saint of the demon palace and smiled. What's wrong? Did the demon lord's decision disrupt your plan? Jia Tiance shifted his gaze and looked at the white-robed man in the hall. He asked calmly, Why are you here instead of resting in your own palace? The excitement in my heart can't be quelled for the first time since I met an expert like the 10 kings of hell, so I came to have a chat with the saint. Tian Kuei smiled. Jia Tiance walked up the steps and looked at the embers beside the throne that had been burned down by the phoenix fire. He said calmly, If you are interested in them, you can help me capture one of them. Dead or alive, it's fine. Tian Kuei's expression changed. Even dead ones are fine? Sure. Jia Tiance replied calmly. That's strange. What use do you have for a dead person? Tian Kuei asked, puzzled. What I want to know the most now is what these people look like under their masks. It's impossible for so many experts to appear in this world out of nowhere. Perhaps the identities of these people will give us a surprise, Jia Tiance said calmly. Tian Kuei narrowed his eyes. After a long time, he nodded and said, Wait for my news. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Kuei turned around and disappeared with a step. Jia Tiance stood quietly beside the throne. He looked at the traces left behind in the palace and fell into deep thought. At the same time, in the underworld, Beiki, the Ji family, and the underworld had gathered to discuss the alliance. The 3 people at the head of the table, Prince Qi Linyuzhen, Ji family's holy lord Ji Yuechu, and the underworld's lord of the underworld's king Yenluo Hall, proposed an alliance to attack and defend together. Today, the leaders of the 3 major forces represented the inheritances of the 3 forces and officially formed an alliance. Below them, the 4 kings of Beiki, the Ji family's grand elder Jiu, and the underworld's 5 kings all nodded without any objections after reading the draft of the alliance document. Now that they were facing a great enemy, there was no need for them to fight over small benefits and hurt the harmony of the alliance. Prince Qi, why don't I see Mr. Ning? Among the 3 people at the head of the table, Ji Yuechu spoke with a smile. Brother Ning has something to do and can't make it. Therefore, he asked me to represent him, Lin Yuzhen replied softly. Hearing this, Ji Yuechu nodded and said, That's good. Mr. Ning's strength is unfathomable. If he's willing to help, our strength against the Demon Palace will increase greatly. Beside him, the red-clothed Yama nodded and said, Previously, the 9th son of the Mo clan had joined forces with the underworld. The underworld also welcomes this person. Lin Yuzhen nodded and looked at the people below. She said calmly, If no one has any objections, the alliance is complete. Next, we will discuss how to resist the invasion of the Demon Palace. Below, the 3 inheritors looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Your Excellency King Yama, you have fought with the Demon Palace several times. I'm sure you have some understanding of them. Do you have any good ideas? Ji Yuechu asked seriously. I don't dare to say that I have good ideas, but I do have some suggestions. The red-clothed Yama said calmly. The twin chiefs of heaven and earth of the Demon Palace, the Sun-Moon-Star sect, and Jun Wentian, who was the leader of the 4 guardians in the past. These 6 people's strength are almost above the half-step to the 4th realm. If we can't get rid of these powerful forces of the Demon Palace, we won't have any chance of winning even if we join forces. Therefore, the most important thing now is to weaken the top forces of the Demon Palace as much as possible. Even Prince Qi and I won't have an easy time dealing with the strong people above the half-step to the 4th realm. Moreover, the Demon Palace has these 6 people on the surface. This matter is very difficult, Ji Yuechu said with a serious expression. If we can't defeat them with brute force, we will use our wits. The red-clothed Yama said calmly, After fighting with them several times, I have some understanding of the characteristics of these 6 people. Putting aside the Sun-Moon-Star sect for now, the twin chiefs of heaven and earth of the twin chiefs of heaven and earth, the earth of the twin chiefs of heaven and earth is an extremely conceited person. Relatively speaking, he is the most impulsive and his flaws are also the easiest to exploit. Also, a cold light flashed in the red-clothed Yama's eyes as he said, Now, the one with obvious flaws is Jun Wentian, who once gave us a huge headache. Therefore, I suggest that we first plan to get rid of these 2 people and temporarily stabilize the situation. Jun Wentian? What do you mean? Ji Yuechu asked. Of the 4 guardians of the Demon Palace, the Moon Weaver died in my hands. Even before she died, she still tried her best to protect Jun Wentian. It can be seen that the relationship between the 2 is extraordinary. Jun Wentian is now focused on revenge, and has lost his usual calmness. In addition, he was severely injured by Shun Ji and his cultivation base has yet to recover to its peak. This is the best time to get rid of him, the red-clothed Yama said calmly. Ji Yuechu nodded lightly after hearing this. Attacking the enemy's heart was twice the result with half the effort. Now that the 2 armies were at war, it wasn't considered despicable. The Earth Chief is now the Commander-in-Chief of the Demon Palace's punitive army. Usually, there will be at least 2 people from the 3 sects guarding her. If we attack her, we must finish the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the 3 sects are free, all our previous efforts will be in vain, the red-clothed Yama said seriously. It's possible to block the 3 sects for a while. However, in this world, who can get rid of a powerhouse above the half-step 4th realm in such a short period of time? Ji Yuechu said seriously. If 1 person isn't enough, then 2. If 2 isn't enough, then 3. Although the Earth Chief is strong, she still has her limits, the red-clothed Yama said calmly. If we mobilize so many people, the Demon Palace will definitely notice something. It's not appropriate. Ji Yuechu shook his head. What if we have the help of the Chaos Scroll, the red-clothed Yama said slowly. Gyuechu's expression changed when he heard this. He said, "The Chaos Scroll of the 10 Scrolls of the Heavenly Tomes." The red-clothed Yama nodded and said calmly, "The Chaos Scroll is now in Mr. Ning's hands. As long as he is willing to help, it will be easy to hide our tracks for a short period of time." Just as the three sides were discussing how to resist the Demon Palace, at the border of the Spirit Void domain, in the forbidden land of absolute beginning, a gloomy ghost energy lingered around. Not a single blade of grass grew within 1,000 miles. Amidst the fog, a majestic hall stood quietly. A powerful and heavy pressure constantly spread out from the depths of the hall, causing one to shudder. The Hall of the Dead was the strongest inheritance that was once as famous as the underworld. But after the erosion of time, it was now far from its former glory. Inside the Hall of the Dead, 2 powerhouses stood tall. One was dressed in black like a demon. His aura was powerful, causing others to feel fear. The other was dressed in silver like a god. His temperament was noble and extraordinary. Mo Luotian and Di Mingtian, 2 people who came from different regions, gathered together once more. They sat and watched the changes in the world. After recuperating for tens of thousands of years, the Demon Palace's current strength is truly amazing, Mo Luotian said as he looked at the clouds outside the hall. This world has been silent for too long. The appearance of the Demon Palace and the reshuffling of the various forces isn't a bad thing, Di Mingtian lightly said. I'm just afraid that the Demon Palace will really quell the various resistance forces and unify the star regions, Mo Luotian said. How difficult is it to unify the world? The Underworld and the Hall of the Dead were both stronger than the current Demon Palace, but they still couldn't unify the world. The Demon Palace's path forward won't be too smooth. We only need to wait and see, Di Mingtian calmly said. At this time, above the forbidden land of absolute beginning, demonic clouds swirled. An abnormally terrifying aura pressed down, surpassing the heavens and earth and shaking the world. They're here. Hall Master, prepare to welcome the guests, Di Mingtian lightly said as he looked at the horizon. As his voice fell, a figure shrouded in demonic energy slowly descended from the demonic clouds. The moment his feet touched the ground, the entire forbidden land of absolute beginning began to shake violently. The demonic clouds took shape. Separated by the endless starry sky, just a wisp of his consciousness suppressed the aura of all the powerhouses of the Hall of the Dead. Mo Luotian walked to the front of the hall. Looking at the figure gathered by the demonic clouds, he said, "The Demon Lord has graced us with his presence. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Chapter 947. In the forbidden land of absolute beginning, the winds and clouds changed. The Demon Lord had arrived, and a trace of his consciousness shook the entire area. Inside the Nether Hall, Mo Luotian walked to the front of the hall and personally welcomed the arrival of the Devil Palace Lord. "Devil Lord, please forgive me for not going out to meet you," Mo Luotian calmly said. "You're too courteous, Hall Master." The shadow formed by the demonic clouds opened its mouth and said indifferently, "I have come to inform you that the demonic palace is ready to send troops to the Spirit Void." Hearing this, Mo Luotian narrowed his eyes and said, "Is this a warning from the Devil Lord to my Nether Hall?" "Yes and no." Within the demonic clouds, the Demon Lord's voice rang out once more. "The Demon Palace has no intention of becoming enemies with the Hall of the Underworld. I promise that the Demon Palace will never encroach upon the territory of the Hall of the Underworld. I have shown my sincerity, and I hope that your Highness can show the same sincerity." When Mo Luotian heard this, a strange light flashed across his eyes. A moment later, he said, "Since the Demon Master is so sincere, my Nether Hall will naturally return the favor. As long as the Demon Master can keep his promise, my Nether Hall will not get involved in this mess." "I'll remember your promise, Palace Master. We'll meet again." As he spoke, the demonic cloud soared into the sky and returned to the dark clouds in the sky. In an instant, the dark clouds dissipated and everything returned to normal. In the hall of the underworld, Di Mingtian looked at the master of the underworld in front of the hall and said indifferently, "This demon lord's ambition is not small. It seems that the spirit void will be in a bloody storm for a long time in the future." Di Mingtian turned around and walked into the hall. He said calmly, "People who walk different paths cannot work together. Let's see how long the Devil Palace can last." In the all-heaven starfield, a white-clothed young man stood in the starry sky, moving forward neither hurriedly nor slowly. The Devil Palace's Tian Kuei was a mysterious and powerful expert of the Devil Palace. After the battle with the underworld, he had left the Devil region to carry out the orders of the Devil Palace's sage. At the same time, in the underworld, the kings of Hell returned to their respective positions. The powerhouses of Beiki and the Ji family also left one after another, waiting for the right time to come. In King Yinlua's palace, Ning Chen raised his hand and took off the evil face mask on his face. He walked out of the palace and looked at the departing crowd. His eyes flashed continuously. Being able to form an alliance with the Ji clan was of great significance in resisting the Devil Palace. As a lineage of divine blood, the Ji clan's resources could not be underestimated. With King Qi's help, they now had the qualifications to resist the Devil Palace. However, all of this was on the premise that the master of the demonic palace had not come out of seclusion. Once the demonic palace had a fourth-level combatant, the entire battle would tilt in their favor. "We have already formed an alliance with the Ji clan. Are you still worried?" The female Chang walked over and asked. Ning Chen came back to his senses and looked at the female supreme who was walking towards him. He shook his head and said, "Balance is only what it looks like now. Although I don't want to think about it, no one can deny the existence of the Demon Lord. He is the one who will truly decide the direction of this war." Fourth Realm. Nu Chang sighed softly and said, "The path of cultivation is long and arduous. In the past, when I was still in the Xiantian realm, I could only dream of stepping into the celestial realm. Now that I have painstakingly taken this step, the legendary fourth realm has appeared. Looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, you still don't know how high the sky is." Ning Chen looked at the sky above his head and said calmly, "None of us know if there will be a higher sky after we walk out of this sky. Our knowledge will always be limited to what we can see with our eyes. It's narrow and even false." "Knowing destiny, what are you cultivating for?" Nu Chang asked softly. Ning Chen nodded and looked back at the servant girl who was struggling with a table of pastries in the imperial palace behind him. He said softly, "I hope that they can always grow up without worries. I will not let them walk the same path that I have walked." "I am asking about your own dreams," Nu Chang said seriously. Ning Chen fell silent. After a long time, he shook his head and said, "I have forgotten." Nu Chang sighed inwardly and did not ask any more questions. She changed the topic and said, "How confident are you in dealing with the Earth Chief?" 100%. Ning Chen collected his thoughts and said calmly, "No matter how strong a person is, as long as their weakness is magnified, their strength will be greatly reduced. I will make a careful plan for this matter. When the time comes, I will have to trouble your majesty to take action again. It is my duty." Nu Chang said softly, "Mu Qianshang and the rest have returned to the inner realm. The combat power of the underworld is getting more and more tense. The burden on your shoulders will increase again." "It is no problem." Ning Chen shook his head and smiled. "Now that I have the help of the Ji family and Beiki, all I need is to come up with a plan. Didn't Mu Qianshang say that I am full of evil thoughts? This is my strength, it is not too tiring." Nu Chang looked at the young man with dazzling white hair beside her. "He is always so strong that people would unconsciously forget that he is actually not that different from them. Knowing destiny's strength and wisdom would always make people subconsciously rely on him. Perhaps even Mu Qianshang and the rest had forgotten that knowing destiny was not born with it. All of his wisdom were painstakingly thought out day and night without rest. Luo Xingchen has gone to look for a new spiritual vein. Once the news is sent back, I will immediately go and arrange it. If this place cannot be defended, it is not impossible to give up. Ning Chen said. You must have spent a lot of effort here. Nu Chang said softly. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, compared to the safety of my friends, this little bit of effort is not worth mentioning. Furthermore, if the Devil Palace wants to take over this place, they will have to pay a price. From tomorrow onwards, I will set up another time restriction outside the underworld. Female Supreme also has extraordinary attainments in the time restriction. I hope that Female Supreme can lend me a hand. Are you really planning to give up on this place? Nu Chang frowned. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, these days, I will turn the entire underworld into a forbidden land. Once the Demon Palace attacks again, this place will be our trump card to deal a heavy blow to them. Do they know? Nu Chang looked at the 10 halls and asked. They don't know yet. Ning Chen shook his head and said, once the new spiritual vein is found, I will tell them. It is still too early now. Knowing destiny. Nu Chang said. Ning Chen asked. Cherish the people in front of you. Nu Chang looked at the Hall of Impermanence not far away and said seriously. Ning Chen smiled and said, Nu Chang, don't worry. I know what to do. After saying what needed to be said, Nu Chang did not say anything else. After standing there for a moment, she walked towards the side hall. Ning Chen, I am going to deliver some snacks to Mistress Mu. In the back hall, Ener walked out with a pastry box in her arms. She shouted and ran towards the Hall of Impermanence not far away. Don't stay for too long. It's getting late. Ning Chen said. Got it. Ener responded without even turning her head, and ran off into the distance like a wisp of smoke. In the Hall of Impermanence, Ener ran over with the pastry box in her arms. Seeing the white-clothed woman standing quietly in the hall, she said happily, Mistress Mu, I am here to deliver some snacks. Mu Qingxue snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the girl running over. An undetectable smile appeared on his beautiful face and he said, Put it down. Chapter 948. The 10 halls of the underworld had a short period of peace. All the Yama kings were cultivating and preparing for the upcoming war. On the vast continent of the underworld, knowing destiny in plain clothes walked forward. The aura of time flowed around him like waves, leaving traces on every inch of the land. Not far away, Nu Chang raised her hand to form a seal, helping knowing destiny to set up the divine restriction. In front of the 10 halls, the Yama kings walked out one by one. They looked at the figure in plain clothes in surprise. After 100 years, knowing destiny had become more powerful. A wise man was good at scheming. No one knew how many trump cards knowing destiny had. It was because of him that the underworld was able to contend with the terrifying Devil Palace. In 10 days, Ning Chen walked through every inch of the underworld. The marks of time were left behind. The entire underworld glowed. The divine restriction was about to be activated. The trapping immortal appeared and sank into the ground. It fell into the spirit vein below. In the next moment, a shocking scene happened. The trapping immortal sword glowed red. The earth shook. Boundless spiritual qi gathered and entered the sword. It devoured everything in a destructive manner. In front of the 10 halls, the Yama kings felt it. They were shocked. What is knowing destiny doing? In front of the inconstant hall, Mu Qingxue in white walked out. She looked ahead. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Is he going to destroy this place? What is Ning Chen doing? Behind her, Ener was holding a plate of fruits. Her body swayed left and right with the shaking ground. Her face was full of dissatisfaction. Your master may be preparing to abandon this place, Mu Qingxue said. Hearing this, Ener's beautiful face flashed with surprise. She asked, Where are we going? Luo Xingchen has already left to search for a new spiritual vein. This place has been exposed and we cannot stay here any longer. However, with your master's personality, even if it is useless, he will still use it for its final use. I believe this place will soon become a land of death. Mu Qingxue said softly. Ina looked at her surroundings reluctantly. He had moved just like that without telling her. That was too mean of him. After an hour, the shaking of the underworld gradually calmed down. Deep underground, the trapping immortal sword floated. Red light flowed and continued to devour the spirit vein's power. Thank you for your hard work. Ning Chen turned his head and looked at the lady behind him as he spoke. Niu Chang nodded and said calmly, the divine restriction has been set up and can be activated at any time. Unfortunately, the immortal execution restriction is missing. Otherwise, with the 3 divine restrictions together, even if the Devil Master were to come, we would be able to deal with him for a while. I've only seen the celestial execution prohibition once in the Eastern deity domain, so I don't know much about it. I'll try my best to make up for the missing parts. However, don't have too much hope, Ningchen said honestly. The transformations of divine prohibitions are complex and not something that can be grasped by humans. You are already rare in this world to be able to evolve the time prohibition and the yellow spring prohibition to such a degree. As for how many transformations of the immortal execution prohibition you can deduce, just try your best. There is no need to force yourself too much, the female Chang said seriously. Ning Chen nodded and said, let's go, it's time to go back. Counting the days, the news from the Devil Palace should have arrived. Niu Chang nodded and walked towards the palaces in the distance. In King Yama's palace, the 2 of them walked side by side. Just as they were about to enter the palace, they saw a divine restriction trembling in the sky. A phoenix spread its wings and descended from the sky. I'm back. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the figure descending from the sky and said. The phoenix dispersed and walked out. After one step, it came to the front of the King Yama's palace. It nodded and then returned to its original body. You can start preparing. Ning Chen looked at the female Chang, and beside him, and said calmly. The female Chang narrowed her eyes and nodded slightly. At the same time, in the Devil domain, cultivators from the Devil Palace flew out endlessly and rushed towards the battlefield. The flames of war were about to rise. All forces were preparing with all their might and dared not be careless. Spirit Void Star Region, White Emperor City, Ji Family's Sacred Palace. A secret report was sent in. In front of the main seat, Ji Yuechu looked at the secret letter in his hand. After a while, Ji Yuechu destroyed the secret letter, stood up, and walked towards the back of the sacred palace. In the forbidden area of the Ji family, where the millions of formation runes were sealed, Ji Yuechu walked over. Looking at the dilapidated wooden houses in front of him, he bowed respectfully and said, the 73rd Sacred Lord of the Ji family, Ji Yuechu, respectfully invites the black and yellow ancestors to come out of seclusion. As soon as he finished speaking, in the forbidden area, the pressure of heaven and earth suddenly became heavy. In the 2 ancient wooden houses, a terrifying aura slowly awakened. The powerful energy shook the world. After a while, with a creak, the door of the wooden house opened. 2 old men in ancient clothes walked out. They looked at the master of the Ji family in front of them and said slowly, "What's the matter?" Fengming City, Beiki, in front of the Imperial Palace. Lin Yuzhen's slender hand clenched and destroyed the secret letter. Then, she clenched her right hand and the Fengming sword flew out from the Imperial Palace behind her and disappeared into her hand. The day has finally come. Pass down my order. From today onwards, Fengming City will be closed to all guests. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuzhen's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, disappearing above the 9 heavens. At the border of the 3 domains, in the underworld, the kings of hell gathered in the King of Hell's palace. The war of demons was about to begin, and the kings were out again. Everyone, the result of this war is very important. So, I'm counting on you. Then, Ning Chen stood up, picked up the evil mask in front of him, put it on his face and said, "Let's go." Below him, the kings of hell also stood up, put on their masks, and followed him out of the imperial palace. In the sky above the 10 palaces, the divine prohibition opened amidst the rumbling, and a king of hell in a light yellow robe walked out. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the distance. At the same time, in the demon region's holy palace, Jia Tiance looked at the sky in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. King Wuguan of the underworld, why did she come out alone? After King Wuguan left, the divine prohibition of the underworld closed again, and there was no longer any sound. Half a day later, thousands of miles away from the underworld, a dim light flashed and figures appeared one after another. In the lead, the 3 bodies of knowing destiny came out together, followed by King of Hell and Wu Chang. The war of demons was about to begin, and everyone's heart was heavy. "Haven't they arrived yet?" the female Chang asked. "According to the agreed time, they should be here soon." Ning Chen looked at the starry sky in front of him and said calmly. The crowd did not wait for long. In the distant starry sky, 3 streams of light flashed in front and back, and the powerful aura made the surrounding stars pale in comparison. "They're here." Looking at the 3 figures in front of him, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said. As his voice fell, the 3 figures arrived. Their leader was Prince Qi, who held a phoenix cry in his hand. He was dressed in royal robes and had a heroic air about him. Behind him, 2 old men in ancient robes looked over at the plain-clothed youth in front of them. They said, "Are you the Mr. Ning that the sacred lord spoke of?" "You flatter me." Ning Chen stepped forward and politely bowed. With a respectful expression, he said, "Junior Ning Chen greets the 2 seniors. Common courtesy is useless. We don't have much time. Let's continue on our way," Patriarch Black and Yellow said. Ning Chen nodded. He glanced at the people behind him and calmly said, "Let's go." The female Chang, Luoshan, and the others nodded. Their figures flashed as they followed him towards the distant battlefield. Chapter 949. At the border of Red Luan and Spirit Void, the army of the demonic palace marched forward. The leader of the army, Di Kuei, was dressed in a tight black battlesuit, showing off her exquisite figure. Behind Di Kuei were 10 generals. Their powerful auras were faintly discernible. Their cultivation was at least above the true realm. Lord Di Kuei, the Spirit Void Starfield is just ahead. At this moment, a black-clothed figure turned back and knelt down to greet Di Kuei respectfully. Hearing this, Di Kuei looked ahead and nodded. "Continue scouting." "Yes." The black-clothed figure accepted the order and disappeared. "Lord, should we let the army rest for a day?" Behind him, a demon general asked. "Time is of the essence. Let's continue," Di Kuei said lightly. "Yes." The demon general obeyed and retreated again. The army of 100,000 continued forward. Demonic chi covered the sky like dark clouds, shocking everyone. In the Spirit Void territory, Zhi Ming led the army of the demonic palace. Many figures appeared and stood on the path. Looking at the army of the demonic palace, their expressions turned serious. "Everyone, let's move," the red-clothed Yama said. Everyone nodded. Their silhouettes flashed as they rushed forward. "Phoenix Body, we'll leave the front to you." At the border of the starfield, Ning Chen looked at the 2 figures and transmitted his voice. "Don't worry." The red-clothed Yama nodded. He didn't linger and rushed forward. After everyone left, Ning Chen looked at the demon beside him and said, "Demon Body, get ready." "Okay." The demon body nodded and took a step forward, disappearing. At the border of the 2 territories, streams of light sped up. In a few breaths, they were very close to the army of the demonic palace. In front of the army of 100,000 demons, Di Kuei felt the aura coming from the front and narrowed his eyes. "Di Kuei, we meet again." Everyone stopped. The red-clothed Yama looked at the black-clothed woman in front and said, "King of Hell, why are you in such a hurry to die? Do you have a death wish?" Di Kuei snorted and clenched his fist. In the surging demonic chi, the legend of doomsday reappeared. Murderous intent overflowed, startling the gods and ghosts. Sovereigns, are you still not going to show yourselves? The red-clothed Yama glanced behind the Earth Chief and said coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the void rippled, and Master Xing Yu walked out. He looked at the crowd in front of him and stepped forward. Seniors, please, the red-clothed Yama said. The black and yellow forefathers of the Ji clan nodded. They stepped forward and stood in front of the Stellar Moon sect. You are from the Ji family. Seeing the symbol on the two old men's robes, Sect Master Xing Yu narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Patriarchs Black and Yellow said nothing. They took a step forward and attacked at the same time. Sensing the formidable cultivation of the duo, the twin masters of the Starry Moon sect dared not let their guard down. They hurriedly drove their starlight and demonic moons to fend off the two intruders. With a rumbling sound, the mysterious yellow starry moon shook. Terrifying waves of energy swept out. They were evenly matched, and no one was able to gain the upper hand. Earth Chief, Your Excellency, please accept your death. The red-robed Yama waved his hand and held his sword as he spoke calmly. With just the two of you? The Earth Chief snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and his halberd split the sky and earth. Eternal instant. The demonic halberd approached. Behind the red-clothed Yama, King Chu Jiang moved. Under the ferocious mask, his red lips opened slightly. In an instant, time and space stopped. His words sealed the battle. Eternal instant stop. On the side, the white-clothed figure moved. An extremely fast sword, an extremely fast shadow. The Cheng Ying sword was unsheathed. The Earth Chief focused. He turned his body and avoided the sword light. The demonic halberd in his hand danced with an unstoppable momentum. The red-clothed Yama moved as well. The Avicii Hell Palace appeared in his hand and blocked the demonic halberd. The ghost and demonic weapons collided. The ferocious power shook the heavens and earth. The aftershock spread out. The Earth Chief advanced instead of retreating. He raised his hand and punched at the Yama in front of him. The fist arrived. Outside the battle, the woman moved. The 9 underworlds devour the sky shook the heavens and earth as she blocked the demonic fist. Seeing this, the Earth Chief immediately retracted his move. He spun his halberd, and his killing intent was overwhelming. Silent Samsara. In an instant, the Luo Shen reappeared with the power of the laws. She raised her hand to call for reincarnation and swallowed the demonic body. Do you think it's that easy? The Earth Chief shouted coldly. A dragon sword. In an instant, the dragon roared and the divine halberd broke through the sky. 4 against 1, the Earth Chief is still not at a disadvantage. I'm impressed. Outside the battle, Lin Yuzhen said calmly. With a wave of her hand, the phoenix cry was unsheathed. In an instant, the phoenix cry filled the sky. Sword Chi met the attack. The dragon and the phoenix clashed. With a boom, they both cried out. Prince Chi joined the battle. The battle tilted. With the 5 strong cultivators working together, the Earth Chief was at a disadvantage. Whoosh! The sword light cut through the armor. The Earth Chief barely dodged the sword in front of him. He waved his demonic halberd, and the demonic waves poured out. The woman raised her hand. The power of the 9 underworlds continued to spread, trying to swallow the demonic body. Lords of the underworld, Prince Chi, the sacred minister was right. You did come to launch a sneak attack. As he spoke, the divine sun's brilliance illuminated the world. An unusually strong figure walked out and appeared in the battle. Mingyu Zong. Everyone focused. Their faces darkened. The figures of the woman, Prince Chi, and the Luo Shen flashed. The 3 of them joined forces to block the leader of the 3 sections. Mingyu Zong's expression did not change. He raised his hand and activated the power of the stars. Blazing flames swept across the land and swallowed the battle. On the other side, the 3 strong cultivators left the battle. The pressure on the Earth Chief was greatly reduced. The demonic aura of the myth of Doomsday kept surging. The red-clothed Yama and the white-clothed Wu Chang crossed their swords and joined forces to fight the Earth Chief. However, the battle tilted quickly. With only such strength, you dare to call yourselves Yama and Wu Chang. Where did you get your confidence from? The Earth Chief sneered. His attacks were even more violent. The demonic halberd danced like a dragon, creating a rustling wind. The battle has changed. Retreat. The red-clothed Yama's expression turned solemn. The white-clothed Wu Chang nodded. He took a step and quickly escaped. Do you think you can escape? The Earth Chief's figure swept out. The demonic halberd was raised to the sky. The 8-drought demonic dragon appeared and swallowed the two. Go! The red-clothed Yama waved his sword to block the demonic dragon. He groaned and took a few steps back. Seeing this, the white-clothed Wu Chang turned back and carried the injured Yama. They fought and retreated. In the other 3 battles, the Sun Sect, Moon Sect, and Star Sect looked at the battle that was getting farther and farther away. Their expressions turned serious. Being distracted in battle is too disrespectful to us. Under the Yama mask, Luofei raised her hand. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. Thunder and lightning covered 100 miles. In the distance, Yama was injured, and the battle was getting more dangerous. The white-clothed Wu Chang fought and retreated. He was distracted to protect Yama, and his speed was severely restricted. At this moment, another change occurred. Behind the two, the void swirled. A figure in the water cloud battlesuit appeared. He turned his palm and condensed yuan. He imprinted it on the white-clothed Wu Chang's back. With a groan, blood splattered. The white-clothed Wu Chang staggered a few steps. He looked at the figure that appeared behind him with shock. Jun Wentian, it's you? Seeing the figure that appeared in the battle, the Earth Chief frowned and said, Why are you here? The Yama of the underworld is on the move. The Saint Arbiter is worried that something will happen here, so she asked me to come and help. Jun Wentian said indifferently. He stepped forward and said, Earth Chief, I have an irreconcilable enmity with the Yama King of the underworld. Can you give this person to me? The Earth Chief's eyes narrowed. After a moment, he nodded and said, Yes. Thank you. Jun Wentian replied softly. He looked at the 2 injured people in front of him. He turned his right palm. In an instant, demonic aura surged and gathered from all directions. The majestic demonic might shook the world. Now I'll send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Wentian's figure rushed out. A shocking scene occurred. The afterimage disappeared, and the demonic figure appeared behind the Earth Chief. A shocking palm landed on the latter's chest. With a groan, blood spurted out of the Earth Chief's mouth. He was caught off guard, and half of his heart meridians were shattered. You. The Earth Chief turned around and looked at the figure behind him. He said in shock and anger, You're not Jun Wentian. Of course I'm not Jun Wentian. As he spoke, the demonic figure raised his hand and put on the evil face mask. He said indifferently, The Wu Chang of the underworld has been waiting for a long time. Earthly Chief, are you satisfied with this round? At this moment, the void rolled and a plain-clothed figure walked out. He looked at the woman in front of him and said calmly, The 9th son of the Mo sect. The Earth Chief vomited another mouthful of blood. He looked at the figure that appeared with hatred. He couldn't hide his murderous intent. Friends of the underworld, thank you, Ning Chen said with a smile. The 2 Wu Chang of the black and white nodded quietly. They didn't say much. Their figures flashed, and their killing moves were deadly. The sickly king's appearance blade covered the sky with black flames. It was hard to distinguish its speed. The black and white Wu Chang of the black and white Wu Chang of the black and white Wu Chang of the underworld joined hands. Their killing moves were like a storm, endless. With the serious injury in front of him, the Earth Chief's body couldn't be used. He fell into a dangerous situation. Yama Judgment, Yellow Springs Extradition. With a light shout, the White Tiger's Slaughter Divine Weapon appeared again. The Yama's Divine Zither appeared. Ning Chen's body was fully activated. He concentrated his yuan energy, and a mysterious sound echoed. The Yama's divine zither was full of killing intent. The Earth Chief blocked the two swords with his halberd. Before he could react, the killing zither entered his body, and his consciousness was in intense pain. The mysterious sound devoured his soul. The Earth Chief's body staggered. The two swords pressed down on the halberd and pierced into the demonic figure's body. The Earth Chief took a few steps back. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the two people in front of him. He raised his hands and grabbed the two swords that entered his body. "Let's go to hell together." The Earth Chief's true chi surged. In an instant, a violent demonic aura surged out, shaking the stars in the sky. "You want to die together with me? You're not qualified." As he spoke, the red-clothed figure flashed. In an instant, a sword went for the throat. The Earth Chief was shocked by the unbelievable scene. This speed, he knew the truth, but he couldn't say it. Blood spurted out of the Earth Chief's throat, dyeing the sky red. In the distance, the Sun Sect, Moon Sect, and Star Sect felt it. Their expressions changed. They flipped their palms, shook off the battle, and rushed forward. Retreat. In the battle, they didn't continue fighting. Their figures flashed and disappeared. In front of the Spirit Void territory, Ning Chen looked at the dead Earth Chief. He sighed and said, "Retreat." The Earth Chief was undoubtedly a strong warrior. It was a pity that he died in a conspiracy. However, this was war. In the next moment, the four figures flew away. They turned into streams of light and disappeared into the starry sky. After a few breaths, the Sun Sect, Moon Sect, and Star Sect arrived. Seeing the dead Earth Chief, their faces turned ugly. Chapter 950. After the battle in the Spirit Void Weave, the Yamakings of the underworld quickly retreated, leaving no trace behind. The Sun Sect, Moon Sect, and Star Sect arrived before the collapsing star. They brought the Earth Chiefs who had died in battle away from the battlefield. Inside the Devil Palace's sacred hall in the Devil Domain, Jia Tiance, who was dressed in a blue brocade robe, was deep in thought. All of a sudden, his expression changed to one of disbelief. How could this be? Saint Priest. At this moment, in the main hall, the void swirled, the divine sun appeared, and the three sects appeared. In the middle, Meng Yuzong carried the corpse of the Earth Chief, who had died in battle, and stepped forward. "Earth Chief." Jia Tiance extended his hand and immediately dropped it. He clenched his fists tightly as his killing intent involuntarily overflowed and filled the entire sacred hall. What happened? Jia Tiance lifted his gaze and looked at the three sects before him. Reporting to the Saint Minister. Miao Yuzong opened his mouth and reported everything that happened before in detail. When Jia Tiance heard this, the light in his eyes became colder and colder. It turned out that King Wuguan of the underworld had made a move just to attract his attention. However, what he couldn't figure out was how the underworld had managed to hide from his eyes by sending so many experts. The ninth son of Mo Gate, the black and white impermanence, and the king of hell. Jia Tiance said in a low voice, although the four of them were powerful, the earthly chief was not weak either. Even if he was no match for them, he should have been able to hold on until you came to his rescue. Why did he die so quickly? This is what we don't understand. Miao Yuzong's expression turned serious as he said, the Earth Chief was set up to leave the battlefield. By the time we noticed, the Earth Chief's aura had already disappeared. Upon hearing this, Jia Tiance silently stepped forward to take the Earth Chief's corpse. He then turned around and walked towards the back of the sacred hall. In the Spirit Void starfield, many figures flew past. After traveling for half a day, everyone stopped and said their goodbyes. The Ji family, the Black-Yellow race, and Lin Yuzhen were the first to rush towards the White Emperor planet. After the three of them left, the Yamakings of the underworld didn't delay any longer. Instead, they changed directions and hurried back to the underworld. At the border of the three regions, thousands of miles away from the underworld, King Wuguan had completed his mission as bait to lure the demonic palace's attention away. At this moment, demonic clouds surged above the starry sky, and an abnormally terrifying aura pressed down. White-robed walked out from the demonic clouds. He looked at King Wuguan of the underworld, and a smile appeared on his face. King Wuguan, what a coincidence, Tian Kuei softly said. Tian Kuei. Under the Yama mask, Qi Yanxia's expression turned serious as she spoke slowly. The Holy Arbiter has ordered me to bring one of you back. Since we've met by coincidence, please allow yourself to be captured. Tian Kuei smiled. What if I say no? Qi Yanxia asked in a low voice. That's a pity. Tian Kuei sighed and landed. He looked at the person in front of him and raised his hand. Please. Qi Yanxia's eyes narrowed, and purple gas surged out of her body. The dynasty's fate was added to her body, and she activated the genuine qi around her. Tian Kuei raised his hand, and demonic qi gathered in the sky. With a palm strike, the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens changed. Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture, Galaxy Brilliance. The celestial scripture of the Emperor reappeared. Qi Yanxia activated all her martial arts to block the demonic palm that was descending from the sky. The destiny of the mortal realm blocked the demonic wave. With a loud bang, Yama was pushed back, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. There was a clear disparity between their cultivation levels. Just one move was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Qi Yanxia's gaze swept across the surrounding demonic qi, and a serious look flashed across her eyes. This was troublesome. Trying to escape? Tian Kuei smiled. It's a pity that you won't have the chance. Surrender to avoid suffering. The Yama of the underworld can only die in battle, Qi Yanxia said coldly. Her figure flashed, and the dynasty's destiny crazily surged out. 8 dragons gathered, shocking the world. Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture, 8 dragons defying the world. The peak martial arts of the Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture appeared. In an instant, the roars of dragons filled the sky. 8 dragons coiled around each other and charged toward the demonic cultivator in front. This was a shocking move that could make ghosts and gods flee. Even someone as strong as Tian Kuei had a serious look on his face. With a low shout, the demonic qi around him surged, forming a barrier in front of him. The 8 dragons shaking the demonic qi rumbled and resounded through the starry sky. The might of the 8 dragons shook the heavens and the earth. The demonic qi barrier shook violently, showing signs of collapse. After a moment of stalemate, the 7 dragons dissipated one after another. The last dragon broke through the restraints and charged toward the demonic cultivator in front of him. Tian Kuei raised his hand to block the dragon qi. With a thump, he took half a step back. What a strange martial art. Your identities are making me more and more interested. The smile on Tian Kuei's face became even more brilliant. He took a step forward and instantly charged forward. He raised his hand and slapped out. Demonic waves surged like the waves of the sky. Every movement of his caused the stars to shake. It was extremely terrifying. After exchanging several blows, blood dyed her battle clothes. Qi Yanxia flipped her palm and shook off the battle. She looked at the supreme expert of the demonic palace in front of her and shouted. Her true essence surged and her long hair danced wildly. Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture, Samsara Blood Prison. True essence flowed in reverse and broke through the restraint. Qi Yanxia's body surged with a bloody mist. Her demonic appearance was shocking. She was like an evil spirit wreaking havoc in the world and reappearing in hell. How long can you last with true essence flowing in reverse? Tian Kuei asked with a soft sigh. Under the blood-stained Yama mask, Qi Yanxia did not say anything. Her figure shot out like a blood phoenix. With the support of a forbidden technique, her cultivation increased by several times as she charged toward the demonic cultivator in front of her. Tian Kuei did not dare to be careless when facing the Yama of the underworld, whose cultivation had greatly increased. He pushed all his demonic chi to block the killing move. Blood chi and demonic chi intertwined as the two extreme powers clashed. Blood flowed continuously from the body of the Yama. However, her fighting spirit became more and more dazzling, making it difficult to look straight. Valiant expert, you are worthy of Tian Kuei using his full strength. With a shout, demonic chi split open the sky. Amidst a world-shaking phenomenon, a black pillar of light pierced through the starry sky. The stars within 50,000 li shook violently, unable to bear this world-shaking demonic power. Seeing that the demonic cultivator had completed his task and had taken off the Yama mask, Qi Yanxia let out a shrill cry. The last of her blood chi frantically burned. Half of the starry sky was dyed blood red, turning into hell. Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture, return to the great desolation. The final move of the Extreme Emperor Heaven Scripture appeared for the first time since its creation. Qi Yanxia raised both her hands, and an indescribably vast force rapidly spread out, swallowing the world and returning it to the great desolation. The two extremes clashed. Amidst the world-destroying terror, many large stars collapsed. The aftershocks continued to spread, swallowing up the starry sky. Arg! In the starry sky, a waterfall of red splashed out. The Yama's figure retreated several steps, his life force rapidly dissipating and burning away. On the other side, blood dripped from the corner of Tian Kuei's mouth. He was injured for the first time. You are very strong, stronger than I expected. However, this is your limit. Tian Kuei stepped forward and extended his hand towards the mask on the Yama's face. The origins of the Yama of the underworld had always been the greatest mystery in the Demon Palace. Today it would be revealed. Roar! Just as Tian Kuei's hand was about to touch the mask on the Yama's face, streams of draconic chi howled out once again, coiling around the world and blocking the demonic cultivator's hand. Tian Kuei looked at the blood gushing out of his hand and frowned slightly. Does he still have the power to resist? Amidst the 8 streams of draconic chi that filled the sky, the Yama stood silently. He did not move or say a single word. After a moment of stalemate, Tian Kuei's eyes narrowed slightly. Something's not right. I can no longer sense any life force from this person. As he stepped forward, streams of draconic chi sensed him and roared toward him. Tian Kuei raised his hand and demonic chi stirred, blocking the streams of draconic chi. The 8 draconic chi dissipated, and there was no longer any obstruction in front of the Yama. Tian Kuei extended his hand to take off the Yama's mask. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he rapidly retreated. A purple stream of draconic chi coiled around the Yama's body, and then it exploded with a bang. Amidst the terrifying impact, the Yama's figure rapidly dissipated, completely devoured by the draconic chi. Tian Kuei's expression darkened as he looked at the scene in front of him. Even if he died in battle, he still wanted to destroy his own physical body. The Yama of the underworld had impressed him. Unfortunately, he had not been able to capture a Yama with such a good opportunity. It would be very difficult to succeed in the future. At the same time, in the royal palace of the 5 senses, a jade tablet shattered, symbolizing the fall of the Yama and his soul returning to the world. In the various palaces, the Yama of the various palaces sensed this, and their expressions all changed. Haze. Streams of light flashed through the various palaces, rushing toward the royal palace of the 5 senses. At the very front of the palace, the shattered jade tablet was scattered on the table. It was so dazzling that it was hard to believe. What exactly happened? The Aaron Ming King said, her expression completely cold. At the side, the expressions of Xia Zi, Yi Xuanmiao, Wu Qingying, and the others were all grave, and their killing intent was difficult to suppress. At this moment, the divine restriction above the underworld opened, and Ji Ming and the others, who had been fighting far away, descended from the sky. Something's not right. Ning Chen's expression turned grave as he sensed the auras of the people gathered in the royal palace of the 5 senses. Something seems to have happened. Nu Chang also sensed the abnormality and said, "Let's go." Ning Chen said, and his figure flashed, rushing toward the 10 palaces. Streams of light flashed in front of the royal palace of the 5 senses. Ning Chen led the way, and several people walked into the palace. When they saw the shattered jade tablet on the table, their pupils constricted. How could this be? Nu Chang and Luotian walked forward and looked at the jade tablet on the table. They could not hide the sorrow on their faces. They had only left for a few days. How could this be? Zhi Ming. Everyone turned around and looked at the plain-clothed figure at the entrance of the palace, waiting for the latter's orders. Ning Chen walked forward silently, walking past the crowd without saying a word. "My name is Qi Yanxia. In the past, in the Tower of Sharpness, that beautiful and confident figure had never lived as anyone's shadow. Empress Hayes was stunning and unique. Wait for me to come back." After standing in silence for a long time, Ning Chen turned around and glanced at the crowd. Without saying anything, he walked out of the palace. The next moment, a stream of light flashed out of the 10 palaces and disappeared. At the same time, on the 2nd floor of the Waning Moon restaurant in Jinsei City, the owner of the Waning Moon restaurant, who was brewing tea, suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked out of the window. A stream of light flashed by. The tree wants to be still, but the wind will not stop. This world was always filled with the helplessness of life and death. Hong Luan, go get a jar of good general's token. A distinguished guest is coming. Waning Moon put down the teacup in her hand and said calmly, "Yes." On the 1st floor, Hong Luan replied respectfully. In the starry sky, the phoenix spread its wings and flew quickly. Its speed was getting faster and faster. The phoenix could not hide its killing intent. Its murderous aura surged, and the demonic aura circulated. Wherever it passed, the space was torn apart. In the sky above Jinsei City, the phoenix materialized and descended from the sky. She took a step forward and instantly swept into the Waning Moon restaurant.